Chapter 25, Enter, Pink XPT-1. Jump City, Tartarus HQ. Alright, Gizmo says while looking at the cloth and broken piece of an X-shuriken that the girls brought to him. The broken piece of shuriken is all that it appears to be. A broken piece of a pink X-shuriken, Gizmo offers with a wave while behind him Starfire floats beside of Raven, Jinx sits on a table, and Blackfire leans back into a wall. As for the cloth, that's a little more complicated. Gizmo then says while looking at the cloth and Blackfire frowns. How's that? It looks normal enough to me, Blackfire states, and the bald boy frown for only a moment. The stuff is made of a special material that will allow the wearer to wander into a variety of temperaments without any kind of ill effect. Basically, a person wearing a suit of this could go from a desert into an icy tundra and never need to change clothes. Gizmo offers in explanation and Jinx blinks before frowning. Any way of tracing it? The Pinkette asks and Gizmo frowns for a moment. Trace the shit? I want to know how someone would get this kind of shit and in the amount needed to make a cape and a suit out of it so I can use it, Gizmo says, causing Starfire to blink then scratch her head. Why would you wish to know that? Isn't the RedX's own suit more advanced? The red-haired alien asks then offers and Gizmo sighs for a moment. It is, but this shit is extremely light, extremely thin, and yet offers almost the exact amount of protection as X's suit. Personally I was going to try and upgrade his suit again anyways. I've been working on some. Gizmo starts to say only for Blackfire and Jinx to launch forward and slap their hands to his mouth. Heroes remember? Jinx growls out and Gizmo blinks then rubs the back of his neck. Regardless of that. Can you trace Pink X? Raven asks with her arms crossed and Gizmo pulls Blackfire and Jinx's hands from his face. Yeah. I took a look at the other things she stole and I'm seeing a pattern. Gizmo says and brings up a list of the objects stolen by Pink X besides all the tech that is obviously for herself. Pinky has been stealing tons of different chemicals from Logan Industries while randomly hitting tech companies in between so no one would notice a pattern. Gizmo states flatly while bringing up a long list of chemicals on the screen. What are they for? Starfire questions and Gizmo frowns. X usually needs these chemicals to make that weird ink and paper he uses for his exploding paper bombs, seals, and such. Gizmo states and Jinx's eyes narrow onto the screen dangerously. So only someone with skills or knowledge like Tempest would have any kind of need for those things then, right? Jinx questions with a frown and Gizmo nods his head silently to his pink-haired friend. So it's those Konoha ninja? Raven muses with a frown, Starfire looking to her friend with a confused expression. A group of ninja who tried to capture Naruto and force him to return home with them. She offers flatly and Starfire blinks then raises a brow in confusion. Why would anyone wish to take Raven's friend who is a boy anywhere against his own will? The red-haired alien girl asks and Jinx frowns before reaching up to rub her temples. Because Starfire, he left his home without them letting him. His people want him back regardless of his wishes. X and Naruto both left at the same time, they're friends to an extent and both are trying to escape from these ninja. Raven explains with a frown and Starfire makes an O with her mouth before her eyes light up. Then that is how the Red X and friend Naruto know one another. She says mostly to herself and Jinx wonders how someone as supposedly smart as Starfire can be so naive. If you girls are done gossiping, I think I might have a lead on Pinky you might like to exploit. Gizmo says before bringing up a second list of chemicals beside the first one and cross-referencing them. A bright red bar suddenly zeroes in on a specific chemical and Jinx frowns. So this is the only one Pinky doesn't have? She asks and Gizmo nods his head. Then where do we find it? She then asks and Gizmo starts to rapidly type on his computer before smirking. Got her. Logan Industries made the bulk of this stuff, but for the last of it she'll need to hit the Star Labs building at the lower west side. Gizmo states and Jinx smirks to herself, only for Gizmo to frown. I'd say she'd have to wait before she hits the place. Given all of her recent robberies, I'd say a day or two to let the heat die down would be the best course of action before going after this stuff. Gizmo then muses to himself and Jinx nods her head with her arms crossed. It's a basic lesson they teach at the Hive. Never hit the same place twice in a row or multiple places in the same week, without at least waiting for the heat to die down. That way security will be lax when you hit the place a second time. In Pinky's case she can't hit Star Labs again because of the stuff she took from them. Jinx explains and Raven nods her head slowly, seeing the obvious logic in that idea. Then what should we do? How will we explain to Robin about the Pink X if we cannot say we have been seeing the Jinx and her own team? Starfire asks with a worried tone and Raven frowns for a moment before wondering exactly what they should do about that. Let's worry about crossing that particular bridge later. Right now I'd like you all to leave, I do still have other work to do around here thanks to you two wrecking the joint. Gizmo states with a frown and Jinx nods her head, she and Blackfire both walking out of the room while Raven teleports herself and Starfire back to the tower. Geez. Now to get back to my real work. Gizmo says to himself while pulling up a screen with some upgrades for the Tartarus HQ. Murakami High. A familiar pinkette and blonde girl are walking to lunch, Sakura frowning while Ino is reading a book. The kids of this world have way too much homework. Ino mutters as she and her friend enter the lunchroom and walk over to the line. The two didn't really speak much to one another, and even less when around Hinata, but Ino had no one else she could speak with really, well, except one person. Hey Ino, hey Sakura. The said person calls while cutting in line to place herself between the pinkette and blonde-haired girls. This girl has long straight blonde hair with a black band holding it back, a pair of azure blue eyes, and tan skin. She has a dancer's physique, due to her practicing ballet, and wears the same uniform as Sakura and Ino. Which is, a blue skirt, white button-down shirt with a black tie, white knee-high socks, and a pair of black Mary Janes. What's going on with you two today? The girl asks, her name, Kitten Moth, daughter of the notorious villain Killer Moth. Same shit different day. Ino mutters while glaring at her homework, wishing she knew a jutsu that would set it on fire for not doing itself. As she does, Sakura and Kitten get their food, causing Ino to get her own as well. What about you Kitten, anything new with you? Ino asks without looking at the other blonde while a tired-looking Sakura blearily turns her sleepy eyes to her other blonde friend. Me and Fong broke up again. Kitten offers simply with a shrug as they walk over to a table and Ino shivers at the thought. Good. That big spider for his head was creepy as hell, more so than Shino having them living in his body. Ino mumbles under her breath before shivering violently and Kitten rolls her eyes in response while the three girls sit down. Yeah. How could you stand to be around that guy? Let alone try to kiss him? Sakura asks with a raised brow and a shudder at the thought of the spider-headed teen, and Kitten frowns before crossing her arms. I'm not freaked out by bugs for one thing, he got me all sorts of nice gifts for another, and lastly, he was a pretty nice guy till we started fighting. Kitten lists off on her fingers and Ino blinks for a few moments. Strangely, that's less shallow an answer than I expected from you. Ino offers with a raised hand and Kitten snorts before moving her fingers through her blonde hair. I'm not as conceited as everyone makes me out to be, you know. Yes, I'm pretty bitchy at times, but that's usually only cause I want to piss daddy off, or my current boyfriend has royally pissed me off. Kitten replies and Ino raises a brow in confusion. You really have a problem with your dad, don't you? She muses aloud and Kitten's eyes narrow into slits. He's missed my ballet recital, my piano recital, father-daughter day when I was at reform school, my last 2 birthdays. Kitten says with a growl and a snarl on her face as she seethes, both Ino and Sakura looking to one another, then their blonde-haired friend as she suddenly explodes. All of which the bastard Mothman ripoff missed because he was plotting world domination. Kitten yells out loudly before growling and clenching and unclenching her hands. Wow, someone has some serious father issues. Ino whispers to herself lowly and Sakura nods her head, having heard the other blonde. Watching the girl, they see her breath in, then out for a moment before calming herself down and looking at Sakura. You look like shit? She says bluntly and Sakura glowers angrily. I would look better if I could figure out why I'm always so tired lately. She grumbles before yawning and Kitten rolls her eyes in response. Excuses, excuses. She muses before looking to Ino. Know why Pinky here is so tired? She then asks and Ino shrugs her shoulders with a confused expression. Sakura goes to bed at the same time me and Hinata do back home. Not only that, but we're used to late nights with all this homework. Ino offers before looking at Sakura and seeing her nearly fall asleep while sitting up. Yeah, well, I'd advise against any strenuous activities for a while then. Do yourself some good and sleep for a day. Kitten offers before then taking a bite of whatever government-made slop the lunch lady was serving for that day and grimaces visibly in response. I'm packing my lunch from now on. Kitten mutters and Ino rolls her eyes before looking down at what appears to be blue furry food on her own tray. And I think I just lost my appetite? Ino mutters while pushing her tray away, only to yelp as the blue mold suddenly jumps from her plate and starts to eat Kitten's food. I must be really tired, cause I'm seeing blue mold moving and eating Kitten's food. Sakura suddenly says with wide eyes, only for Ino and Kitten to grab, then drag her away from the exact same blue mold that had once dwelled in the Titan's fridge. Later, Jinx is pacing the floor of the Tartarus HQ, cupping her chin with one hand while the other arm rests behind her back. Do you have to pace the floor? I think you're actually starting to leave a groove. Blackfire says while watching the Pinkette continue to pace the floor. Hearing the dark-haired girl's words, Jinx turns to give an annoyed glare at her while the boys of Tartarus are around the HQ. Mammoth is currently at the fridge and Seymour is asleep yet again. Listen here, Blackfire. I'm pacing because I've got to figure out some way to tell Tempest that some chick with a costume has basically ripped off his style. Jinx says and Blackfire rolls her eyes in response. The RedX I met would probably find it funny. Blackfire muses and Jinx frowns, crossing her arms and giving the older girl a look. Not only that, but she appears to be the same girl that cheated on him for a pretty boy bastard. Jinx then says and Blackfire blinks then grimaces after a moment. Okay, so maybe he would be pissed about that. Blackfire muses and then watches as Jinx paces back and forth once more. A second later, however, a doorbell rings and Jinx stops and blinks. We have a doorbell? She wonders while scratching her head and Blackfire shrugs her shoulders. Sighing, the Pinkette then walks over to the door and opens it, only to look on with a raised brow at the person standing at the door. It is a girl around her own age with bright blood red hair. Her skin is an average tone with an athletic build and curvy figure. The girl is wearing a green domino mask, a green tank top with a jagged black question mark over her chest and a brown backpack, a slender green belt with a pouch on it around her waist, a pair of tight green pants with a purple pouch on her right thigh, a pair of fingerless bicep-length black gloves with purple stitching at the backs of her fists and purple bands around her wrists, and last is a pair of calf-length black boots. Hi, the girl offers with a wave, smiling brightly and causing Jinx to blink, just noticing a golden, question mark-shaped cane she has in one hand. I'm the Riddler's daughter. But just call me Dwella. Dwella offers with a grin and holds a hand towards Jinx, making Jinx look at her strangely till Billy then pushes past Dwella, shaking his head with a sigh as he does. She's crazier than a chicken with its head cut off. The boy mutters while Mammoth stops eating and grins towards his southern friend. Billy, you're alive. He says and Billy smiles and gives a wave to his friend before sitting down on the sofa and sighing to himself. Yeah, Billy's alive. But can someone please explain why we suddenly have the Riddler's daughter here? Jinx asks and Naruto steps into the Tartarus HQ, still garbed in his RedX suit. Because I asked her to join the team, Naruto offers with an amused tone and Dwella nods her head with a smile. Though, she was calling herself the Joker's daughter when I did. The boy then muses while looking at Dwella strangely and she blinks beneath her domino mask before taking on a confused expression. I did. Really? Dwella asks and Naruto nods his head silently, Jinx looking at her strangely as Dwella starts to scratch her head. Are you sure I said that? I could swear that Mom said. Dwella started to say before Naruto clears his throat and looks at Jinx with a sheepish expression under his mask. Dwella's kind of confused about where she comes from. Last week she said she was Joker's daughter, a couple days ago it was Two-Face's daughter, and today it's the Riddler's daughter. From what we've learned and guessed, she's somewhat delusional and really bipolar. Naruto explains and Jinx looks at Dwella in both a shocked and disturbed way. So she's really crazy? Jinx asks and Billy snorts. She makes Harley Quinn look sane. He states tiredly and Mammoth instantly stops what he was doing, Seymour suddenly waking up and looking at Billy. Wait, you actually met Harley Quinn? Mammoth asks with a gaping jaw and Billy rolls his eyes under his goggles. Tempest over there busted her out of Arkham? Billy offers and Mammoth and Seymour rush over to Naruto, making the boy raise a brow. Is she as hot as they say? Seymour excitedly asks and Jinx frowns while crossing her arms over her chest. Hot as hell. Crazy as fuck. And hit me with a sledgehammer? Naruto replies with a grimace and the Tartarus group all grimace in response. Ouch. Mammoth mutters then looks at Dwella, the near-forgotten girl having her head tilted slightly to the side while still smiling brightly. Hi. I'm Mammoth. The big guy offers while holding a hand to the girl and she grins once more. I'm the Riddler's daughter, but call me Dwella big guy. Dwella offers and Seymour looks to Mammoth and both instantly agree not to piss the girl off. After all, you could never really tell what a crazy was going to do when she was pissed off. Just look at Harley Quinn herself for an example. Alright, Mammoth, why don't you and Seymour go and show Dwella around and introduce her to the other guys? We'll find her a room when she knows the lay of the land as it were. Naruto offers and Mammoth nods his head, then both her and Seymour walk off, Dwella following them with a slight bounce in her step. We are not keeping her around. Jinx states flatly and Naruto frowns. She's genuinely useful. She not only has some interesting acrobatic skills but her multiple personalities might prove useful. Not only would it be near impossible to guess what she's going to do next but none of the Titans will be able to get used to her antics before she suddenly changes them. Naruto explains and Jinx frowns for a moment before then looking to Blackfire. It would be nice to have more female company around here. She muses and Naruto can't help a little chuckle. I can imagine. Naruto offers and Jinx frowns towards him. Unless you're trying to make yourself some kind of harem, that is? Jinx then states and Naruto blinks before shuddering. No thanks, Jinx. I already have enough trouble with Karachan. I don't need any more girls. I'm a flirt, but I'm not crazy, Naruto states, and Jinx looks sad for only a moment before sighing while Blackfire clears her throat. Well. The princess has finally woken up. Naruto muses and Blackfire rolls her eyes before looking at Naruto and taking a deep breath. I just want to say thanks for the help, and for beating some sense into me, Blackfire offers, and Naruto chuckles lightly in his throat. I seem to be really good at doing that, Naruto notes while remembering about a dozen people whom he knocked some sense into back in his world. Now seeing as I'm home, why am I hearing rumors about a pink X? Naruto then asks while turning to Jinx with a raised brow under his mask, and the pinkette mentally groans before explaining what they've managed to learn about the girl thus far. Sasuke is sitting in their warehouse hideout, frowning as he glares at Kakashi. Why are you going along with this farce? Sasuke asks while referring to the whole plan revolving around Pink X. Sighing at this, Kakashi wonders for what feels like the millionth time why he ever tried to focus on training this brat, especially seeing as he was just so damn insufferable. Because Sasuke, Naruto seems a tad more arrogant than he was back in Konoha. Not only that, but the easiest way to draw him out is to catch his interest. And the easiest way to catch the interest of an arrogant person is typically to copy them. Hence, the plan? Kakashi explains, and Sasuke grunts before leaning back in his seat while Kakashi reads his smut. I still say we should just attack someone. That'll lead the dobe right to us, Sasuke states, and Kakashi groans. Sasuke, we can't do that or risk alerting the Justice League of this world. And quite frankly, I don't fancy going toe-to-toe with a man who can lift mountains with his bare hands, Kakashi states, then shivers, the so-called man of steel easily scaring the Jounin with his obvious near-godlike powers. I bet a Chidori to the head would take him down. Sasuke muses, and Kakashi looks over his book to give the dark-haired Uchiha a blank look. He takes trains apart with his bare hands, he can withstand the pressure up to thousands of feet below sea level, and let's not forget the man has even shown he's able to move faster than light. Sasuke, he could kick my ass faster than I could blink, Kakashi states flatly, seeing as it was true since he was nowhere near as fast as Superman, and as far as he could tell, the mighty man of steel would leave even Lee or Guy in the dust. At this, Sasuke merely grunts while leaning back with a deep scowl on his face, wondering when he's finally going to be able to get back at Naruto for humiliating him. As Sasuke continues to mentally envision killing Naruto in the most painful way possible, Sakura, Hinata, and Ino all walk into the warehouse, Sakura yawning as she then trudges over to a mat and falls onto it. Someone needs to go to bed earlier, Kakashi muses, and Ino rolls her eyes. She goes to sleep the same time the rest of us do, sensei, she's just been really tired lately for some reason, Ino offers with a shrug, and Sasuke frowns. It's because she's a weak fool? He states, then leans back, and Ino has to bite back a retort while Hinata sighs, then walks over to a different mat and sits down. Any sign of our ally? Ino then asks and yelps as someone lands on the ground beside her with a dark chuckle. Who? Me? The girl asks with a synthesized voice that sounds oddly similar to that of Jinx, and Ino frowns towards the costumed girl with obvious annoyance. The girl is dressed in an all-black bodysuit with a jagged pink X over her chest with strange spinal plates at the back of the suit easily showing she has a very good figure with an athletic build. A simple ash-gray belt is synced around her waist with a black circle with a pink X on the buckle, a tight black miniskirt is worn over her curved hips, while a pair of familiar ashen-gray gloves cover her hands with pink X's over the backs of her fists and over her palms. Next is a pair of calf-length black boots with short heels and pink X's over the top of each foot, a long tattered gray cloak thrown over her shoulders, and a mask nearly identical to RedX's. However, her mask is different in that the eyes of the mask are wider than RedX's, with the black around them forming into lashes, the X on the mask is pink, and that her shoulder-length wild spiky pink hair is flowing from out of the back of the mask. Yes, you, Pink X. Ino mumbles with an annoyed frown, and the girl in question chuckles to herself. Did you get what we needed? Ino then asks, and Pink X merely reaches into her belt and pulls out a vial of some sort before tossing it over to Ino, who curses and lunges to catch the object. I won't be able to get the last thing you wanted until the heat blows over a bit, Pink X then says, and Ino nods her head silently before walking off as Sasuke glares at their ally heatedly. Why do you need to wait? He demands, and Pink X turns her head and then rolls her eyes under her mask. You're cute, but really clueless, she muses with her arms crossed, and Sasuke growls towards her. I've hit almost every major corporation in town in the span of a week. This will mean that not only do I have to worry about drawing the Titans' attention, but that the businesses are going to up their security for a while. Until I can safely get you morons your last chemical, I need to lay low, Pink X explains flatly, and Sasuke seethes before leaning back to glare at her. And speaking of this job, where's my pay for getting you that stuff? Pink X then asks with a frown and holds a hand out, Kakashi sighing before reaching into his pants and pulls out an envelope full of money. Here. Kakashi offers and Pink X moves quickly, taking the envelope then flipping onto a wall where she then gives a mock salute. Later, she offers while making her way out of the building and Sasuke growls. Why do we have to pay that annoying bitch? Sasuke demands while a sleeping Sakura turns over in her sleep and Ino and Hinata both sigh. Because we don't want her telling the cops where we are. Ino explains simply while Neji enters the building, cracking his neck as he does. Hey Neji, any sign of Naruto with that weird goth girl tonight? Ino asks and Neji opens a single eye before sighing. No. It appears as if Naruto went out of town. I have no idea when he'll be coming back. Neji offers while looking to the sleeping form of Sakura with a frown over his face. Is it just me, or is she sleeping more than Shikamaru? Neji questions with his arms crossed and Ino snorts. That's not possible. Believe me Neji, no one can sleep as much as Nara Shikamaru can. The blonde girl states with a smirk and Hinata giggles slightly despite herself, having met the extremely lazy teen and easily agreeing with Ino's assumption. Chapter 26, Enter, Pink XPT2, Tartarus HQ. So let me see if I'm getting this all straight. Naruto says while pacing before the couch in Tartarus HQ with his mask on the coffee table in front of it. Raven and Jinx sitting on the couch while Blackfire is leaning onto the back of the couch with her chin in her hands. Some chick in a cheap knockoff of my outfit is stealing stuff from around town. Not only that but it looks like most of it is chemicals needed for chakra conductive materials. Am I getting this right thus far? Naruto asks and Raven slowly nods her head, the blonde boy rubbing his temples in response. So do you think it's Sakura or what? Jinx asks and Naruto frowns before cupping his chin and considering what he's heard thus far. First of all Sakura was more direct than to have a friend turn off the alarms, she also wasn't quite as skilled in theft since she was trained primarily as a mednin. Add on to that Sakura would have no idea where to get the material for the suit she used, nor would she notice the laser tripwires and Naruto knew it wasn't his pink-haired former teammate / ex-girlfriend. No. This is more like a basic ninja tactic. Lure out your enemy before attacking or lead him into a trap where you have the advantage. Either that or they really needed more materials. Naruto offers with a frown then crosses his arms, wondering why the Konoha flunkies thought he'd fall for such an obvious trick. Oh yeah, they were probably underestimating him again. If it's not Sakura, and she's obviously not Jinx, who do you think it could be? Raven asks and Naruto rubs his chin for a moment. It's going to be someone that they can beat, so that narrows it down to someone with minor powers or skills. She won't be too greatly skilled in combat, at least as far as they know. And she'll have to be someone they can get to keep quiet, probably with money if this thief is greedy enough. Naruto muses causing Raven and Jinx to sigh in exasperation. Well that leaves more than half of the city. Jinx offers and Blackfire nods her head in agreement with the pinkette. But obviously pink hair isn't too common among humans and especially this city, that should narrow it down greatly. Blackfire reminds and Naruto frowns slightly while cupping his chin in thought. True, but they haven't caught her yet and that means she's smart enough not to let her hair stand out too much in public or the cops would have already managed to find her by now. Naruto reminds simply while tapping a finger onto his bicep with a slight frown over his lips. Why would the Konoha need to hire her in the first place? Why not just steal the stuff themselves? Jinx asks the blonde and he snorts. Besides myself, none of them are that good at infiltration and theft type missions. Well actually Kakashi Baka is but I highly doubt that he'd want to try and figure out how the security systems around here work. Someone who is already familiar with what she would have to look for is preferable than going in blind in the case of a ninja who doesn't want to be seen. Thus this Pink X is more of a patsy than necessary to them, they're using her to lure me out and get what they need so they won't be seen. Naruto explains offhandedly and Blackfire frowns Jinx and Raven doing so as well. So they're going to use her and then stab her in the back? Raven asks with a visible frown and Naruto rolls his eyes with a slight frown on his own face, arms still crossed over his chest. I've said it before, and I'll say it again, ninja can't be trusted. I'm technically not a ninja anymore, so I don't count. Naruto states then reminds with a smirk and Raven rolls her eyes in response. Right. But you still fight and act like a ninja. Jinx reminds and Naruto blinks then waves that off before cupping his chin in thought. Question is how do we respond to this challenge? Do we seek out Pink X or do we wait and see what the Konoha flunkies do next? Naruto wonders to himself before starting to pace back and forth once more. You act a lot like Robin when you're serious. Raven suddenly notes and the blonde stops and looks at her with disbelief. You have got to be kidding me. Naruto states and Raven smirks slightly. Actually I'm not. He worries and paces back and forth whenever one of his enemies is threatening the rest of us. Just like you are now. Raven states and Blackfire nods her head with a smirk, having seen that side of Robin personally. Yikes! Naruto muses to himself with a shudder. Okay, that was a creepy thought, Naruto says to himself, then snaps his fingers. I have something I still need to give to Gizmo. He remembers and then walks over to a bag that he'd left beside the front door and then takes it off into the Tartarus HQ. Want to follow him? Blackfire asks before making her way after the thief, Raven and Jinx sighing as Raven picks up Naruto's mask and the two follow after them. Making their way to Gizmo's room, they see Naruto handing the bag to an annoyed and grumbling Gizmo, only for him to gape as he looks inside. So what do you think, Giz? The blonde asks with a grin and Gizmo looks at him with what appears to be awe on his face. You jacked Batman's tech? Gizmo demands, causing Jinx and Raven to look to one another with wide eyes as Gizmo then pours the things brought to him out on his work table, showing dozens of batarangs, strange devices, gas bombs, and all manner of other things, making the tinny terror rub his hands together with a toothy grin. You took the Batman's things? Jinx asks with the same amount of awe as Gizmo, and Naruto smirks while crossing his arms. I actually stole his entire belt as well, but his belt was just a belt with a few secret compartments and such, so I left that to a friend in need. I did take most of the things out of it, however. Naruto offers to the pink-haired girl and she slowly walks over to the objects and pulls one of the batarangs out, flipping it open and then grinning. This shit is all ours now. Gizmo says evilly while taking device after device and looking it over, then starts to tear it apart. I'm going to reverse engineer this shit and then work what I can into your new suit, Temp. With my tech plus that of Robin and Batman, your suit will kick more ass than ever. Gizmo says while grinning and moving from device to device happily, Naruto rolling his eyes. Right, Giz? Naruto says, then has a sudden thought. Gizmo, do you know how this Pink X got her suit, or at least how she managed to walk on walls? Given she isn't one of the Konoha flunkies at least? Naruto asks, then offers, and Gizmo stops what he was doing and rolls his eyes. She's using the miniature electromagnets she stole last week to attract herself to the metal in the walls in that place. Duh. He states simply, and Jinx slaps her face as she thinks of that. Great, she used tech in her suit and I didn't even consider that. Jinx mutters to herself, causing Naruto to frown in thought. Gizmo, what exactly would she be able to do with those magnets and that power converter? Naruto then asks, and Gizmo frowns in thought for a moment. Besides decreasing the power consumption of her suit, not much, well, unless she stole an electromagnetic gyro. Gizmo starts to say, then offers nonchalantly, and Naruto blinks before raising a brow. And what exactly would that gyro thing do? He asks, and Gizmo frowns. If adjusted correctly, it could project an electromagnetic field around her, deflecting most kinds projectile weapons and metal away from her instantaneously. Gizmo offers, and Naruto shivers. That could be a real problem if she got her hands on one of those things. Great, as if we didn't have enough problems. See if you can't find anything else Pinky might target and get back to me, Giz. Naruto orders, then scratches his nose before grinning at the girls. Until then, I'm heading to bed. Later, guys and gals. Naruto offers while turning and gently taking his helmet from Raven before walking down one of the HQ's halls, whistling a tune to himself. Tempest jacked the Batman himself. Jinx says to herself, and a very confused Blackfire turns to look at Raven. Who's this Batman they're all talking about? She asks, and Raven rubs her temples before letting out a slight sigh. He's also known as the Dark Knight or the Caped Crusader. He's one of the founding members of the Justice League, and the same man that personally trained Robin. Supposedly he's also gone toe-to-toe with Superman and come out without even a scratch. Raven offers, and Blackfire looks at her with wide eyes. That is impressive, for a human at least. Blackfire says, and then turns to look at the gadgets that Naruto had pilfered from the Dark Knight with a bit more scrutiny. As she does, Raven shakes her head slightly, and then teleports back to Titan's Tower to get some rest as well. The next morning, streets of Jump City. Beast Boy sighs to himself while walking the streets of Jump City. Today was another day that everyone was too busy for him. Robin was obsessing over Pink X, Cyborg was working on his baby the T-Car, Starfire was being her normal self and cooking something from Tameran, and Raven had vanished early in the morning to only she knew where. Why am I always the odd man out? BB wonders to himself before bumping into someone, both people falling back onto their assess. Oh, sorry, I wasn't paying any. BB starts to say, only to stop when he sees Kitten Moth was whom he had bumped into. You! Both teens exclaim while pointing to the one they bumped into. You're that chick who forced Robin to take you out on a date. BB says, and Kitten frowns while glaring at the green furry titan. And you're his green friend? She states, and BB narrows his eyes onto the girl. Alright, what are you up to this time? BB demands, and Kitten crosses her arms then gives him a look. Are you serious? She asks, and BB blinks before nodding his head. Sighing, the blonde motions at her body and BB looks to what she's wearing and blushes when he sees she's in a school uniform. Oh, then you're just getting off of school? He asks, and Kitten nods her head with a glare directed at the green-furred changeling. Sorry. But we don't normally bump into villains on the street without them being up to something. BB offers while rubbing the back of his neck, and Kitten snorts before getting up and brushing off her skirt and legs. I'm not a villain, she states flatly, and BB gives her a look. Besides that time I wanted a date for the prom, what evil things have I done? Kitten asks indignantly, and BB is silent, contemplating this before grinning sheepishly. Sorry, again, he offers, and Kitten looks at him for a moment. Seeing as we're still on the subject, what are you doing out here? Kitten asks, and BB rubs the back of his neck nervously. It's kind of a long story, he admits, and Kitten shrugs her shoulders before making to leave. It wasn't her business after all. Say, would you like to do something? BB then asks Kitten, and she stops and looks at him strangely. You mean like a date? She asks, and BB rapidly shakes his head. And no. Just do something, do something nice for knocking you down. BB offers, and Kitten rubs her chin in thought for a moment before smirking. Fine. You can buy me a milkshake? She states while smirking, and BB blinks, then nods his head, somewhat regretting what he offered, but then again it wasn't like he had anything better to do, and Kitten couldn't really be all that bad, right? Tartarus HQ. Naruto was sitting down and leaning back in the sofa, wondering what he should do about the ninja and of course Pink X. Moreover, I need to find some way of getting rid of those Konoha flunkies. The longer they stay here, the more I risk someone really getting hurt, especially with Sasuke team's temper problem lately. I swear it's gotten worse. Naruto thinks, then crosses his arms over his chest. I wonder how I could even do that. I can't summon toads into this world for some weird reason, and I don't even know how I got here, so how could I send them back to Konoha? Naruto thinks to himself, then wonders while Raven then appears beside him. You know, Kara-chan, it's kind of weird having you come and go from your enemy's place as you please. Naruto notes with a slight smirk on his lips, and Raven rolls her eyes before leaning into the blonde with her head resting on his shoulder. Well, if someone had his own place I wouldn't have to. Raven reminds, and Naruto scoffs before leaning his head onto Raven's. So what were you thinking about when I came in? Raven asks the blonde, and he frowns. How to deal with the Konoha flunkies once and for all. He offers, and Raven sighs to herself. Why not just send them home? She offers, and Naruto rolls his eyes. I would do that, Kara-chan, but I don't even know how I got myself here, let alone the rest of them. He states, and Raven nods her head slowly before her eyes snap open at an idea. Well, what if I try and find a way to send them home? She offers, and Naruto blinks for a few moments. Kara-chan, how would you do that? He asks, and Raven smirks. 1. I'm from another dimension as well. Raven starts, and Naruto gapes at the girl before grinning. They really had too much in common. Not only that, I sense things. And you and those ninja have a very unique energy signature. I already know how to travel between dimensions, so I'll just look for a similar energy trail in the many different dimensions till I find the one you're from. Raven offers, and Naruto looks down at his girlfriend with a slight frown. That could take a very long time. He reminds, and Raven rolls her eyes. More like days. There are a lot of world, yes, but not so many that I won't be able to pinpoint where you came from quickly if I need to. Finding the spell needed to send them all away, that will take me some time, however. Raven offers, and Naruto chuckles before wrapping an arm around her shoulders. Thanks, Kara-chan. Once you find that, then we'll be able to send those Konoha flunkies away and I'll be free for good, and then we can have all the time we want to do whatever. Naruto muses with a smirk, and Raven nods her head silently. Naruto, what do you think of Jinx? Raven then asks, and Naruto blinks. She's a really good friend. Why? He says, then asks, and Raven is silent for a moment before sighing and closing her eyes, sighing contentedly as she does. No reason, just felt like asking. She offers while Naruto shrugs and leans back into the sofa, both contentedly laying on the sofa together. However, a second later the familiar form of Duala, still dressed in her Riddler's daughter costume, leaned over them to look down at them both from above with a strange look on her face. Isn't she one of those titans? Duela asks, and both Naruto and Raven glare at the clownish girl. Why? Naruto asks, and Duela flips over them, landing on the table before the sofa, and then twists around to face them with a smile on her face. You remind me of my boyfriend and me. Two of a kind and yet from totally different worlds. Duela notes with a nod and an amused expression on her face, and Naruto rolls his eyes. And who exactly is your boyfriend? Naruto asks, and Duela blinks. She states, and Raven frowns while rubbing her temples. Whatever, who was he then? She asks, and Duela grins. His was called Talon. Duela offers with a strange grin on her face, and Naruto looks to Raven, the gray-skinned girl shrugging her shoulders. Don't expect you two to know him, he hasn't shown up in this world yet. Dwella then offers with another grin before rolling backwards, off the table and onto her feet with her hands on the top of her gold cane. Giving a mock salute, the girl then walks off while whistling to herself, Raven and Naruto watching her leave them silently. That has got to be the weirdest girl I have ever had the misfortune of knowing. Raven notes and Naruto frowns in thought for a few moments. Not me. I knew a girl who actively threatened to ravage people in their sleep. No, wait. That was only Sasuke team? Naruto offers with a shrug and Raven gives him a look for a moment. You're right, Dwella isn't that crazy. She notes and Naruto snickers to himself before sighing and laying his head against her once more. You're really enjoying this, aren't you? Raven suddenly asks while half closing her eyes and Naruto looks down at her with a smirk. Sakura hated just letting me hold her like this. Said it was annoying and that I was too clingy or something? But I kind of like just holding my girl every once in a while. Naruto offers with a soft smile forming on his lips and Raven raises a brow for only a second before sighing in content and closing her eyes with a ghost of a smile. That Sakura girl must have been even crazier than Dwella as well. Back with BB. Kitten and BB are sitting down in the mall, both sipping on a milkshake while BB scrutinizes Kitten for the millionth time. She doesn't seem like she's psychotic or anything like Rob or Star called her. BB notes as the blonde then releases her milkshake with a sigh and a smile. So Beastie, why were you out all by your lonesome? Kitten suddenly asks and BB blinks, and then looks at her strangely for the nickname. Well, the others were off doing whatever it is that they do. Robin is pacing the floor, and even saying stuff about some chick called the Joker's daughter pulling a prank on us, all because of this Pink X chick. Raven is always out of the tower now, which is weird as hell for her. Starfire is usually with Raven, but today she was making some of her weird Tamaranian food, and personally Dedette, I'd rather not eat it. BB says then shivers and Kitten mutely nods her head, figuring that since Starfire was an alien, the food her people eat would taste odd, at the very least. So what about that big guy, Cyber or something like that, right? Kitten then asks with a raised brow before she sips her milkshake once more. Cyborg actually, and he's working on his baby, the T-Car. And he doesn't like it when I try to help him. He says that everything I touch seems to explode, fall apart, or spontaneously combust. BB offers while lowering his head, ears drooping as he sighs, then takes a sip of his own shake. So I decided I'd walk around out of the tower. Last time I moped I ended up being taken aboard a spaceship by a lonely alien, so I figure I should just find something to do outside the tower. BB explains and Kitten stops her sipping to look at him strangely. You were taken on an alien spaceship? She asks incredulously and BB nods his head. Cool, all the cool things happen to you Titans. Kitten muses with a nod of her head and BB frowns slightly. No it doesn't. All the really dangerous stuff happens to us. I mean come on, who wants psychos like Slade or Brother Blood or the other baddies to come after them? BB retorts and Kitten hums while looking upwards. True. I guess you have to take the good with the bad. Kitten notes and BB nods his head, the blonde girl smirking towards him afterwards. But you got to admit it's cool to not have to go to school. She offers and BB blinks then snorts. Looking like I do, that's the only thing I'm glad for. No school means no people to constantly stare at the furry green dude. BB offers and Kitten blinks for a moment before rubbing her shoulder nervously. Sorry about that. She offers and BB gives a slight smile. So how did that happen anyways? She then asks and BB blinks. What? He asks and Kitten smiles, not a smirk or a grin, she just smiles and BB finds it preferable to her normal devious expressions. How did you turn green and get your powers? Kitten then says and BB makes an O with his mouth before sipping his shake for a moment. Well, me and my parents were over in Africa on safari. My parents were biochemists looking for some rare plants and such. But while we were there, a green monkey bit me and I caught a really deadly virus. BB starts to explain before taking another sip of his shake and Kitten blinks in surprise. You know, I was actually expecting you to make the story sound like your parents were Tomb Raiders or something silly and you got cursed. This seems more believable already. Kitten offers and BB rolls his eyes in response. Dude. My parents weren't anything like that, that's my friend Sarah. Her and her father are archaeologists. BB offers and Kitten looked at the green teen, quite obviously surprised by that little tidbit. Anyways. My parents were biochemists, see, so they cooked up this formula to cure me of the virus I caught. It worked but, obviously, there were some unforeseen side effects. BB offers before sipping his shake once more, shaking it then tossing it over his shoulder. So why aren't you living with your parents then? Kitten asks and BB shifts uncomfortably in his seat. It's something I'd rather not talk about? He says softly while looking down and Kitten decides to change the subject. So anyways. You were telling me about how lonely you were before I asked about your powers. Kitten reminds and BB nods his head, perking up slightly at the change in subject. My dad is worse than your friends. She then says and BB blinks and then looks at the girl strangely. Killer Moth? He asks and Kitten nods her head. The same guy who forced Robin to take you to a prom, ignores you. He asks and Kitten nods her head while sipping and finishing her shake as well. Yep. He's always in his basement plotting world domination. Last time I saw him out of the basement was about a year ago when he made Robin take me to the prom. Kitten offers with a frown on her face and BB grimaces in response. Yikes. I guess he is pretty bad. BB says and Kitten nods her head. Yep. But I still love the big mutated Mothman. Kitten then says and BB smiles slightly. Can't help but love parents, even when they are hard-assed. He offers and Kitten giggles before nodding her head in agreement. Yeah. Daddy may be a bit of a workaholic, but at least he didn't abandon me like Mom did. Kitten replies then stops and looks wide-eyed at BB who is gaping at her. Your mom abandoned you? He asks in shock and Kitten sighs before laying her cheek against her left hand. I didn't always look like this, you know. She states then motions to her body. Daddy's genes made me more feral looking. Mom thought I was going to be part bug or something and left us both because of it. Kitten explains and BB raises a brow. Then how come you don't look anything like him now? The green teen asks and Kitten looks around before opening her mouth to show both the top and bottom rows of her teeth were actually sharp fangs. Dude. He says in shock and Kitten rolls her eyes before sighing tiredly. Yeah, I get that a lot, but watch this. Kitten offers then says while opening her mouth once more, BB wondering what he's supposed to be looking for before his eyes widen in shock as her teeth seem to smooth out before his eyes and she grins, showing perfectly normal teeth. Neat huh? She offers and BB looks at the girl in shock. You're a shapeshifter? He asks and Kitten nods her head with a smirk. Dude. That is like so cool. What all can you turn into? I mean I can change into extinct, alien, and other kinds of animals but... BB starts to ramble on but Kitten moves to place a hand over the green-haired boy's mouth. First of all, my powers are limited to changing into girls. I can't turn into boys, I can't turn into animals, and I can't turn into non-living objects. I can turn into semi-human things like catgirls and such but nothing too extravagant. Kitten offers and BB blinks while Kitten then removes her hand from his mouth. So, how did you get that power? I heard it's supposed to be rare to get shape-shifting metahuman powers. BB notes and Kitten snorts. I don't know, probably a genetic fluke or something, beastie. All I know is if it wasn't for my powers, I'd probably be ridiculed at school regularly for my real looks. Kitten offers offhandedly and BB frowns. That can't be good for you. He notes and Kitten sighs. No, probably not. All my boyfriends become total dicks after they find out as well. She admits then growls out and BB raises a brow. They want me to turn into other girls, like supermodels, old girlfriends, anyone they want like I shouldn't really even care. She says with gritted teeth and BB grimaces, he knew that story very well. They don't get that it's like they're saying you're not good enough, that you're just second best by wanting you to change. And seeing as your normal form isn't your real form that would make you third best, right? BB offers and Kitten blinks before nodding her head slowly. You're more insightful than I thought. She offers and BB grins once more. Yeah. Well I know what that's like, I know what it's like to be second best to my other forms, it isn't really fun. I mean I like protecting my friends and all. But when I have to change just to keep up, it's like I start to lose all worth. Like I'm just Beast Boy, I'm not Garfield Logan anymore. I'm just a changeling. BB admits softly and Kitten smiles slightly. Is that why I've heard you always want a moped? So you won't have to change? She asks and though she doesn't say it, her thoughts add on to her statement. So you won't have to be second best? At her statement, BB slowly nods his head to the blonde who then rubs her chin for a moment. Alright beastie. Since you've been so honest and nice, I'm taking you on a date. Kitten then says and Beast Boy blinks to himself before gaping at her. Wha? He asks intelligently and Kitten snickers to herself. I said I'm taking you on a date. She reiterates and BB blinks rapidly. Why? I mean, aren't you and Fong like together or something? He asks and Kitten snorts. Fong wanted me to turn into a spider-human hybrid like him. Kitten states flatly with a deep scowl on her face and BB grimaces. Oh. BB says and then shifts uncomfortably in the awkward silence. What would we do? BB asks and Kitten frowns in thought for a moment. Any movies you want to see? She asks and BB rubs his head before his eyes suddenly light up. I kind of wanted to see Wicked Scary, The Resurrection. He offers with a weak grin and Kitten smirks. You do know this is the first Wicked Scary to come out since the third one came out 10 years ago. Right? Kitten asks and BB looks at her in shock. I like horror flicks. My dad is a mutant version of the Mothman, and the Mothman Prophesies is one of my all-time favorite movies. Kitten offers with a smirk and BB grins widely. Cool. Then where do we meet and when? BB asks and Kitten rubs her chin for a moment before snapping her fingers. How about tonight at 6 o'clock, and we can meet up here? She offers and BB nods his head with a grin. I'll be there, I mean here. He says with a thumb up and Kitten snickers to herself before winking at the green teen. Good. Then don't be late, beastie. She says before sauntering off while BB smiles then blinks to himself. What do I wear on a date? And for that matter, what do I act like on a date? BB wonders to himself before starting to mentally freak out. Young love? Chapter 27, Enter, Pink XPT3. Titan's Tower. The tower was calm. Raven was sitting in her room and reading a book, a slight smile still on her face from her time with Naruto. It's kind of weird how Naruto grows on you after time, still like a fungus, but a fungus I really don't feel like getting rid of. Raven thinks to herself before leaning back in her bed while still reading, her face the picture of contentment while her normally unruly emotion seemed just as content. Elsewhere in the tower, Starfire is happily making herself another Tamaranian dish. Absently, the red-haired girl wonders if she should also take some to Blackfire whenever she goes to see her sister next, before shrugging her shoulders and happily eating a bite of the food she was preparing. Deeper still in the tower, Robin sat at a desk in his room looking at newspaper clippings with information on Pink X, putting those down for a second and sighing. The boy wonder then places the palms of his hands onto his masked eyes and rubs. Sometimes I have to wonder if maybe I am too serious about this stuff. She is just a thief after all. Robin briefly considers before looking to his wall and stiffening, a poster on the wall causing his eyes to fall. The picture is of 3 people, all of which wear red/yellow and green uniforms. One is a middle-aged black-haired man, another is a red-haired woman, and last is a young boy with black hair. The words "The Flying Graysons" are emblazoned upon the poster as Robin clenches a fist and leans forward, picking up a blurry photo of Pink X. I won't give up. I'm always serious because I won't let anyone else I care about die. I won't lose another family. Robin thinks to himself and quickly goes over the information he has already gathered with renewed vigor, searching for what Pink X will go after next. Elsewhere in the tower, Cyborg is still working on his baby the T-Car, humming a tune to himself as he does so. Stopping for a second, Cyborg checks something and sees that everyone but Beast Boy is present for once. Wonder where BB went to? Cy briefly wonders before shrugging and happily getting back to his work on the T-Car. All seems to be peaceful in Titan's Tower, a luxury that the teen heroes very rarely are able to enjoy. However, soon enough a green furry blur rushes into the tower, running past numerous chairs in the main hall and towards the elevator. Pressing the call button, the green jester known as Beast Boy rides the elevator up to the top floor then runs forward, stumbling for a second as her bursts into the Titan's common room. Dude! He shouts, causing Starfire to yelp and drop what she was making before then looking at BB with a worried expression. Friend Beast Boy, what is it that makes you shout? She asks the panting BB as he then holds up a finger to give him a second to catch his breath. I need help, for a date. BB panted out and Starfire blinked for a second, before her eyes lit up and she squealed happily before lunging forward and hugging the green-furred jester. My friend, you now have the friend that is a girl? She asks and BB blinks for a few moments. You mean girlfriend Star? He corrects and Starfire scrunches her nose. Yes, that is what I said. She offers and BB sighs before blinking. Wait, we're not boyfriend and girlfriend yet, Star. We're just going out to the movies. BB offers and Starfire makes an O with her mouth. I am sorry my friend, it is just that I thought since friend Raven has a friend who is a boy that you would also want a companion. Starfire offers and BB wonders what Raven and Naruto being together had to do with him going on a date. Anyways my friend, I shall be most happy to assist you in any way that I can. Starfire then offers happily and BB blinks. Starfire, what do you know about human dating? He asks and Starfire blinks then chuckles nervously while rubbing her left bicep. Perhaps speaking with friend Raven would be more helpful to you. Starfire offers with a nervous grin and BB nods his head in agreement with the red-haired alien. After all, Raven is the only Titan who has a companion as Starfire put it. Yeah, let's go. BB says as both he and Starfire rush off to the elevator, however upon reaching it the two slammed into and knocked Cyborg onto his back. Hey! Watch it. Cyborg says and both BB and Star quickly help him up. Man, what has got you two in such a rush? Cyborg then asks and Star is the one to answer the titanium teen. Friend Beast Boy is having a date and wishes to seek advice on courtship from friend Raven. Starfire says happily and Cyborg blinks, once, twice, then grins and snickers slightly. A date? And you're asking Raven for advice? Sai asks, and both BB and Star looks to one another then him with obvious confusion. Raven, as in the same Raven who normally just leaves the tower and hangs with her boyfriend, as in the same Raven who'd rather just sit with him and be comfortable than be in a crowded place? That Raven? Sai reminds, and Beast Boy and Starfire look to one another before BB clears his throat. Right. Sort of forgot how she is, but dude. I need help, I don't know what to do on a date. The only date I've ever been on was with. Beast Boy starts to say, then his ears lower and Cyborg grimaces. He hates it when BB gets all mopey like that. Yeah, well then you don't have to talk to Raven, why not ask me, or even Robin for advice, BB? Sai reminds, and BB blinks before nodding his head with a grin forming on his lips. Right. I'll ask Robin for help. He says, then moves past a shocked Cyborg. Yo! What's wrong with asking for my help? Sai demands while following after BB, Starfire right behind the two as the elevator closes and they ride down to the living area of the tower. When the elevator finally stops on the desired floor, BB walks out with an indignant Sai shouting at BB about him being just as knowledgeable on girls as their leader is. Ignoring Sai completely, BB comes up to Robin's door and begins to bang on it to get Robin's attention. Inside, the said boy wonder sighs upon hearing the racket coming from outside his door. Well, I knew the peace and quiet wasn't going to last. He thinks to himself before getting up and walking over to his door. Opening it, he sees Beast Boy standing in front of him, Cyborg shouting at Beast Boy, and Starfire floating around behind the two. All in all, this isn't too odd an occurrence. What do you want, Beast Boy? I'm trying to work on a case, Robin states while rubbing his temples, and BB grins nervously. Dude. I kind of need some help with a date tonight. Beast Boy offers, and Robin stops, then looks at BB for a long few moments. You're serious? He asks, and BB nods his head, Cyborg and Starfire doing the same. Wow, that's unexpected. Robin muses, and BB gives an indignant hey, in response to the boy wonder's words. Then why are you here? Robin then asks the green teen with a raised brow, and BB nervously shifts in place. Well, I've only ever been on one date before, and I was kind of wondering if maybe you had any advice. BB offers, and Robin can't help a smirk, Cyborg growling as he crosses his arms over his chest. Well, what are you doing tonight? He asks, and BB grins. We're going to see Wicked Scary, The Resurrection. He says proudly, and Cyborg and Robin both share a look at one another. You're taking her to a horror flick as your first date? Cyborg asks incredulously, and BB rolls his eyes. She wants to see it as well, dudes. He states, and both boys look confused. Please, why would seeing the scary movie be bad for a date? Starfire asks, and Robin shakes his head before sighing. Well, it's not bad, it's just unusually that a girl would go to see one of those movies. Considering how scary the first one was, this is probably going to be something else. Robin offers, and Starfire tilts her head to one side, still confused. I still do not understand. Starfire then says with obvious confusion, and Robin sighs before smiling to the alien girl. It's just really complicated, Starfire. He finally offers, and Starfire shrugs, feeling it is yet another Earth custom she will probably never understand. So she likes horror movies, you're both going to see one, and you're nervous. Why exactly are you nervous? Robin asks the green jester, and he looks at Robin incredulously. Dude. I don't know what I should wear. What should I say or even do? What if I totally make a fool of myself? Or even worse, what if she thinks I'm nothing but a furry green geek? BB says worriedly, and Robin shakes his head with an amused smirk. BB, just calm down. If you're just going to a movie, then wear what's comfortable. As for what you should say or do, if she likes you, then just be yourself. She won't think you're a furry green geek if you're both interested in seeing the movie after all. Robin offers, and BB blinks for a few moments. Hey, are you sure that'll work? He asks the boy wonder, and Robin smirks. Yes, Beast Boy. Just calm down and everything will be fine. Robin offers, and the green-furred teen breaths out before grinning slightly. Thanks, dude. BB offers before rushing off to his room to get a change of clothes, and Robin looks to Cyborg. He was the last person besides Raven I expected to start going out with someone. Robin offers, and Cyborg nods his head in agreement. Yeah, and that's mostly cause the little guy is always so over-eager that he freaks out most girls in general. Cyborg offers, with Robin nodding his head in agreement. You want to follow him to make sure he'll be okay, don't you? Cyborg then states, and Robin merely smirks before then walking back into his room, Starfire watching the exchange with a confused expression before sighing and making her way back to the commons room to clean up her earlier mess. Jump City streets. A 13-year-old girl is silently walking out of a grocery store, her hands stuffed into her pockets. Smirking when she's out of the store, the girl pulls an apple out of her pocket and then takes a bite out of it. Happily humming to herself, the girl walks down the streets of Jump City. The girl is 12, with pale skin and long black hair that is pulled into a low ponytail with her bangs curving to half cover one azure blue colored eye while some spikes out. She wears a blue hoodie, with a pair of red shorts, a red hat on her head, blue shoes with white circles at her ankles and white socks visible coming out of them. However, these clothes are all very old, torn, and have a few holes in them besides being a bit small on her growing frame. Taking another bite of her newly stolen apple, the girl doesn't pay attention as a familiar, brown-haired cop looks at her with a frown. Now this seems familiar. Snake muses to himself before reaching to his lips and removing his cig, puffing out some smoke before flicking the cig away. Crossing his arms over his chest, the man then follows the girl with a frown on his face, wondering if she was half as destructive as Jinx when she was still little. Hopefully she's not. Jill was bad enough and I don't need another one of those types. Snake thinks to himself while watching as the girl soon finishes her apple and tosses it into a garbage can in an alley, then places her hands into her hoodie while walking down the streets. Frowning, Snake moves forward, moving past the many people on the street before moving to stand in front of the girl, causing her to bump into him and then land on her ass. "Hey, watch where you're." The girl starts to say only to stop when she sees the uniform the man is wearing. Hi. She then offers with a nervous grin and Snake frowns towards her. "Mind explaining why you're stealing apples?" Snake asks flatly and the girl blinks then chuckles nervously. "What apple?" she asks and Snake frowns deeply. "The one you threw in that trash can back there," he states and the girl gulps while rubbing her arms nervously. Well, you see there's a very good explanation for that," the girl starts to say and Snake raises his brow. "And I'd love to tell you all about it but..." The girl then says and quickly shouts aloud before running off, Snake shaking his head before running after her. Following on the girl's tail, Snake instantly notices that she's done this before from the way she's managing to stay just out of reach. Just like Jill. He thinks with a frown while moving between people and soon following the black-haired girl down a long alley. Rushing after the girl, Snake rolls his eyes as she quickly climbs up and over a fence behind it, then blows a raspberry at him. Frowning, Snake crouches down then lunges forward, kicking off the fence into the wall at his side then flipping over the fence to crouch behind a now utterly shocked and surprised girl. "Cool," she says with shock and Snake smirks while standing up and walking over to place a hand onto the girl's shoulder. "I'm in trouble now, aren't I?" she asks and Snake merely raises a brow and gives her a look as if to say what do you think to her silently, thus making her grimace. "Got a name, kid?" Snake then asks as he cracks his neck while leading the girl down and out of the alley. "Danielle Phantom, but call me Danny, with an I," Danny offers simply while pouting slightly as she's lead out of the alley by the old cop. Tartarus HQ. Naruto sat with Gizmo, looking at the tiny terror as he continued to go on and on about the new modifications he was going to make to the X-suit. "Gizmo, I don't really care what you do to the suit. But I have got to say at this rate I'll have gone through 100 different suits by the time I'm 20. Naruto states with a frown and Gizmo blinks a few times. "You're 17. He reminds and Naruto smirks in response. "My point exactly," he states and Gizmo scoffs before crossing his arms. "Yeah, well at least I'm nice enough to help you with this shit. The least you could do is humor me." Gizmo reminds the blonde-haired ex-shinobi and Naruto waves that off while Gizmo mutters under his breath. "So what have you figured out about Pinky?" Naruto then asks with a frown on his face and Gizmo sighs. "Her tech is custom for one thing. So whoever she is either she made it or has contact with someone who made it for her." Gizmo offers and Naruto nods his head slowly with a hum as he rubs his chin. "Any way of tracking her?" he asks and Gizmo licks his lips for a moment. "Besides knowing her next target?" Gizmo asked with a raised brow and Naruto grunts while rubbing his face. "Yeah, like finding out where she goes after her heists?" Naruto offers and Gizmo snorts while turning back to his computer. "Not really, I've checked everywhere for leads on this chick, other than being sneaky as hell and having access to some nice tech there's really not that much to go on with her, identity-wise at least." Gizmo offers with a grumble and Naruto reaches up and rubs his chin for a moment, a frown on his face. "Then I'm going to go check on something else," Naruto offers before making his way out of Gizmo's workshop, one hand cupping his chin as he wonders what he should do next. "I could probably train a bit, but that wouldn't be really necessary. I'm already at my physical peak, though I could stand to learn a few more jutsu or chakra manipulation techniques." Naruto muses to himself while making his way towards his room with a frown. The truth was, Naruto didn't really know that many jutsu. Sure he was dangerous, and he'd beaten Uchiha Madara, but he wasn't that well versed in jutsu. He knew the Rasengan and its variations, though it was a given that he was a master of wind manipulation, Kage Bunshin, and some of its variations, Kage Henge, Kawamari, Senjutsu, Sannin Modu, Sage Technique, Sage Mode, Chidori and its variations, his 1000 Blades Jutsu, his Makyu Kaiten, Hirashin no Jutsu, the classic Leaf Shunshin, Kage Shuriken Jutsu, and Kuchios no Jutsu, which seemed to be useless in this world anyways. All in all, he knew about 24 jutsu and that was it. So if you thought about how many jutsu most other ninja knew, that wasn't too many. Hey Tempest! Jinx calls out while rushing to her friend/leader, and the boy blinks before looking at her with a raised brow. What do you need, Jinx? He asks the pinkette, and she grins at the blonde. I was wondering if you might like a light spar. She offers, and Naruto hums in thought before smirking at the girl. Sounds like fun? He admits, and Jinx grins before flipping backwards before leaning against the door to his hollow room. You coming? She quips with a smirk, and Naruto grins towards her while walking to the door as well. Someone's in a good mood today, he notes, and Jinx shrugs her shoulders with a strange look on her face. Oh well, what kind of spar? Naruto offers, then asks, and Jinx takes a thoughtful expression for a few moments, allowing Naruto to pull on his mask. How about we go with agility and speed over strength this time? And none of that chakra shit, temp, a fair race, and fight. Jinx offers, then states, and Naruto smirks while nodding his head and punching a code into the keypad below the door, setting the holographic environment they will be using. After you. Naruto offers with a wave, and Jinx smirks before walking into the holographic imaging chamber. Upon entering, Jinx blinks, then looks over to Naruto with a raised brow upon seeing what looks like a wall with a large door. This simulation is a series of rooms with different obstacles. The further in we go, the more difficult they become. All of them are based after real-life traps, surveillance, and so on for maximum training with the equipment encountered on a stealth mission. Naruto offers in explanation, and Jinx gives a low whistle in response. Nice, no wonder you're so good with traps and such, she says, and Naruto shrugs before cracking his neck and crouching down, Jinx's eyes lighting up as she does the same beside him. Ready? She says to the blonde, who chuckles as he answers. Set. He offers, and both look forward with a grin. Go. They both say at the same time before rushing forward, the doors opening up to show a long stretch of rooftops. Now this looks like it's going to be fun, Jinx comments with a smirk, and Naruto chuckles lightly in response while running beside of her. This is only the easy part, Naruto reminds before narrowing his eyes and rushing past Jinx, the pinkette smirking as she then runs forward as well. You're pretty fast, temp, but don't forget I hold the hive record for track and field. Jinx reminds with a smirk while lunging past Naruto and jumping over to the next building. Behind the pinkette, Naruto chuckles lightly to himself response. Oh, now I'm feeling motivated, Naruto says as he lunges forward, jumping to the next building while rushing after Jinx. Passing the girl with a chuckle, Naruto sees a target up ahead, shaped like a glowing red beam hitting a circle with an X in it. Giz, we seriously need to talk about the whole X-shaped shit you put everywhere for me, Naruto thinks to himself with a slight frown before blinking as Jinx flips over him with a laugh and bounces over to the next building. Too slow, temp, Jinx calls out to the boy, and Naruto narrows his blue eyes. Oh, no you don't, he grumbles before lunging forward, jumping over to the next building and then narrowly sliding ahead of Jinx and landing on the target. Hey, no fair, I call foul, Jinx says, and Naruto chuckles in response. No one likes a sour loser, Jinx, Naruto quips as the area around them suddenly shifts, becoming a large area with numerous steel beams here and there, most for jumping and climbing, surveillance cameras around the room. If we get seen by the cameras, the gauntlet instantly cuts off, Naruto offers, and Jinx grimaces slightly, before schooling her features and crouching. You ready? She asks, and Naruto nods his head with an amused look on his face as both then lunge forward, Naruto jumping onto a beam and flipping over to another to avoid the camera's view before running up the side to the upper level. Jinx however jumps up, then runs upward slightly with her momentum before jumping up and grabbing a beam as well, then flips up onto it and looks to see Naruto clapping. Impressive, he allows before turning on his heel and making for the target, Jinx blinking before lunging after him, jumping from beam to beam with Naruto just ahead of her. Don't think I'm going to make this easy on you, temp? Jinx suddenly calls out with a smirk, and Naruto chuckles. Wouldn't have it any other way, he calls back as he and the girl rush forward, Jinx suddenly flipping onto his back, then leaping off of him and into the goal, grinning as she lands, and Naruto slides to a stop on the target with a frown on under his mask. Hey, you said you didn't want me to make it easy, Jinx offers with a smirk as the area around them changes once more, Naruto rolling his eyes before cracking his neck and getting ready for the next leg of the race. This next one is going to be a lot harder than getting to high ground, Jinx, so be ready, Naruto states flatly, and Jinx nods her head while crouching down and licking her lips with a sly look on her face. However, her eyes suddenly widen as the room changes, and she looks down to see what could very well be a 50-foot drop. Oh shit, how does Gizmo do this shit? Jinx can't help but wonder, and Naruto chuckles to himself. Now we're getting into aerial maneuverability. The walls have laser beams, don't let them hit you or the gauntlet cuts out. Also, dodge falling debris, it has sensors on it so that if you're caught under it, the gauntlet cuts out, but use the debris to block the view cameras would have you or. Naruto explains and Jinx cuts in before he can finish, looking at him with a slight annoyed expression. The gauntlet cuts out. I get it already, temp. Let's just go. Jinx says before suddenly jumping down into the chasm, Naruto cursing before following after the pinkette with a frown under his mask. What has got her being so playful today? Naruto wonders to himself before then bringing his arms to his side and jetting down past a startled Jinx. Landing on a falling crate, he turns to give the girl a mock salute and she narrows her pink cat-like eyes. Grabbing a nearby crate, she rides down as well, jumping over and around the lasers while also ducking around the crate when she approached any cameras. Once she had ridden the box to a clear section, however, Jinx jumped off the box then past Naruto, the young thief frowning as she does so. Seriously, what has gotten into this girl today? I've never seen her so determined to beat someone in my life. Naruto thinks to himself before moving downward after Jinx, kicking off the bottom of the crate he'd been on for extra momentum. Soon catching up to the pinkette, Naruto and she both soon come to the final part of the fall. It was unfortunate, however, that only a singular hole was placed into a large net of lasers, leading down into the next target, which was only a few feet wide. As if Gizmo couldn't make this even more annoying. Jinx mumbles before hearing something and gapes upon seeing something coming down towards them, namely, what appear to be large falling shards of glass. You just had to jinx it? Naruto mutters before jetting past the girl towards the target. Growling, Jinx then moved down after him, grabbing him in a hug at the last second and causing both to land on the target, the room's holograms changing a second before the shards would have impaled them. Well, that was certainly close. Jinx mutters while Naruto twitches, then gets out of Jinx's grasp and looks around. So what's next? Jinx asks and Naruto narrows his eyes while the room changes once more. Based on how far I usually get, I'd say this is the last level of the gauntlet, which some call the Corridor of Pain. Naruto offers with a shrug and Jinx looks at her leader with a raised brow. Why is it called that? She asks, not sure she really wants to know, and Naruto chuckles before crossing his arms as the room suddenly shifts. This time the two see a long corridor, however, Jinx gapes when she sees the floor looks odd, the walls have laser wires crisscrossing through it, and security cameras lined here and there. Holy shit. Jinx offers and Naruto chuckles to himself. Yeah. Giz went a little overboard on this one. The floor has two different tiles, the gray ones are pressure sensors, and the white ones aren't. The laser tripwires are constantly moving, so you have to find a way to see them. And there are cameras at most of the corners. Also, there are some parts of the floor that will fall down into an underground holding pin. Basically, I find this level to be one of my favorites. Naruto says with a grin and Jinx looks at him like he's completely crazy. Favorite? But how the hell would you get through this shit? She demands and Naruto chuckles to himself. 1. I have a helmet with inferred vision. 2. I'm a former ninja. 3. I love a challenge. And 4. I can teleport. Naruto reminds the girl before flipping backwards into the array of wires and traps with a laugh. Why that lousy? Jinx grumbles to herself before then looks around herself and grins upon spotting a ventilation duct. Jumping up to it and using her hex powers to make the screws come loose, the girl then moved into the duct and began to crawl through it with a smirk on her face. Temp has to do everything the hard way because it's a challenge. Me, I like the shortcuts in life just fine. Jinx muses to herself while crawling through the vents, wondering if she's going the right way. Meanwhile, Naruto is flipping and rolling around the rising and lowering lasers down the hall. Weaving around the pressure-sensitive pads and under the cameras, the blonde-haired thief chuckles when he finally sees the final goal. Heh, and no sight of. Naruto starts to say only for Jinx to kick open the last vent and look out before giving an amused wave towards Naruto. Oh come on. Naruto grumbles before lunging past Jinx, the girl blinking then jumping after him. You know this isn't a competition, right? Jinx offers and Naruto chuckles. Yeah. But I don't like being second. Naruto offers while passing the girl and Jinx frowns before lunging at him, causing both of them to trip and roll into the goal. Naruto landing over Jinx as the gauntlet shut off. Well, guess you weren't second. Jinx offers with a smirk before blinking and looking at how they'd ended up. So you caught me, now what are you going to do with me? The pinkette asks with a cheeky grin and Naruto blinks for a few moments before looking at how they'd ended up. A second later Naruto got up and brought Jinx up as well before looking at her with his arms crossed. We never speak of this again. Naruto states and Jinx blinks before taking a thoughtful expression. Maybe, she says, and Naruto rolls his eyes while making his way to the exit, only to stop and turn towards the girl at the door. Also, blue today? Nice. Naruto offers while leaving the room with a laugh, and Jinx blinks, then her eyes widen before growling. Ugh. Why do I wear skirts around that boy? Jinx demands with a blush coloring her cheeks with a twitch of her eyes. Because you like him? A voice offers and Jinx blinks, before then looking around and spotting Dwella sitting down, her hands under her chin and still dressed like the Riddler's daughter. Dwella, shut up, what do you know about anything? Jinx mutters towards the violet-eyed redhead with a frown, and said girl snickers. My psychiatrists all say that I'm bipolar, delusional, and obviously insane, but I'm not blind. Dwella offers with a grin before getting back to her feet and walking off, whistling to herself as she does and twirling her cane. Watching the girl leave, Jinx shakes her head for a moment before following her out of the room. She's batshit crazy, I swear. Jinx says mostly to herself while the doors to the hollow room close behind her. Chapter 28, Enter, Pink XPT4. Jump City. Beast Boy is walking into the mall, shuffling nervously as he heads over to the place he and Kitten were meeting up. The green changeling was currently dressed in a pair of black jeans with a purple shirt and his normal shoes. Okay, calm down, she's just a girl, she liked talking to me, so she isn't going to freak about me being furry, she isn't going to call me a geek for wanting to see this movie since she does too. I can do this. I can do this. Boy, I sure hope I can do this. BB thinks to himself worriedly, his nerves really starting to get to him as he sees Kitten sitting down at the table they were at earlier. Hey Kitten. BB offers with a wave to the blonde, and she blinks, then gives a small wave to him with a smile. Hey Beastie. Almost didn't recognize you out of uniform, duh. Kitten muses with air quotes, and BB chuckles to himself nervously. Yeah. I've actually got tons of clothes, but I never really have a chance to wear any of them. BB admits while rubbing the back of his neck, and Kitten stands up and he sees what his date is dressed in. The girl is wearing a pink tank top, with a pair of simple black shorts with a gray belt looped around her waist and a pair of white/pink sneakers. You don't need to stare at me like that, Beastie, I'm not going to vanish into thin air on you. Kitten quips with a smirk and a wink, and BB blushes brightly in response, causing the girl to snicker. Yeah well. I just never figured you the type to wear black. BB admits, and Kitten looks down at her shorts before smirking. Well, black goes good with almost any color, Beastie, even pink, and pink is my favorite color. Kitten offers while walking to stand next to the green teen, then takes a thoughtful expression before snapping her fingers. Wait 1 second. She then says to the boy and sees him give her a confused stare. Smiling to him, the girl then brings her fingers into and then down along her blonde locks, instantly causing her hair to change, BB gaping as she then covers her eyes with one hand and then pulls them away. Revealed is that her hair is now wild, spiky, and a strange pink color. Her eyes are no longer soft, instead they seem more feral and dangerous. Her iris also looked odd, appearing slightly larger than normal and seemed to be pupilless, and has numerous small diamond shapes, all the same azure color of her normal eyes, while the white somehow remained. Once finished with that, the girl then ran a finger along her lips, turning them deep red, and then along her nails, turning them all jet black while allowing them to form into sharp claws. Can't have a titan being seen with the daughter of a known criminal? She states while finishing the changes, and BB frowns slightly. I wouldn't care. He states, and Kitten rolls her azure blue compound eyes and kisses his cheek in response. Nice sentiment, Beastie. But I really don't want your friends to find out, especially Robin or Starfire. Kitten states, and Beast Boy blinks and looks at her strangely for a few moments. Why? He asks, and Kitten grins nervously in response. Well, let's see now. I forced Robin into taking me on a date, check. I pissed off Starfire on said date, check. My dad is a known criminal and an enemy of the Batman himself, check. I'm not exactly known for being Miss Goody Two-Shoes, check. And last but certainly not least, Beastie, Robin and Starfire both hate me. Kitten offers with a sigh, and BB grins nervously before something registers in his mind. Dude, your dad actually took on Batman? BB asks, and Kitten rolls her eyes in response. Yeah. The glamour of that is way too old though, Beastie. He was nothing but a second-string villain compared to the Bat's usual rouges. He was kind of like Tallyman, Ratcatcher, Catman, or even Calendar Man. Kitten offers offhandedly, then moves her fingers through her formerly blonde, now dark pink locks. Dude, I have got to ask, why pink? BB asks, and Kitten rolls her eyes before smiling towards the boy in response. Like I said, Beastie, pink is my favorite color, and I have a friend at school with pink hair. Kitten offers casually while then walking off, placing a slight sway to her hips to get BB's attention. Whoa, BB says to himself before shaking his head and rushing after his date. Then what about your eyes? I mean, they look really cool and all but. BB then wonders while walking with the girl, and Kitten rolled her eyes in response. First of all, my eyes are compounded. I can see things faster than normal, in more directions, and I can even see in some other light spectrums. Kitten offers with a smirk and sees a shocked look cross over BB's face. Secondly, remember when I said I'd be made fun of for my real looks? She asks, and BB nods his head in response. Well, surprise beastie. You're looking at the real me. Well, if I was still blonde and hadn't messed with my lips at least. I get my eyes from my dad. Kitten offers with a shrug, and BB gapes towards the girl as she gives him a familiar fanged grin. Dude, I think you look awesome. BB offers with a grin, and the former blonde grins and places an arm over Beast Boy's shoulders. Thanks, beastie. That really means a lot. Kitten offers and kisses the boy's cheek once more, causing him to turn crimson yet again. So, can you use the powers of the things you turn into? BB then asks, and Kitten shakes her head back and forth. Nope, I can only use the general skills of changing my form. Basically, I can't do any superhuman feats. Sure, I can grow wings, I can make myself as strong or as fast as humanly possible, use cat-like or compounded eyes for different visions, but I can't make myself any more than human at my base. I can make my appearance be that of Wonder Woman, or even that of Starfire or Raven, but I wouldn't have their powers or abilities. Just their appearance, since I can't become an actual Tamaranian, Amazon, or whatever Raven is. Kitten explains to the green-furred changeling, whom has a look of realization come over his features. Oh, I get it, so you're strictly a metamorph. You morph, but you can't truly change what you are. Hence why you're never able to turn into a boy, an animal, or a non-living thing. BB muses mostly to himself, and Kitten smirks slightly in response while nodding her head. Yep. That's also why I can limit my powers to changing only small things. Rather than having to fully change all the time if I don't like the way I look or something. Kitten offers, and BB nods his head slowly. He sometimes wished he could do something like that. Combine the aspects of some his animal forms for a more powerful one, that is. Beastie. Hello? Are you still breathing? Kitten suddenly asks while waving a hand before BB's face, causing him to blink then grin nervously. Sorry. I kind of space out like that at times. Beast Boy offers the girl with obvious embarrassment, and Kitten merely rolls her eyes. Yeah, well, we might want to hurry to the theater now. Unless you want to miss the movie, that is. Kitten reminds, and BB grabs her wrist and pulls her with him. The girl rolling her eyes in response as she runs with BB towards the theater in town. Behind them, a familiar girl with pink hair and green eyes slowly stands up before groaning. She is wearing her normal shinobi gear at the moment, though wisely chose to leave her tanto and kunai behind so no one would notice them. Why am I even doing this again? She wonders before rubbing her head as her inner self makes herself known. Because that ass Kakashi told you to follow her and make sure she did her job, or something like that. Maybe he's just looking for a reason to get you out of his hair. The inner self offers with obvious boredom in her tone while also testing Sakura's mental defenses for any and all weaknesses. Oh, right, then why does my head hurt? Sakura then wonders as she nearly falls over before shaking her head and making her way after the two. As she does, inner Sakura continues her work. Many times before, when she threatened Sakura with taking control, she only did so as threats. Now, however, she was fully prepared to return to the outside of her mind if it meant finally being free of her stupid outer self's numerous rotten decisions. Hee, bitch, you better enjoy freedom while you still can. I'm coming home soon and nothing you can do is going to stop me. Inner suddenly thinks wickedly, a twisted grin formed over her lips as she then looks over the numerous locks she'd made. These locks were only to keep Sakura stupid, keeping any of her truly dangerous skills under heavy lock and key. She knew them, in other words, just couldn't remember them. Once Inner had Sakura buried in the deepest, darkest pits of her mind, she'd release those locks and kick the ever-loving shit out of anyone who got in her way. Groaning suddenly, Sakura places a hand to her head before slowly making her way after Beast Boy and Kitten. Moving her shaky legs and wishing that one of the others could have been made to do this, but no, Sasuke just had to say it'd be helpful and she just had to volunteer. Snake is sitting at a restaurant in town. The place is called Macmeaties or something and is extremely greasy and utterly filthy. Snake had merely ordered a hamburger and fries while Danny had gotten a meal with several things, including some fries, a drink, some chicken fingers, and of course, she had to have a burger as well, seeing as she was just starving to death. Sitting in front of Snake is Danny with her food and drink, eating like she truly might be starving, now in some new clothes that he had bought for her. First off, she now wore a new red hat, which was nearly identical to her old one, with a blue band in her hair to hold it back in a ponytail, a black t-shirt with a blue oval-shaped spiral placed on the center of her chest, a new blue hoodie that had a zipper for the front which was currently open, a pair of red shorts again, only new, a pair of white socks sticking out of her new blue sneakers with white spots at her ankles and a black ribbon tied around her throat. "Why do I tell you by NN white is tough?" the girl suddenly asks with her mouth full, and Snake smirks and chuckles lightly in response. "Try asking me when your mouth isn't full of food," Snake offers with an amused tone, and Danny blinks then blushes as she then swallows the food in her mouth with a contented sound. "I was asking why you bought me new clothes, and a meal?" Danny asked once more, and Snake rolled his eyes before leaning back in his chair. "I felt like it," he offers in response, and Danny looks at him funny. "So do you help every little street urchin you see just walking around town, or am I an exception?" the black-haired girl asks the man, and he rolls his eyes in response. "Nah. I think I have a soft spot for hard luck cases. My daughter Jill was an orphan who stole stuff and lived on the streets as well." Snake offers with air quotes at the daughter part and then leans back into his seat. "Really? Weird." Danny muses before shrugging her shoulders. "Oh well, like they always say, never look a gift horse in the mouth." Danny muses before starting to eat once more, Snake rolling his eyes as he watches her devour anything she can. "Don't you have any kind of manners?" the man asks her, and she blinks. "No. Besides, I'm an orphan, so it's allowed." Danny then states with an amused look and a smile in her eyes before starting back up. "Honestly, you're less girly than even Jill." Snake mumbles, and Danny twitches for a moment before getting back to her food. However, Snake noticed this and couldn't help raise a brow before narrowing his eyes. Danny had an odd little code tattoo on her neck, just below her jawline. Haven't seen one of those for a while, and what's the code itself? DC DFC S7-034? Curious. Snake inwardly reads to himself while staring at the code intently. "What, do I have something on my face?" Danny suddenly asks, and Snake blinks then smirks as she does indeed have food all over her face. "Yeah. A lot of food," he offers, and the girl grabs a reflective object, a napkin dispenser no less, and blushes brightly seeing her face. Chuckling nervously, the girl then reaches for some napkins and starts to wipe off her face. "So what's with that tattoo on your neck?" Snake then asks, and Danny stops and looks at him funny. "I don't have a tattoo on my neck, do I?" she says then asks, and Snake rolls his eyes before pointing to the code tattoo at the back of her jawline, just below where her ear was. Blinking, the blue-eyed girl uses the napkin dispenser and moves it to look at her neck. Straining slightly, she grimaces upon seeing the barcode on her neck. "Oh? I've never actually noticed that before," Danny admits, also inwardly cursing seeing as she'd never been around mirrors long enough to see it, and her dad was a teenager who wouldn't be able to notice it seeing as he didn't notice much of anything if it wasn't pointed out to him. That's odd. So I guess we'll say it was given to you without your consent, without your prior knowledge, and that it is probably a branding or a marker of some sort in that regard." Snake muses, and Danny nods her head slowly with a grimace. "It's probably my production number and identification code." She can't help but think to herself bitterly while Snake rubs his chin. "That I can understand. What I don't get is how it glows green like that. It's kind of spooky actually," Snake suddenly says then admits, and Danny blinks then raises a brow, wondering how no one else ever noticed a glowing green code just below her jaw and ear on the right side of her neck. Tartarus HQ. Naruto is lying back on his bed, a confused expression on his face. What was up with Jinx in there? He wonders to himself, and suddenly has the feeling that someone somewhere in the universe is calling him clueless. Ignoring that odd feeling, Naruto sighs then closes his eyes before noticing a weight beside him on the bed. "Kara-chan, we seriously need to talk about announcing yourself before just dropping in like that," Naruto says while moving his head to see Raven, and the girl rolls her eyes in response. "Not really my thing. Besides, I like to keep you on your toes," Raven offers her boyfriend with a smirk, and Naruto chuckles lightly in response. "I'm starting to rub off on you, Kara-chan," he notes, and Raven blinks then shudders mock seriously. "Maybe I really do visit you too often," Raven muses while Naruto gets up and wraps his arms around her, placing his chin on the top of her head with a smirk. "Or maybe I'm worrying too much about it," Raven then says softly while leaning back, and Naruto can't help but chuckle. "So what brought you here anyways?" he asks, and Raven rolls her eyes in response. "Beast Boy is on a date and the others decided to follow him," she offers, and Naruto is silent for a moment before getting up. "Where are you going?" Raven asks, and Naruto turns to give her a flat look. "I need to go check and see if hell froze over recently," he offers while getting up, grabbing his mask and making his way out of his room, Raven biting her lip and following after him so she won't laugh and make something of his explode. Following after her boyfriend, the violet-eyed girl found herself walking behind him as he pulls his mask on while heading for the garage. Naruto, I'm being serious. Raven offers as she follows after her boyfriend, and the boy nods his head slowly. Beast Boy. I'm going to go and check up on him. Naruto states flatly while opening the garage, and Raven blinks. Why? She asks the boy, and he stops before turning to look at her. He reminds me of myself at that age, and we both know how that eventually turned out. Naruto states darkly, and Raven frowns, easily able to see several parallels between him when he was younger and the Green Jester, and that did somewhat frighten Raven considering how Naruto left Konoha. Shaking her head, Raven also remembered such a betrayal had technically already befallen Beast Boy, though now that she thought about it, what Terra did was more like when Sasuke betrayed Konoha. Naruto, you do know that Beast Boy can handle himself. Raven reminds her boyfriend as Naruto gets onto his X-cycle and then sighs. I know. But I don't want him going through what I had too. Naruto states while looking to his girl, and Raven sighs, though can't help wonder why he was suddenly so generous. There's only enough room in this town for one of me after all. The thief then offers with a humorous tone, and Raven gives him a look before shaking her head and getting on behind him, a small smile hidden as she does. Wait, you're coming now? Naruto asks with a confused tone, and Raven nods her head matter-of-factly. Beast Boy is one of my friends. He's kind of like the annoying little brother I never wanted nor needed. So if anyone breaks his heart, I personally get to stuff them into a nightmare world from whence there is no return. Raven states flatly with her eyes flashing crimson, and Naruto chuckles to himself before firing the X-cycle up. Alright, then hold on tight, Kara-chan. This is going to be a bumpy ride. Naruto calls out with a laugh before his bike goes screaming into the night, heading for BB and Kitten at high speeds. Theater. BB and Kitten walk into the theater, the green teen explaining his most recent adventures with the team. Hidden from them is 3 pairs of eyes watching them intently. First is Robin, then Cyborg, and last is Starfire, all of whom are wearing their civvies at the moment. Robin's was a pair of sunglasses, a gray sleeveless shirt, a pair of black pants with his steel-capped boots, and a pair of black fingerless gloves, a few weapons stowed away into hidden places in the black leather jacket he was wearing. Man, who is that chick? Sai wonders while watching BB and Kitten get their tickets before going to their theater. Frowning as he thought she looked somewhat familiar, Robin reached up to rub his chin before looking to Starfire. Ever seen her before, Star? He asks, and Starfire instantly shakes her head. In all my time at the mall of shopping and visiting the many places around the city for girls, I have yet to make the acquaintance of this girl with pink hair, or that one. Starfire says, then adds while pointing to a pink-haired girl, namely one Haruno Sakura, who was stumbling to the theater with a hand on her head. 2. Ah man, and I thought pink hair was rare. Sai grumbled while thinking of Jinx, and Robin frowned to himself, knowing that a pink pigmentation of the hair was rare if not impossible for a normal human being. Something is wrong here, she's following them. Robin states, and Star and Sai both look to their leader with confused expressions. Please, why do you think the pink-haired girl with the obvious migraine is following friend Beast Boy and his date? Starfire asks the boy wonder, and Robin sighs before pinching the bridge of his nose, wondering for the millionth time why he was the only one on the team to notice these things. 1. She was following them because she only went in after she made sure they couldn't see her. 2. She's following them because of the fact she instantly got a ticket for the same movie as them. 3. She's following them because I can read lips, and she's muttering about having to follow the green bean baka under her breath. Robin explains, and Cyborg frowns while a computer translation appears in his eye for the word baka seconds later. Japanese for idiot, sounds about right. Cyborg muses aloud, then smirks, and Robin rolls his eyes before making his way over to the ticket teller. I'll get us all some tickets for the movie as well. If you guys want snacks or something, hurry up. We've finally got 2 suspects for who Pink X could be now, and I really don't want to loose them before I can confirm my suspicions. Robin states, and Cyborg frowns while scratching his head. How is that? Sai asks, and Robin sighs. 1. The first pink-haired girl, BB state, she likes horror. Pink X wears a horror-based costume. I should know, I designed RedX's costume based on fear more than anything. Thus it can stand to reason that she might have a flair for horror and merely wanted that costume because of that rather than using it to attract RedX out of hiding as I originally believed. 2. She has several very odd features that Pink X would want to hide beyond her hair, namely her eyes, teeth, and her claws. 3. BB state has almost the exact same body structure as Pink X, which I find highly unusual. Robin explains with a frown while cracking his neck. 4. That other pink-haired girl was following BB, meaning she might expect X to follow him or us and wants to find him, thus might be the one with the Harley Quinn complex rather than the first girl. 5. Her body structure, while built for power and less speed and agility, shows that she's had more training than a civilian should. Thus, the pink X suit could be nothing more than a way to give herself greater agility. And lastly, if it isn't that, the girl wants to follow BB for another reason, possibly even to kidnap him in order to get to us. Robin offers while ticking off fingers, then makes his way over to the ticket seller, leaving Sai and Star to look at one another for a few moments. How does he do that? Sai asks Starfire, the alien girl shrugging her shoulders in response as the titanium teen sighs. Come on Star, let's get some snacks, this is going to be one of those nights. Cyborg states with a sigh, and Starfire nods while wondering which of the many sugar candies she may wish to partake in. Elsewhere, Jinx sighs to herself while walking towards an old house in the bad part of town. It's not hers obviously, if she had a house, she'd make sure it was much nicer than this run-down old wreck. Walking to the door, she knocks on it for a few moments, then watches as it opens, only to blink upon seeing a girl with black hair and bright azure-colored eyes like Naruto's. Yo. The girl suddenly offers with a wave of one hand, said hand clutching a drink with a straw which she then partakes in. Do I know you? Jinx asks, and the girl blinks before shaking her head. Name's Danielle Phantom, but call me Danny, with an I. Danny offers, and Jinx scrunches her nose up for a few moments before making an O with her mouth. By any chance are you somehow related to that one Danny Phantom guy? She then asks, and Danny twitches visibly while growling, clenching her hand onto her drink and crushing the styrofoam cup as her eyes flare bright neon green. Okay. I'll take that as a yes. Jinx muses as Danny glares at her with angry eyes on full force for a few moments. Sighing soon after, the girl's eyes fade back to azure blue and she crosses her arms over her chest. What do you want anyways? Danny then asks rudely, and Jinx glares at her. I'm here to see the old man. She states, and Danny blinks then snickers. That's a new one, if you mean Officer Jack Snake Connors at least. Personally I just called him Pops. Danny offers, and Jinx nods her head with a smirk, before then moving past Danny and into the house. Hey! You can't just go walking into other people's houses like that. Danny says with a glare, and Jinx twists to look at her with a catty smile on her lips. I'm a criminal, I can do whatever the hell I want. She states, and then makes her way into the home, Danny blinking for a moment before following after her. Yo, old man, I need to talk to you. Jinx then calls out and hears an annoyed grunt as Snake makes his way from the kitchen, wearing a black shirt, old camo pattern cargo pants, and black combat boots. I thought I told you to stop calling me that. Snake grumbles out irritably, and Jinx shrugs her shoulders with a catty smile on her lips. Anyways, Danny, this is Jill Manx, aka Jinx, she's the girl I told you about? Snake offers while introducing Jinx, and Danny blinks before gaping at her. So wait, your name is Jill Manx? Danny suddenly asks, and Jinx nods her head. And you go by Jinx? She then asks, and Jinx gives her a look in response. All you did was take the first two letters of your first name and last two of your last name and stick them together. Danny then says incredulously, and Jinx blinks only once before shrugging her shoulders. You'd be surprised how often that works with secret identities. Most people are always so busy looking for a connection they'll never think of that. Jinx offers before turning around to see Snake sitting down in an old leather chair. Alright, what do you need to talk about? Snake then asks with an annoyed sigh, and Jinx blushes slightly before sitting down on his couch. Well, I'm kind of having relationship problems. She says, and Snake twitches slightly before leaning back and placing a hand over his face. And you're coming to me of all people for advice? He asks, and Jinx blinks before grimacing as she remembers how many of his relationships ended up as either one-night stands, or just friendships. Then there was that one time a chick tried to kill him or something. What about Aunt Meryl? You two were really good together. Jinx offers, and Snake twitches while remembering his red-haired ex. Rule number 2. He grumbled out, and both Jinx and Danny sighed before looking at him with the exact same expression on their faces. You retain the right to withhold personal information from anyone at any given time. They both chime in sync and then look at one another strangely while Snake nods his head with a frown. Good. And that is one of those things? He grumbles out, and Jinx huffs. But, seeing as you took the time to come down here, why don't you explain what's going on? Maybe Danny can help you more than I can. Snake offers, and Jinx looks to the younger girl as she then flips over the back of the couch and lands on it, sighing happily as she then rests her arms behind her head to watch them. I have my doubts on that. Jinx says flatly before breathing in, then out. Alright, he's how it goes. I like my friend RedX, but he likes this other girl. Elsewhere, Naruto and Raven both stand on a building adjacent from the theater, Naruto looking through the optic enhancers in his mask. They had been watching the building for the better part of the night, Raven leaning forward beside him, her chin resting in her hands as she dully watched on. So what do you think is going on in there? Raven suddenly asks while floating beside of Naruto with a bored expression, and the blonde takes a mock thoughtful expression. If it was you and me, alone in a dark theater, so many pleasing possibilities. Naruto muses humorously while Raven gives him a glare with a blush on her cheeks. You're so cute when you're flustered, Naruto says with a chuckle, and Raven pulls her hood up over her head while turning back to the theater, BB and Kitten both walking out at long last. What are the fucking odds she'd have pink hair? Naruto asks with a twitch, and Raven blinks before thinking about it. Given our luck thus far, pretty good, she admits, and Naruto raises a brow, cups his chin for a moment, then slowly nods his head before narrowing his eyes as Sakura walks out behind the couple. And look who else decided to show up to the party uninvited? He notes, and Raven leans forward, only to frown darkly as she sees her boyfriend's bitch of an ex. She notes with enough venom to poison a cobra, and Naruto nods his head while the Titans walk out after the three, all of them visibly shaking and pale. Looks like that new one is even more scary than the one I saw. Raven notes with a shiver, and Naruto shakes his head, honestly wondering why anyone would want to be scared out of his or her mind. Shaking that thought off, he then places a foot up on the side of the building, watching as Sakura follows after BB and Kitten. What's she up to? Naruto wonders before crossing his arms and then leans forward. I should probably check this out, Naruto notes while crossing his arms, and Raven looks at him strangely. You want to willingly walk out there with the bulk of my friends just waiting to kick your ass? She asks seriously with a brow raised in his direction, and Naruto frowns towards her in response. I've got a pink-haired banshee down there I need to expose. Even if she isn't really this pink ex-chick, I've got a good idea who I is now, and I want to make sure at least one of the Konoha flunkies ends up in jail, though I doubt they'll be able to hold her for very long since chakra technically isn't genetic like metahuman powers. Naruto explains, and then admits with a shrug, and Raven sighs before nodding her head. I'll go get myself lost while you do that. Just try not to be too hard on my friends, Raven says, then pleads, and Naruto chuckles lightly in response. No promises, Kara-chan. Below. Man, when the monster ripped the heart out of that one girl then ate, it was just so wicked, BB suddenly says, and Kitten grins toothily, and given her row of sharp fangs this isn't too surprising to the green jester. Heh. Yeah, that was cool, but I personally liked it when Wicked Scary made all the shadows around them come alive. It kind of reminded me of that Raven chick, Kitten replies with a wide grin, and BB nods his head. Yeah, Raven actually did that once after she saw the first movie, BB says, and Kitten gapes at him before grinning widely. Think you can convince her to make a haunted house for Halloween? Kitten questions, and BB suddenly pouts. I asked her the same thing, and in her own words, and I quote, I'm afraid not. BB replies, and Kitten pouts as well, then smiles and places an arm over BB's shoulders. You know, normally my boyfriends hate these kinds of movies, Kitten muses, and BB looks at her with a raised brow. Really? Why? He asks, and Kitten snorts. Most of them were primarily some kind of metahuman. A few found it offensive, and others just didn't like all the blood and gore. Kitten replies with a frown, and BB shakes his head. Yeah, well, I bet they were just too chicken to watch it, BB replies, and Kitten laughs with a true smile on her face. Meanwhile, behind the two is Sakura, her skin noticeably pale, while inner Sakura can't help laugh. Oh, that movie was just killer. When I get control of this body, I am so going to see that again. You just don't find killer thrills like that in Konoha, man, this world seriously has it all. Inner says happily while Sakura shivers and jumps at any of the shadows around her with wide eyes. They don't have that kind of mediocre macabre fests back home because we have good movies. Sakura replies to her inner self only to cover her ears at her own thoughts. You were saying that was bad? Girl, that was the shit. I love random violence and macabre fests. Actually, now that I think about it, it reminds me of what I want to do to you. You're so asking for it, Pinky, I swear, what Naruto-kun ever saw in a cheating, two-faced, pansy-ass bitch like you I'll never know. Inner suddenly rants, and Sakura reaches up to rub her temples. Shut up, Iane, I'm so sick of hearing how you'll banish me to the deepest, darkest recesses of my mind someday. We both know you can't because my will is still dominant. Sakura reminds flatly and hears Inner start to rant, thus making her grunt and never notice the three people listening to her behind her, and the one person sitting in a crouch above her with narrowed eyes. Iane? Oh yeah, I called her Inner Sakura that all the time so they would have two names. So she's actually trying to bust her way out and take control. Figures those two wouldn't see eye to eye and be fighting. I swear they're more like sisters than personalities inhabiting the same body. Wait, wasn't she starting to vanish last time I saw, heard her? Heh, looks like Sakura did something stupid and she decided to fight for her right to stay. Naruto muses to himself with an amused look under his mask. Contrary to popular belief, Naruto was well aware of Inner Sakura and had been since he was little actually. having seen her arguing with her reflection in a stream of all things, when a second angry-sounding and more aggressive voice answered back from her own lips. However, he kept the fact that he knew under wraps as Sakura seemed ashamed of it, and this had been back when he had a crush on her. She eventually revealed inner Sakura to him when they had been going out for a month, and Naruto had affectionately dubbed her Ayane as it was similar to Ichiraku Ayume's name, his second favorite girl in all of Konoha at the time. Inner seemed to like him, saying no one had ever been nice enough to give her a name, not even Sakura herself. Inner's anger, her rage, and much of her other flaws were piled-up emotions that Sakura had trouble expressing, but they had also somehow compounded to form her, a second personality within Sakura. Though it seemed that Inner started to mellow out after their meeting, and even wanted to speak to Naruto in person. Sakura didn't want to allow it, but Naruto, by some small act of kami, coaxed her into allowing it and found Inner didn't mind a lot of the things Sakura hated, one of which was allowing him to just hold her for a while. If he remembered correctly, Inner admitted to having fallen for him before she started to vanish. Shaking his head out of his reverie, Naruto narrows his eyes while watching the Titans follow Sakura, not BB and his date, but most definitely Sakura. Well, what do you know, looks like I won't even have to get involved after all. Won't Kara-chan be pleased that I didn't have to hurt her friends? Naruto thinks to himself while following them, blending in with the shadows with his Shadow Claw taijutsu. Following them, Naruto also felt Raven was nearby and grinned, wondering how things were going to go till he saw Sakura rush towards BB and his date. Oh, looks like trouble. Naruto muses to himself while jumping to a rooftop and leaning forward in a crouched position to watch the show. Below the young Nin, Sakura has finally had it, her every nerve is frazzled, she's beyond tired, has a headache that you wouldn't believe, and to top it all off, Ayane had started acting up all of a sudden. Thus, the Pinkette could no longer take stealth, normally sure, but no, now she was pissed and tired, she couldn't take hearing Ayane's mouth any longer and just wanted to head back home so she could finally try to get a good night's sleep. Stomping to the girl with the green jester, Sakura quickly grabs her shoulder then spins her around to face her. Sakura? What are you doing out here? Kitten asks upon seeing her and Sakura scowls deeply. I'm following you, we need to have a talk, Kitten. She grumbles out irritably and Kitten raises a brow while BB frowns, something doesn't smell right with this chick, plus she looks terrible. Why would you admit to following us? BB finally asks and Kitten bites her lip to keep from laughing while Sakura balks at the boy before her eyes snap wide open upon getting a good look at the youngest Titan. Holy shit. He almost looks like a short green version of Naruto when he was still 16. Ayane notes with a gaping jaw and Sakura shakes her head then glares at the green jester. Stay out of this, you damn baka! Sakura shouts angrily before slamming a fist into BB's face and sending him flying back. Alright, that's all I need to know, she's an enemy. Nobody beats on BB like that while I'm around. Cyborg suddenly says while deactivating his hologram, a snarl on his face as he rushes towards the pink harpy. Turning to see him, Sakura growls, only for Kitten to quickly duck down and kick her feet out from under her. Kitten then twists into a flip and lands in a crouch before rushing over to check on Beast Boy. As she does, Cyborg throws a punch at Sakura, the Pinkette quickly rolling out of the way and mentally kicking herself for losing her temper. Ugh, what am I Naruto now? She wonders with disgust and hears a growl at the back of her mind. Naruto-kun doesn't lose his temper on innocent people asking a valid question, unlike you bitch. Ayane reminds angrily and Sakura rubs her temples with a groan, her headache suddenly feeling 10 times worse. Shaking her head, Sakura curses as Starfire comes at her with a kick, holding her arms up to block. Sakura is wide-eyed and fully awake when she is sent flying from the force of the alien supercharged kick. Holy shit. How strong is that girl? Sakura wonders while Robin then comes at her, the Pinkette gawking as he pulls out his bow staff and swings it at her. Growling, Sakura catches the weapon and glares at the black-haired martial artists vehemently. Oh, this is going to hurt. Robin notes and Sakura grins cruelly as she then twists on her heel and throws the boy wonder at Starfire, knocking both of them out of the air. Cursing, the girl then ducks under a blast from Cyborg's sonic cannon. What did I do to deserve this? Sakura suddenly wonders while wondering how she's supposed to take down a man made mostly out of metal. Do you want the whole list of reasons or would you prefer a summary? Ayane suddenly quips, a pair of wire-frame glasses on her nose and a long scroll in her hand. Twitching violently at the mental image, Sakura roars as she lunges at Cyborg, rearing a fist back before plowing it into Cyborg's stomach, somehow managing to push him back and then grits her teeth and rubs her sore knuckles. Cyborg however grunts as he notes a rather hand-shaped dent in his stomach and makes a note to watch out for this chick. Back with Kitten, the girl rushes to BB's side and helps him sit up, a bruise already forming on his face as well as the fact his eye is closed and seeming to blacken. Ow, what train just hit me? BB wonders while Kitten looks at him worriedly, and then turns around in order to glare towards Sakura. One named Haruno Sakura, who's about to learn not to mess with me or my new boyfriend. Kitten growls out angrily, then stops as a shadow appears over them. Looking up, she is shocked to see RedX standing above them with his arms crossed. Meanwhile, Sakura flips back and into a low crouch, growling as Cyborg gets back up and Starfire and Robin soon follow. Need some help? A monotone voice quips as Raven appears from the shadows, eyes glowing white beneath her hood. Seeing this, Sakura hears a growl in her head, for once not directed at her. Great, now I have to cheer for the bitch who took my Naruto-kun, this is so bittersweet. Iane grumbles out and Sakura screams in frustration, the combination of sleep deprivation, migraine and Iane's own bitching starting to make her lose it big time. Honestly, Kami-sama, what the hell have I done to deserve this? I'm tired, I've got a headache like someone hit me with a sledgehammer, and I've been arguing with a stupid alternate personality all day that wants to take over my body. I just wanted to talk to Kitten, then that green moron bugs me, I lose my temper and now all of you lousy circus freaks are trying to hurt me. Sakura suddenly erupts, nearly pulling her hair out as she does so, and Robin, Raven, Cyborg, and Starfire all growl angrily at the freak's comment she made about them. Cyborg, Star, and Raven more because of the fact they were not freaks, and Robin because he has old friends who were circus freaks. Titans, take her down, hard. Robin orders while throwing a birdarang at Sakura, the girl roaring as she's finally lost her very last frazzled nerve and lunges forward, under the birdarang and flips into an explosive dropkick, raising the ground around her up and causing Cyborg and Robin to fall down. Raven and Starfire fly over this, however, Raven using the rubble to her advantage and slamming a piece of asphalt into the pinkette, sending her skidding back. Starfire then flies above the girl, tossing several star bolts at her, only to be shocked when she vanishes in a plume of smoke, a piece of asphalt in her place. Where did she? Starfire started to question only to gasp as Sakura grabbed her from behind, then roared as she slammed a fist into Starfire's back, sending the girl slamming into the ground. Ha! Sakura says as she falls to the ground, then evade a piece of asphalt from Raven and glares at her. You're the idiotic goth bitch dating that moron Naruto baka. Sakura says while then slamming a fist into another piece of asphalt that was heading towards her, utterly and completely pulverizing it, while also choosing to ignore the deep scowl now on Raven's face. 1. I'm not a goth. 2. Naruto is anything but moronic. 3. Why do you even ask? Raven asks darkly and Sakura twitches while glaring at her. Because he is a moron, always has been, always will be, I can't even begin to imagine what you're doing with him. Hell, I actually thought he had better taste in women than you, but then again, this is Naruto. Sakura muses and Raven snarls, eyes flaring red as tendrils of black energy suddenly form from her cloak. Shit, is she related to that wicked scary monster? And if so, you are SOO dead. Wait, that means I'm dead too. Shit. Iane comments then screams as a tendril of black energy snaps forward, slamming into the ground and ripping it open where Sakura had been a second ago. First of all, Haruno bitch. My name is Raven. Not goth. Second of all, Naruto is still my boyfriend and if you bad mouth him you have to deal with me. Raven growls out in a demonic hiss with a snarl on her face as she snaps her head around to Sakura, the pinkette paling while backing away from her. Third, at least I'll never cheat on him like a certain pink-haired harpy we both know. Raven growls out angrily, both Robin and Cyborg gaping at that little tidbit of information. What the hell are you? Sakura stutters out, feeling enough killing intent coming from the girl to easily match a demonically supercharged Naruto at the moment. At the question, Raven grins evilly, rows of razor-sharp fangs revealed in her mouth and making Sakura pale even more dramatically while Iane feared for her life. I'm your worst nightmare. Raven replies while lunging at Sakura, tendrils of ebony energy lashing out at her like whips. Should we help her? Cyborg asks while helping Robin up and the boy wonder looks to Cyborg with an uneasy expression. Which one? He asks as Raven roars, opening her cloak and lashing out with a pair of now razor-sharp claws. What's the matter? Afraid of the dark? Raven demands with a nearly psychotic gleam in her eyes and Cyborg cleared his throat. Raven I guess. Cyborg says and Robin looks over to the battle, which now seems to consist of Sakura running away like her life depended on it, and given the fact that Raven now had 4 crimson red eyes glowing, that was pretty much assured. Hold still and die. Raven screams and Robin reaches up to rub his head for a moment. No. I don't think it's wise to get between Raven and the person she wants to destroy utterly at the moment. Robin replies with a nod of his head and Cyborg nods in agreement with his leader, then winces as he sees Raven start to throw sharp rocks at the pinkette. Let's go help Star before we consider saving Pinky. Robin then says, and Cyborg nods his head. I concur. He offers while fighting to hold back a grin as he and Robin evade the wrath-empowered Raven to get to Starfire's prone form. You okay, Star? Cy asks worriedly, then gapes at seeing a bruise actually forming on the alien princess's back. That girl, she is stronger than she looks. Starfire groans out with a headache of her own and Robin helps her back to her feet. Thank you, Fried. Star starts to say, only to stop and stare at Robin for a moment. You have the most beautiful eyes. She then says with a blush, and Robin said electric blue eyes widen as he reaches up and finds his sunglasses have more than likely been smashed. Well, I guess the cat's out of the bag. Robin mutters while reaching into a pocket, pulling out a domino mask before placing it over his eyes. Alright, now I feel better. Robin then says, and Starfire pouts, Cyborg gaping then grinning. BB is going to be so jealous that we saw your eyes. We actually saw what was under that mask. And after all the hell we went through that one time with trying to get you to take it off. Cyborg says before pumping a fist, and Robin looks at him with an annoyed frown. Cyborg, shut up. Robin then says as he, Starfire, and Cyborg watch Raven as she tries to grab the pink-haired ninja with her powers, Sakura jumping and flipping out of her way. She's trained in martial arts and the same general arsenal of techniques as RedX. Robin notes with a frown before seeing a green goat ram into Sakura and slamming her into a building before BB then flips back as a monkey and lands on top of Raven's head. If you value your skin, runt, you will get off me now. Raven shouts, and BB quickly rushes over to the other titans, eyes wide as Raven then looks at Sakura with a cruel expression, only to stop and look up at a familiar chuckle. What they see is RedX, crouched down on top of the building above Sakura, his arms resting on his legs and his head tilted to one side. Wow, looky here. Everyone's beating on the pink-haired bitch I love to hate so much. Naruto notes, a grin hidden behind his mask, then winks towards Raven, who can tell he is somehow, and starts to calm down. Yep. Isn't that just one of the most wonderful sights you've ever seen in your life? Kind of gives you that warm fuzzy feeling inside, huh? An unfamiliar synthesized and yet clearly amused female voice then quips, and the titans turn and see Pink X sitting beside of Red X, one leg over the other and her cape flowing behind her while one hand is resting against her chin. Pink and Red X in the same spot, this can't be a coincidence. Robin grunts out and Naruto chuckles while waving to Robin. Yo kid, Batman says hi. Naruto offers and all is silent until Robin slaps his face. You actually went to Gotham, dear lord, doesn't Gotham have enough psychotic maniacs to deal with without having you there? Robin demands, and Naruto takes offense to that. True it does, but he's not psychotic himself. A klepto maybe, but not psychotic. Kid, seriously, you are way out of line with that one. I'm nothing like those psychos in Gotham. Believe me, I know, I met a couple and one put a sledgehammer to my fucking skull. Naruto says while crossing his arms with a frown, and Robin concedes that he's not psychotic, he's just selfish, maybe a klepto. As utterly interesting as this conversation is, maybe we could deal with Pinky down there before we forget she exists? Pink X offers her male double and Naruto reaches up to stroke his chin with a hum. Sounds good, doll. Naruto admits while flipping down to land, and Pink X slides down to land in a crouch beside him. So Sakura, how does it feel to finally be on the receiving end of the powered punches and ticked off girls? Naruto asks with an amused grin while Pink X walks forward and grabs the front of Sakura's shirt, glaring into her eyes angrily once she has hold of her. Fuck off. Sakura grumbles towards Naruto angrily and then winces as Iane starts shouting at her for it. Before she can attempt to deal with that, however, Pink X brings her practically nose to nose with herself, her masked eyes seeming narrowed onto the pink-haired Nin. Alright, listen up, Sakura. Pink X growls out in a low whisper to Sakura. I'm done working with you ninja assholes. In fact, I'm done just being around you. It was fun while it lasted, but I think I'll keep the money you gave me and do something constructive with it. So thanks for the loot, and I hope you get what you deserve. Pink X tells the other girl angrily before kicking Sakura, sending her flying away until she lands in the center of the titans. Nice one. Naruto offers while crossing his arms, then tilts his head to evade an oncoming birdarang from Robin. Seriously kid, she's all yours. Me and Pinky here have to have a little, no, a very long chat, about stealing my look? Naruto growls out before glaring over to Pink X, who shrugs her shoulders with a nervous chuckle, just before both vanish in a shimmer of light when Naruto places a hand onto her shoulder. Well, they got away. Raven notes, and Robin nods his head with a frown before walking over to Sakura. But she hasn't. He states, then flips back when a shuriken nearly pierces his skull, Kakashi appearing suddenly, quickly grabbing Sakura, then vanishing just as suddenly as he had come. Dude, where are all the ninja coming from? BB demands at this, and Robin grits his teeth in fury. I don't know, but they're more of a threat than either of the X's, that's for sure. Robin grumbles out before cupping his chin. Raven, Naruto is a former ninja himself, I need to talk to him about these guys. They need to be stopped and fast, they're after something, and they're not letting anyone, or anything get in their way. Robin says and Raven nods her head, wondering how Naruto will take having to talk to Boy Wonder tomorrow. Say BB, how'd you get all better so quick? After a punch from that chick left Starfire nearly bruised, I'd say you'd look awful. Cyborg asks and BB frowns while scratching his head. You know, that's the weirdest thing, RedX used some glowing hands trick like Raven and made me all better. BB offers and Robin blinks in surprise, then wonders what other tricks X has in his seemingly bottomless bag of them. Okay, then what happened to your date? Sai then asks and BB grins while nearby Raven smirks to herself. I convinced her to hightail it out of here before she got hurt in the crossfire. BB offers with a grin and Cyborg nods his head. Starfire lunges at the green teen for details. As that happens, Raven shakes her head, knowing why Kitten had actually left since Naruto sent her the details. A shapeshifter hero and a metamorph thief, what are the odds? Raven wonders to herself as she makes her way towards the tower, glad she hadn't let her demonic power out too far and she wouldn't have to get her hair again. Elsewhere, Naruto and Pink X both appear on top of a building on the outskirts of Jump City. Thanks for the lift, but did you have to be so convincing with the threat? Pink X questions of Naruto with a shiver and the blonde thief shrug his shoulders in response. The kid knows how I think, if I didn't make it sound real, he'd know I was lying. Naruto offers and Pink X nods while pulling her mask off, revealing Kitten and making the thief chuckle. What are the odds? He muses and Kitten looks at him strangely. Excuse me? She asks and Naruto chuckles once more. Nothing, just thought of something funny. Naruto offers and Kitten hums to herself while heading over to her closet. So seriously, why Pink X? Naruto asks and the girl stops and looks at him with a smirk. I wanted to get my dad's attention at first. I made a whole bunch of costumes just so I could do it too, you know, pull a Joker's daughter as it were. She admits and Naruto shakes his head from side to side, guessing what she meant seeing as he knew Dwella. I had this whole big idea where I'd do a bunch of crimes while disguised as the daughter of various enemies to the Titans until he finally came out of the basement. But, as you can probably guess, I had too much fun as Pink X and just kind of stuck with it. Kitten admits while looking at the mask, then places it on her dresser and turns to look at X with her arms crossed. So now I guess you want me to stop, huh? Kitten asks with a frown and Naruto hums for a moment, scratching his chin before chuckling to himself. Nah. He then says, surprising the girl greatly. I'd be a hypocrite if I did that. Just try and steer clear of Sasuke and the Konoha flunkies and I'll have no problem with a Pink X being in town. It could use a few more not psychotic criminals anyways. Naruto admits and Kitten smiles while nodding her head. Thanks X. She offers and then sees Naruto cross his arms. Oh, before I forget, break BB's heart with this and I'll break your legs. Naruto warns and Kitten literally pales before clearing her throat and blushing. Why do you even care? She asks and Naruto sighs. Let's just say Beast Boy reminds me of me at that age, and I had my own heart broken once, and I don't want to see Beast Boy hurt like I was. After all, there's only room for one Red X in this town. Naruto finishes, and then says humorously and Kitten slowly nods her head. Yeah. And you don't have to worry, I think I might really like him. Kitten says with a slight blush and Naruto chuckles lightly. That's so cute. Naruto mocks with both hands folded together, Kitten glaring at him. Alright. Enough with the angry eyes already. I better be heading out anyways. Naruto says while getting up and Kitten crosses her arms over her chest, looking at the thief strangely. You're not like other villains. She states and Naruto turns his head and grins. Who said I was a villain? After all, good and evil, to me they're just words. All I'm doing is following my own path. I'll let everyone else decide what little label to slap on me. Personally, I'm just a thief. Naruto offers before vanishing, leaving Kitten to ponder the strangely sage words he'd left behind him. Snakes. Danny lay laughing on Sonk's couch, Jinx glaring at the girl with a blush while Snake shook his head. That ninja is seriously in trouble. I'm not even stupid enough to have girls like Jill come after me, but add on to that Raven and you have a double team of superpower death. The man thinks to himself as Danny finally manages to gain control over her laughter. That sounds so much like Danny and Sam. It's not even funny. Danny then says and Jinx decides she doesn't want to know whom these people are while continuing to glare at her for laughing so long. Yeah, whatever. Got any ideas on helping her with her problem then Danny? Snake asks and Danny blinks then frowns in thought, before promptly shrugging her shoulders. I'm 13, what do you honestly expect me to know about this stuff? She asks and Jinx nearly falls over while Sonk rubs his eyes. Right, never mind. He grunts out then looks over to Jinx. Jill, think you and your friends in Tartarus can handle Danny here? I'm done taking care of street kids. Snake asks and Jinx snaps her head to her father figure before narrowing her eyes. She states with a frown and Snake gives her a pleading look. Seriously Jill, I'm getting too old to be taking in another super-powered street kid. Snake states and Jinx frowns, crossing her arms before looking over at Danny, the girl yawning before then rubbing her eyes sleepily. And exactly what do I get out of this? Jinx demands of the man and Snake quickly tries to think up an excuse before smirking. How about I get in contact with my old military buddies and get your team some high-tech gear? Snake offers with a smirk and Jinx bites her lower lip, knowing how much Gizmo would annoy her if she didn't and he found out about it, and also how the tech would probably be used by Gizmo to help Naruto. Fine. I'll take the brat in. Jinx finally concedes and Snake smirks, Danny looking over to him with a strange expression. So let me get this straight. You who happen to be a cop who defends the law, is not only allowing a young and impressionable-minded girl with supernatural powers to be taken in by a bunch of known criminals and thieves, but also giving them government tech just to take care of said impressionable girl? Danny asks and Snake nods his head, as if it was the simplest thing in the world to understand. While I actually like stealing things for a living. Do the words, does not compute, mean anything to you? Danny then asks and Jinx looks at her strangely, having figured someone related to Danny Phantom would be a hero like him. They do. And I'm doing it because I'm sick of taking care of kids. Snake grumbles and Jinx and Danny look to one another. Personally I thought you'd hate this because you'd be a hero like Danny Phantom if you're related. Jinx admits and Danny snarls once more, eyes glowing bright neon green once more. I swear, if one more person says something like that I'm going to beat them into a bloody pulp. Just because I'm his clone does not make me him, damn it. I have thoughts and feelings of my own. And just because he's a big hero now doesn't mean that I am. I've lived on the streets for a long time, and stealing is the only thing I know how to do and I'm good at it. Danny shouts while floating into the air and Jinx blinks, then looks to an equally surprised Snake. Clone huh, that explains quite a lot. I've had bad experiences with clones before. Snake admits and Jinx and Danny both look at him strangely. How so? They ask once more in sync and Snake merely grunts. Rule 2. He grumbles out once more and both girls frown towards him. Kakashi appears back in the Konoha Nin hideout grunting while holding the utterly battered Sakura. Upon seeing the girl's condition, the other Nin look to him and Kakashi sighs. Well, Sakura got mad. Kakashi offers as he walks over to a mat and lays her down, the others merely shrugging it off and Sasuke smirks. Weakling. He states before leaning back and Kakashi twitches, just wishing he could hurt that bastard sometimes but fighting down the urge. Also, seems Pink X is pissed off at us because Sakura attacked her boyfriend. We need a new plan. Kakashi grumbles and Ino slams her head into a table, muttering something under her breath as she does. Perhaps I can be of some assistance. A cool monotone voice offers and the Nin snaps their heads towards its source, a figure standing in a few nearby shadows. Who are you? Niji asks slowly while getting up, the figure walking forward to reveal a young woman. The woman was as tall as Ino, with a cloth mask that covered the top of her head and face, leaving only her right slate-gray eye, and her pale-skinned mouth and jaw visible. The mask was orange on the right side with a black mark around the eye ending in an upward point, and with black on the left side without an eye entirely, two long ties flowing behind it with her long stark white hair. The girl wears a rather odd outfit in the Nin's opinion, starting out with a pale blue skin-tight material over her upper torso and even her fingers and hands, thick gray patches over her biceps, a collar of armor around her neck, and black armored gauntlets over her forearms, a black tank top over the skin-tight material with gray straps over her shoulders, a pair of gray-handled katana sheathed on her back. Next was a pair of tight black pants, with armor over each thigh, a gray utility belt looped around her waist, gray knee pads, and a pair of calf-length black combat boots with gray soles and gray clips to hold them on tightly. My name is Ravager. The girl offers in that same cold monotone while giving a rather curt bow to the Nin, her single slate gray eye never leaving them as she does. What do you want? Kakashi questions warily, something about the girl giving him the creeps. Oh, nothing. But I've been watching you all for quite some time now, and the Titans did kill my father. Ravager muses, instantly gaining Sasuke's attention. Humph, an Avenger without something to avenge is nothing but a mad dog without a purpose. Let's give him someone to avenge, let's give him back his purpose. Ravager thinks to herself while resisting the urge to smirk. So it's revenge you're after? Sasuke asks, knowing that feeling rather well, and Ravager straightens up while crossing her arms. Call it what you will. Ravager offers coolly, then looks to Kakashi. You need a way to capture Uzumaki Namikaze's Naruto, aka RedX, aka Tempest? Am I correct? Ravager questions with a strange look, and Kakashi had to resist the urge to shiver. Something really wasn't right about this girl, and how in hell did she know all of his aliases and even his full name? Yes, he finally admits while Ino, Sasuke, Niji, and Hinata stand beside him. Then you should know that I have both the power and resources you will need for this rather troubling purpose. And I also have a plan, I might add. Ravager offers, and Kakashi looks at her strangely once more. Really? And what is this plan? Kakashi questions, and Ravager smiles darkly. Nah. First things first, she says with a wag of one finger, then walks forward, her arms folded behind her back as dozens of Slade's old commando drones walk or crawl out of the shadows all around the warehouse in order to completely surround them, Kakashi and the other Nin looking around in shock. Do we have a deal? Ravager then questions with an eerie smile on her face. Chapter 29, Know Thy Enemy. Jump City. Jinx slowly looked out the door of Snake's home with a frown, having spent the night with her father figure, a bag over one shoulder with some of the stuff he got for Danny. Behind her is the said black-haired girl, her hands stuffed into the pockets of her hooded sweatshirt. What are you watching for? Danny asks with a frown, and Jinx gives her an annoyed look. Unlike you, I can't become invisible. People will notice a criminal just walking down the street. Jinx grumbles before reaching to her left wrist, revealing something in a similar design to a watch, which she presses down on its screen. Seconds later, Danny watches, as Jinx's form seems to shimmer before altering into a disguise. The older teen now has black hair rather than pink and hanging down to her shoulders, the slits in her eyes are gone and now replaced by normal pupils, her skin is now a very deep tan complexion, but the triangular tattoos on her cheeks still remain with added black tattoos beside of her eyes and deep blackberry-colored lips. The girl also wears a new outfit, which starts off with her choker/collar, a black tube top with a blue bikini-like topover that wrapped around her back, a silver chain holding it up around her neck leaving her shoulders completely bare. Her right hand and forearm was covered by blue/black bandages, her old blue and black stockings were still present only with a pair of black sneakers with blue toes and spots on the sides, then was a black skirt as usual only slightly longer than normal and with tattered edges, and with a silver belt around her waist with chains arching over each hip from it. What's with the costume change? Danny suddenly asked, and Jinx, more like Jill Manx, Danny inwardly corrects, gives her a look. Giz developed a holographic device so we could walk out in public? Jinx explains, then rubs her chin for a moment. However, this outfit is actually what I want my newer costume to look like. My mother was from East India and I was kind of trying to look the part. Jinx admits with a slight blush before turning and making her way in the direction of the Tartarus HQ. Following after her, Danny looks her over critically and hums for a moment before smirking. It also shows off your figure? She notes, and Jinx gives her an annoyed look as Danny places her hands back into her pockets. Just saying. She offers as Jinx huffs, wondering what she did to deserve this, then sighing as she remembered stealing from a priest once when she was hungry. Ignoring Danny's comment, the disguised Pinkette mumbles something under her breath as they head further through Jump City. Looking back at the girl, Jinx scrunches her nose up for a moment before smirking. Jealous? She asks, and Danny blinks before giving a look to the girl. Considering I'm a clone of a teenaged boy, I find looking even as feminine as I do a godsend. Danny replies, having once feared she'd look more masculine, though was pleasantly, and happily, surprised she actually didn't. Well, I guess I can understand that. Jinx admits with a frown as they come to a stop at a crosswalk. Say, your mom's East Indian, so what about your dad? Danny asks, and Jinx rolls her eyes. Don't know, all I know is his name was Manx and that he's where I get the slant to my eyes. Jinx offers, and Danny scrunches up her nose before sighing. Okay. So why did you become a thief? Danny then asks, and Jinx looks at her for a moment before sighing. I'm bad luck, there's not much else I could do when you think about it. She reminds, and Danny scoffs while crossing her arms. That's an excuse, she insists, and Jinx shakes her head. Also, I lived on the streets all my life, I'm more streetwise than a fourth of my team, and I've always had a guy like Snake as my role model. Jinx then reminds, and Danny frowns before shrugging, seeing how being a thief wouldn't really be too hard for her in that way. You? Jinx then asks, and Danny bites her lip for a moment. I want to be myself. She admits and sees Jinx raise a brow. I'm a clone, whenever people compare me to my dad I feel like nothing but his shadow. I look like him, and I'm part of him, but I'm different. But, having people compare me to him, always being asked what I want to do as a hero, how I'll help him or take over for him, it always makes it sound like I don't have a choice. Danny says, and Jinx rubs the back of her neck, seeing why Danny didn't like her first explanation now. So? Jinx asks, and Danny sighs once more. The one who made me, he was a manipulative bastard. He was evil and a major enemy of my biodad. My biodad, he's a hero and everyone knows it. Me. I'm just trying to be me. To find my own path in life, let someone else put a damn label on me. And personally, I like being a thief and I'm good at it. Danny days with a nod of her head, arms crossed, and Jinx sees a bit of Naruto in the girl. You'll love our leader, he's the exact same way. She suddenly states, and a smirk spreads over the girl's lips. No thanks, I think he has too many girls in love with him already. She says playfully before laughing and running from an annoyed and blushing Jinx as she playfully chases after her little sister. Titan's Tower. Naruto was scowling, deeply scowling at this point as he stood next to Raven as they rode the elevator up to get to the op center or common room. Inwardly, the blonde former Nin had to wonder one thing, how the hell Raven managed to convince him to actually do this. Tell me why I agreed to come here again? Naruto asks with a twitch, and Raven took a mock thoughtful expression. Because I asked you to. She offers while sounding surprising playful and making Naruto grunt. I hate that I can't say no to you. He mutters, and Raven rolls her eyes before patting him on the back. Then again, it could be worse. He admits as the elevator opens and Raven walks into a hall, Naruto following behind her. So I guess my interrogation will be a public affair. Naruto notes blandly, and Raven gives him a look before rolling her eyes, knowing Naruto and his odd mannerisms by now. It's not an interrogation, she states, and Naruto frowns for a moment. With the kid, an interrogation is almost assured, babe. Naruto retorts, and Raven raises a finger to argue, but Naruto beats her to the punch. His teacher, Batman, he holds guys over the sides of buildings before dropping and catching them at the last second. I know for a fact the kid had to learn a little something from him. Naruto states, and Raven shudders. Having only known rumors about Batman, it was slightly frightening to hear what one of his methods were. Shaking her head, Raven leads Naruto into the common room, and they both see the boy wonder sitting in front of a computer, watching the screen silently. Where are the other key Titans? Naruto starts to say, only to quickly correct himself, Raven shrugging while Robin got up and turned to them. The others went out for pizza. Robin replies, and Naruto frowns slightly before crossing his arms behind his head. Alright, so what do you want to know then? Naruto asks the boy wonder, Robin promptly turning and typing on the computer, bringing up pictures of Sasuke, Kakashi, and Sakura on the Titan's TV, which apparently also doubled as a monitor, explaining why it was so fucking big. These three ninja have been spotted in the city. The girl and the one with the mask both wear a spiral leaf-shaped symbol, while the other one could somehow generate lightning and carried a sword and was supposed to have an ability called the Sharingan, but we couldn't figure out what that meant. Robin explains, and Naruto rolls his eyes while walking over to the black-haired teen, Raven making her way to get some herbal tea. What I want to know is if you're familiar with these three, and if any of your contacts might know if they have any accomplices. Robin replies, and Naruto reaches up to rub his chin, wondering how he'll make his explanation sound. Alright, let's see here. That symbol that those two wear is the symbol of the hidden village Konohagakure no Sato, or the village hidden in the leaves. The black-haired kid is one of Konoha's elite Uchiha clan. However, that same clan was very nearly wiped out about 10 or so years back, leaving only 3 members left at the time. Sasuke, if I remember his name correctly, was told his brother killed the clan. He became an avenger and eventually killed him, only to learn that it was someone else who was the cause of his family's death and went to kill him next. Last I heard, he was still obsessed. Naruto explained, and saw a deep scowl on Robin's face for one reason or another. He thinks he's some kind of an avenger? More like a fool. All he did was become as bad as the one who destroyed his family. Robin states, and Naruto nods his head before cracking his neck. Alright, what about that Sharingan thing? What is it supposed to do? Robin then questions, and Naruto hums in thought for a few moments. The Sharingan, or mirror wheel, when activated, is able to instantaneously copy any technique that it sees. The ability itself is actually more of a genetic mutation in the eyes, referred to by shinobi as a Dujitsu Kekkeigenkai or eye technique bloodline limit. It gives him a photographic memory as well as increased reaction time, also allowing him to see much quicker than normal. He activates it by using a special form of energy that all ninja of Konoha learn, known to them as chakra. It also has several stages of release. The normal 3 stages are beginner, intermediate, and expert, thus placing a tomo into the eye for each stage. The 4th stage, or manjikyu, is activated by killing your best friend, granting some special abilities but makes your start to go blind, and the final stage of the eye is achieved by using the eye of a relative. Naruto replies, and then sees a look of shock and horror etched onto Robin's face. How far is Sasuke's eye along? Robin asks, and Naruto frowns. Manjikyu. He can't use his Sharingan excessively anymore or he'll go blind. He activated it by killing his older brother. Naruto replies and sees a snarl form over Robin's face. That guy is no man, and that bloodline should be destroyed and forgotten. Robin growls out and Naruto nods his head. I always thought of the Sharingan as a thieves' tool, just watching and stealing the hard-learned techniques of others for themselves. But in all actuality a thief who steals something works harder at what he does than the Uchiha clan with their eye, Naruto says, and Robin grudgingly nods his head in agreement with the blonde. Alright. As far as I'm concerned, Superman can lock this guy up in the Phantom Zone and then smash the projector. Robin growls out and Naruto makes a note to ask Raven what the Phantom Zone was and if she thought it could hold Sasuke. But what about the other two? Robin questions and Naruto grimaces. Also residents of Konoha. Hatake Kakashi is the silver-haired man. He's a Jounin, or high ninja, one of the higher ranks. He also has the Sharingan eye and its Manjikyu level. However, he didn't kill his best friend. The guilt from watching him die in front of him and being unable to help him, his sensei, or his last remaining teammate over the years caused it to activate. His eye allows him to warp things into a pocket dimension. He is also always 2 hours late to meetings, a pervert who reads a book called Ike Paradise and has both copied and mastered 1,000 techniques. Naruto explains and sees a grimace form over Robin's face, then frown in thought. Alright, that's 2 down. Now what about that one with pink hair? She seemed to know you personally, and Raven really didn't like her. Robin notes, and before Naruto can speak, the other Titans finally return home. Dude, we got the pizza. BB calls out with said pizza held over his head and Sai rolls his eyes. Starfire flying into the room quickly grabs Naruto into a hug as soon as she sees him. Friend Naruto. It is a pleasure to see you once more. You should come and visit us all more often, Raven's friend who is a boy. Star calls out happily and Naruto grunts, Raven growling when she sees this. Kind of possessive, aren't you, Kara-chan? Naruto notes and sees Raven give him a look. Shut up. She inwardly grumbles, a blush on her face vanishing as she pulls her hood up to hide it. Star, could you let him go? He's still trying to explain about our enemies and their abilities. Robin pleads and the princess blinks before nodding her head and releasing the poor blonde former Nin. Thanks. Naruto offers, then clears his throat. The pink-haired bitch there is Haruno Sakura. She's a Chunin or middle ninja, and the apprentice to Senju Tsunade, the current Hokage or fire shadow of the Leaf Village. She's also my ex-girlfriend who I caught cheating on me with Sasuke. Naruto growls out angrily and Starfire blinks in confusion while Robin frowns in obvious distaste. She actually likes that sociopath? He asks incredulously and Naruto snorts. She's had a crush on him since we were in the academy. Naruto offers in response and Starfire floats over to Robin. Friend Robin, how did this girl cheat on friend Naruto with another boy? Were they playing a game or something? Starfire asked naively and Robin grimaced, and then pulled on his collar while trying to think of a way to explain. Star, what are relationships like on Tamaran? Naruto asks and Starfire turns around while crossing her legs under herself. Relationships? You mean like courting, yes? Starfire asks and Naruto nods his head. Courting is hard to explain. We Tamaranians are ruled primarily by emotion rather than logic. Repressing them is unheard of for my people. Thus, our courtships are normally very short. Starfire offers and Naruto can take a wild guess that they merely ask one another if they are attracted to each other. I'm guessing you haven't had many suitors, huh? Naruto asks and Star blinks. Oh no, I have had hundreds of them. I merely did not love any of them. Starfire offers with a smile and a shrug and Robin gapes at her for a moment, unaware of that fact and making Naruto snicker. Well, that figures. Anyways, courtship in Konoha is the same as it is around here. I'm guessing since you guys on Tamaran are ruled primarily by emotion that you're all also polygamous, right? Naruto asks and Starfire blinks, then frowns or she tries to figure out the word in Tamaranian. It means to allow more than one spouse. Robin offers and Star makes an O with her mouth before giggling and floating into the air. Yes. That is very common on my world. In fact, it is almost required due to the fact there is only a fraction of male Tamaranians left after the Gordanian attack on my homeworld. The bubbly alien offers cheerfully, BB passing out and Cyborg's eyes wide in shock by her blunt answer. Damn. Ero Sennin would kill to go there. Naruto mumbles with wide eyes then sees the looks he's being given. Air. Anyways, Star, is there some way to hurt someone emotionally on Tamaran, like, being attached to one person and then going behind their back to be with someone else? Naruto questions and Starfire frowns, and then takes a thoughtful expression before scowling deeply, frightening Naruto slightly as he's never seen her do that before. Unfortunately, yes. Garlocks. The defiled ones. They are ones who would use someone's emotions to get close to another, and then abandon them thoughtlessly. They are very rare and are punished very severely whenever they are found out. A person's emotions should not be used or toyed with. Doing such a thing to a Tamaranian is equal to what you refer to as a sin and can gravely damage a Tamaranian. Star states simply and Naruto chuckles nervously in response. That sounds like Sakura alright, she once made me promise to bring Sasuke back to her. I failed of course seeing as the only way to stop him would be to kill him. Then she said we'd get him back together. Well, long story short, we were in a relationship for a while. I was actually happy with her, even given the fact she punched and abused me for no good reason most of the time. And then when I'm in a hospital after nearly dying to save that Team Sasuke, I wake up, then find her screwing him. Naruto explains and then sees a blank expression on Starfire's face before she snarls once more, both he and Robin taking several steps away from her. That little garlock will pay and pay dearly. Next time she is near me I'll show her not to ever hurt any my friends like that ever again. Star growls out angrily, eyes steaming green at this point, and Robin clears his throat to draw her attention to him. Star, calm down, Robin says, and Starfire nods while then dropping to the ground, teeth grinding as she stomps her way over to the sofa and sits down with her arms crossed, eyes still a blazing green. I didn't expect her to react so violently. Robin muses while Raven makes her way over to him and Naruto. Her people are ruled by emotion. To her, hurting someone emotionally is worse than hurting them physically. Doing both at the same time, well, let's just say I'd rather not be Sakura when Star gets her hands on her, Raven offers while floating over to the two, BB and Sai coming up from behind the couch. Dude. She might kill that girl if she fights her like that. BB says with shock in his tone, Sai nodding his head in agreement, Star turning to face them and give them both a look of annoyance. I will not kill her. I'll make her wish for death. Starfire states angrily, and both boys pale while backing away from the furious princess. Alright, enough of that. Sakura has 2 things you guys should know. Wait, make that 3. First, she's strong enough to break solid concrete with her bare hands and feet. Naruto says, and Robin gapes at him, and then looks at him strangely. You said she'd punch you around, right? He asks the blonde former Nin, and Naruto nods his head. Then how did you survive her? He asks seriously, and Naruto reaches up to rub his head for a short moment. Let's just say I have a very hard head? Naruto offers, and Robin frowns before nodding his head. He could actually buy that. Anyways, she's also a med Nin and can heal people with some of her jutsu. If you fought her and didn't see this, she was probably tired and lacked the focus needed to do this. Naruto then explains, and Robin grimaces, seeing as that combined with Kakashi and Sasuke as heavy hitters would be a very dangerous combination. And the third thing? Robin asks, and Naruto chuckles nervously. She's got a split personality, and the other one probably still kind of likes me. He offers with a nervous grin, and Robin grimaces. That will be hell. What's the difference between them? Judging by how violent Sakura is, the other must be pretty calm. Robin muses, and Naruto tries to resist but laughs at that assumption. No. Aine is more violent than Sakura. She's violent in everything, foul-mouthed, hot-headed, and generally wants to murder Sakura most of the time and take their body solely for herself. Naruto offers, and Starfire crosses her arms and then hums. I wonder if I can hurt the Sakura Garlock without hurting the Aine girl as well. Star wonders with a thoughtful expression, and Naruto frowns in thought. Yes, actually. Aine is very resilient. From what I learned about her, she also likes to seal away abilities Sakura has just so she can make her weaker. I tried to get her to stop, but she doesn't believe that Sakura deserves those skills. Hate to say it, but I'm glad she didn't unseal them now. She's also mostly separate from her and doesn't feel whatever happens to Sakura physically, one of her main pet peeves I might add. Naruto explains casually to the alien princess and sees her smile. Alright. Now Naruto, are there any more ninja in Jump City to worry about? Robin asks, and Naruto nods his head with a frown. 3. First is Hyuga Niji. He's a prodigy with the Byakugan or White Eye. It allows the user to see chakra as well as tenketsu points in the body. Combining this with their gentle fist taijutsu style, they block these paths, allowing them to cut chakra off to various parts of the body. However, unfortunately for him, you guys don't have those since you don't use chakra. Naruto explains, then grimaces as he remembers who the last 2 Nin are. Then comes Hyuga Hinata. She's Niji's cousin and the heir to the Hyuga clan. Unlike Niji and the bulk of the Hyuga, Hinata is very shy and nice. She once even said she loved me, but anyways, she's not like the others. Try to go easy on her, but don't take her lightly. Unlike Niji, she mastered her own special attack, which sort of resembles lasers that can cut through anything she forms with her chakra. Naruto explains and sees shock on Robin's face. She'll be a problem. He notes, and Starfire frowns. Excuse me, friend Naruto. Why is it you say Hinata said she loved you? Starfire asks, and Naruto clears his throat. Because she did. However, Hinata always tries to change herself to be with me. When she thought I liked long hair, she let hers grow out. When she thought I liked bold, confident girls, she tried to fill that role. Plainly put, Starfire, I don't want a girl to have to change herself to be with me, I just want her to be herself and be happy. Naruto offers in explanation and Starfire nods her head. Thank you for sharing, she offers and then sighs while leaning back. Right. Anyways, last is Yamanaka Ino. She will be the tough one for you guys. Her family has specially designed jutsu that allow her to possess another person's body. Naruto explains and Robin frowns deeply. Meaning if she did she'd have all their skills at her disposal, that's a dangerous power. Robin notes and Naruto nods his head before chuckling lightly. It is, but if you're like me or Sakura, she can't do it. With me I have a rather unique mental block, and Sakura has her second personality to fight her off. And when she uses the jutsu and is forced out of the body in that way she's left relatively weakened afterwards. Naruto explains casually and BB suddenly blinks. Dude. Raven could take her easy. He states and gets looks from those present. She's got like a dozen emotions in her head running around like spare personalities, duh. He reminds and Raven blinks then slowly nods her head before looking at BB with a surprised expression. You actually had a good idea, your new girlfriend is already showing herself to be a blessing. Raven muses and BB lets out an indignant hey while Sai snickers and Starfire smiles. Anyways. Those are the only ninja I know that are in Jump with special powers and skills, minus myself, and X seeing as we aren't really trying to attack you guys or hurt anyone. Naruto offers and Robin gives him a look before deciding to let it go and walks over to the computer. Right. I need to put down this information while it's still fresh. Raven, you can have the night off as promised? Robin says and Raven gives Naruto a smirk, making the blonde chuckle. Thanks bird boy, let's go Kara-chan. Naruto says and holds out an arm to Raven, the violet-eyed sorceress rolling her eyes as she takes his arm and then envelopes them both in her cloak. Dude, you actually agreed to give Raven a night off? I know you've been giving her some slack with dating and all, but normally you at least keep her on call in case of an emergency comes up. BB asks then reminds with obvious surprise and Robin nods his head. Those ninja. They aren't like other criminals. They're similar to ones I fought in Gotham, at least this Sasuke is. He has a total disregard for human life, all he cares about is getting more power. Someone like him being on the loose is dangerous. I'm hoping the information Naruto gave me will help me figure out where they're hiding out so we can stop them. Robin states and BB frowns. Dude. Why give Ray the night off then? BB asks and Robin sighs. She's earned it. He offers in response and BB looks to Sai and Star, both shrugging their shoulders. She convinced him to come didn't she? And I can tell you right now, he hates the thought of being in the tower for too long. Robin reminded then explained and BB blinked then nodded his head. Good point. Man, for a guy who dates Ray he really doesn't like being in the tower for some reason. BB notes and Robin rolls his eyes. It's because he's a ninja. Former or not he doesn't like being so out in the open like he is in the tower. Sure, no one knew he was here, but to him the tower is just too big a temptation for villains to blow it up with a missile or something. Robin explains and BB make an O with his mouth? So wait. Could some random villain just blow us up with a missile or something? BB then asks and both Robin and Cyborg blink before grimacing. Yeah. Sai admits and Robin twitches for a few moments. Then why are we in a giant tower and not underground? BB then asked and Sai gaped for a few moments then cleared his throat. I'll explain it later. He says while waving the younger teen off. Like when I figure it out myself. He then mutters to himself while trying to see the logic of actually making a massive tower shaped like a capital T in the first place. Gotham City. Batman stands upon a high rooftop, looking down at a crime scene with a frown on his face. So Two-Face left us a calling card I see. Batgirl muses while landing on the roof and walking to stand beside of the Dark Knight, the masked vigilante silently nodding his head. So what do we got on him? Batgirl then asks and Batman frowns towards her. Usual MO. He's hitting places that have some kind of link to duality, or just twos in general. Batman replies and Batgirl has to wonder about Two-Face sanity once more, then remembers the story about how he once thought he was some kind of a judge and actually tried to kill himself as well as several other villains. Alright. So where do we start looking for him? Batgirl asks and Batman frowns in response. Nowhere. You're not coming. Batman states and Batgirl gives him a look. Didn't you get over this back when I first joined the team? She comments with a frown on her face and Batman gives her a look. Yes. And that's not what I meant. Batman grumbles out while turning around, the Dark Angel chasing after him. Poison Ivy and Harley Quinn are both still at large and haven't made a single move since getting out. Batman states flatly while reaching into his cape and then handing a file over to Batgirl. Okay, so as per usual you're leaving it to me to track them both down. Batgirl guesses and the nod from the Dark Knight is the only answer she needs. Great, this'll be just like old times. Batgirl muses with a look on her face that says she'd much rather do anything else than look for the psycho blonde and plant-obsessed redhead. You're the one who wanted to be a plucky sidekick? Batman reminds the girl and she grimaces, wishing she'd chosen her words better when she was younger. However, them being out isn't the problem is they haven't done anything in the recent crime wave besides letting all of those Arkham inmates loose. Batman reminds, causing Batgirl to stop and frown. Right. That is weird, and no attempts to find Joker by Harley either. She notes while jumping off the building with Batman, both landing in the Batmobile as its tank-like cover comes over both of them. So what do you think they're planning? Batgirl questions and the Dark Knight narrows his eyes for a moment. According to Penguin, they were looking for transport out of Gotham. By now, I'd say they're long gone. Batman replies with a deep frown on his face, causing Batgirl to blink in surprise. What? But where else would they go? She asks, seeing as most criminals stay in one city to play the game with the resident hero. Not sure, but 2-Bit should be able to fill in the blanks. Batman replies and Batgirl grimaces once more. She had to wonder how 2-Bit had managed to gain his vast spy network, though heard his hearing was so good he'd listened to criminals while they plotted and schemed, then used this information and slowly managed to build up his empire. So what does he want this time? Batgirl asks and the Dark Knight points to a black bundle beside of them. But that's... Batgirl starts to say with shock and Batman nods his head. He's wanted it for a long time. Looks like he finally gets to have it. Batman notes and Batgirl shakes her head before leaning forward and strapping the bundle to her lower back while the Batmobile heads for 2-Bit's home. Tartarus HQ. Naruto and Raven both appear in the Tartarus living room, both noting that someone was sitting on the couch and watching TV. However, it was the fact that neither of them had ever seen her before. Yo! The girl offers with a rising of her left hand and Naruto arches a brow. Who are you? Naruto asks and the girl turns to him before tilting her head to one side with a raised brow. Why do you have one of the Teen Titans with you, and who are you? She asks and Naruto twitches while crossing his arms. RedX, and because she's my girlfriend? He states with a frown and Danny blinks for a moment then looks at him, then Raven and lingers on the older girl. You look like Sam. She notes while pointing to Raven, making her arch a brow in response. Oh, sorry. My name is Danny, with an I, Phantom. Danny offers with a grin and holds her hand towards a confused Naruto. Jinx is my adopted big sister. Danny offers in explanation, since for all rights and purposes Jinx would be her big sister thanks to Snake. I didn't know Jinx had any adopted relatives. Naruto states suspiciously, just in time for the said Pinkette to walk into the room, frowning deeply and without her holographic disguise. Yo Jinx, what's with bringing the kid here, and where did the others head off to? Naruto asks and Jinx blinks before looking to Danny and rubs her face. Snake asked me to take her in, said he'd give us some government tech to do it. As for the guys, they took Blackfire out to a club, Dwella is somewhere around the base, and Mammoth is sleeping, and Gizmo is working in his lab. I decided not to bug any of them about meeting Danny and let her watch some TV. She explains to her blonde leader and Naruto raises a brow in response. Alright. That makes some sense about where the guys ran off to? Kind of hope Blackfire isn't too much of a party animal though. Naruto muses then hopes and Raven shakes her head, feeling somewhat sorry that the Tartarus males have to deal with the Queen of the Galaxy. But still, Snake's a cop, and he's letting a band of known thieves take in an impressionable young girl, while also giving us government tech to do crimes with. Do the words "does not computer" mean anything to you? Naruto asks and Danny snickers into her hands, a smile formed over her face. I said the same thing. Danny offers the older teen and Naruto reaches up to rub his face, then looks to Raven and sees an amused look on her face. What's so damn amusing, Kara-chan? He asks his girlfriend and she chuckles. Oh nothing. She offers while Danny then flips over the couch and hovers in the air before a now shocked and wide-eyed Raven. Is she Tamaranian or something? Raven asks while Naruto blinks in surprise, then grins, adding another flying member to his mental roster for Tartarus. Nope. Part ghost. Danny offers and the connection clicks in Raven's mind seconds later, making her grimace. Are you related to Danny? She starts only to stop when Danny snarls and her eyes flare a luminescent green color. Do not finish that sentence. She warns while poking Raven in the chest and the Dark Titan gives her a look. Alright, I think that's enough hostility. Naruto says suddenly and Danny huffs and crosses her arms. Okay, so what all can you do by being part ghost? Naruto then asks the young girl and Danny blinks before looking at him with a smirk. First of all, I'm a thief and I like doing that. But I absolutely hate the thought of being a hero or a villain for different reasons. Danny offers and Naruto smirks, finding something he can agree on with the girl already. Add on to that I am part ghost, thus I can walk through walls, disappear, and fly, manipulate my ghost energy into different shapes, forms, and attacks, and I'm a force to be reckoned with. Danny offers with a grin, and Naruto is silent for a moment, a thoughtful expression on his face. Alright, let's see now. I've got a girl here, who can walk through walls, turn invisible, fly, and manipulate energy into attacks. She's also a tomboy from her actions, or at least less feminine than Jinx or Karachan. Add on to that she hates both the hero and villain ways, and oh yeah, I can work with this. Naruto thinks to himself as an idea suddenly comes to mind, a wide grin stretching over his features as it does. Walk through walls, disappear, fly, and manipulate you ghost energy into attacks, huh? Oh, I think I know what I'm going to do with you. Come on, we got work to do, Amuto. Naruto says while grabbing one of Danny's arms and pulling her with him and making the girl give a startled yelp as he does, Raven and Jinx both blinking once the two are gone. Did I just hear him call her little sister? Jinx wonders, and Raven decides not to think on it before flying after them. Hey, wait up, Jinx says as she rushes after her crush, sister, and rival. Batgirl sighs to herself as she drops down into 2-Bit's home through the skylight in his study. According to rumor, he had had it made when Batman started showing up at his place for information and didn't want to replace any windows. Looking around, she frowned upon seeing that the man was gone. Ah, Batgirl, I was wondering when you'd come, the said former thief announces while walking into the room from what appears to be his bedroom. Closing the door behind him, 2-Bit then reaches up to loosen his tie and cracks his neck. So then, what can I do for Gotham's Dark Angel tonight? 2-Bit questions while giving a curt, mocking bow and loosening his cuffs, at the same time Batgirl merely frowning in response. The man can't see. Batgirl is painfully aware of this after seeing his eyes burn from his head with acid, but his hearing was supposedly as good as a bat's was now. Harley and Ivy escaped from Gotham recently. They also let loose several other inmates during their initial escape. Batgirl replies while walking over to 2-Bit, standing in front of him while the man nods his head for a moment before turning and sitting down in a chair. But I suppose you already knew that, didn't you? Batgirl then comments while crossing her arms, and 2-Bit shrugs his shoulders, the tiniest of smirks formed over his face. So what do you want? Surely you didn't come just to find out if I knew or not. After all, I am 2-Bit, and I'm certain you've captured most of those escapees, though I hear Two-Face managed to make a grand escape. The man reminds, then muses to himself, and Batgirl reaches up to rub her eyes for a moment, and then cross her arms over her chest. Where did Harley and Ivy run off to? Besides Gotham, neither of them have anywhere else to go. The woman questions, then reminds, and 2-Bit hums for a moment before smiling towards her. Payment, he states, and Batgirl twitches while reaching to a pack that was strapped to her lower back. Pulling it off, she reveals a black bundle, which she then unfolds, revealing it to be the cape and cowl of Batman, a spare one sure, but still worth more than a mint to some avid collectors. Why do you even want that? You already have one of his utility belts and more than half of his gadgets in your stash. Not to mention one of my belts, one of Robin's, some of Huntress, Spoiler, and Batwoman stuff, and just as much of our own crap. So do you really need any more Bat-type paraphernalia? Batgirl questions curiously, though obviously a little annoyed with him, while 2-Bit reaches out to take the mask and cape gently, holding it in his hands for a moment before shaking his head. To tell the truth, when I was young I was a fan of Batman, even wanted to meet him someday. 2-Bit offers while standing up and makes his way over to a safe in the wall. Leaning towards it and listening, 2-Bit opens the safe before placing the cape and cowl away. If you were such a fan of Batman, why become a thief? Silence. Batgirl questions while using 2-Bit's original name, the former thief smiling and shaking his head as she does. I guess. I got tired of waiting and decided to go out and meet him face to face. And though I never did, I did get to play with you and your old birds of prey for a good long while. 2-Bit offers with an amused grin, and Batgirl frowns. So he decided to play the game as well, figures. She inwardly muses to herself while then crossing her arms and giving the former thief a look. Alright, you've got one more bat-themed knickknack for your collection. Now where are Harley and Ivy heading? 2-Bit. Batgirl questions while crossing her arms, and 2-Bit reaches up and rubs his chin for a moment. I'm guessing that Batman is still looking for Two-Face since you're the one to come here. He muses, and Batgirl frowns, knowing he couldn't see her. Well anyways, and straight to the point. My sources claim that Harley is heading for Jump City with Poison Ivy in tow. 2-Bit offers, and Batgirl grimaces as the former thief rubs his chin for a moment. I believe that a Mr. RedX left a note to Harley, saying to drop in if she was ever in town, and maybe they both might want to pay Robin a little visit as well. He offers to the Dark Angel, and Batgirl frowns before nodding her head. Thanks for the information. Batgirl offers while making her way out of a window, 2-Bit sighing as she does. Honestly, does no one ever come to see me just to visit anymore? He wonders mostly of himself, then shrugs his shoulders and makes his way over to a minibar. Chapter 30, The Apprentice. Tartarus HQ. Naruto watched Danny fly around his hollow room with a smirk on his face. The hollow room had taken on a new shape as per usual. For one, the area around them looked to be a recreation of the Forest of Death. Also, several giant bugs and other such creatures were flying around, trying to attack Danny, the black-haired girl laughing as she dodged and weaved in and out of them, causing them to comically bash into one another and the many trees around them. Flying looks like it's fun. I wonder if I could try something similar with a little wind chakra or... Naruto mused, then started to think, only to be broken from his thoughts by Jinx's voice. What's going on here? She asks with a frown, Raven beside her watching Danny fly around while they walk into the room. Upon seeing the two, Naruto blinks, then rubs the back of his neck and gives a nervous grin in response. Just checking out her skill level. Naruto replies while Danny forms a ball of green energy into her hands and fires it at a nearby bug, smashing it instantly. Looking around, the girl then sees several more insects head her way and yawns while becoming transparent, the bugs and beasts slamming into one another as she casually floated out of the mess of beasts and then laid out in the air as if reclining while floating slowly towards Naruto and the two gray-skinned girls. You know, I like this room. It's a sci-fi geek's dream come true. Tucker would absolutely love it. Danny suddenly says before looking to Naruto with a grin. So, what did you think? She then asks with a smile, and Naruto hums in thought, stroking his chin for a moment before smirking. First of all, work on your concentration, computer freeze. Naruto comments before ordering, Danny blinking before slowly turning around and paling upon seeing a 30-foot-tall giant snake, its teeth inches away from her. Oh, yeah, I think I'll work on that. Danny says lowly, skin paler than normal with her eyes wide, and Naruto chuckles lightly in response. Don't worry, I had the same problem at your age. Naruto offers and Danny twitches for a moment. And how old do you think I am? She asks with an annoyed frown, and Naruto frowns in thought while looking at her. 12, maybe 13? He offers and she grits her teeth. Try 14. She growls out, and Naruto raises a brow, making her cross her arms and pout. I'm short for my age, okay? She says indignantly, and Naruto bites his lower lip, an amused expression on his face. Seriously? I had the same problem. Man, if this girl's a prankster as well, I'm getting some blood tests done to see if I somehow had a female clone made. Naruto thinks to himself before rolling his eyes and casually wrapping his arms behind his head. Don't give me that look, kid. I was short at your age too, so trust me when I say you'll grow out of it. Naruto states, and Danny gives him a look before floating into the air and crossing her legs under her with a bored/annoyed look directed at him. Alright, now what? She asks, and Naruto has to refrain from gaping at the girl. Seriously? She just channeled Kara-chan. Forget clone, maybe future daughter or something like that, it's happened before after all. Naruto thinks to himself, having heard of a few superheroes meeting up with their kids after they were somehow sent backwards in time. Now I want you to slow down and show me your energy manipulation. I have a similar ability and I want to see if they're similar enough for me to teach you a few tricks with it. Chakra shaping is one of my specialties after all. Naruto explains, and Danny scrunches up her face before holding a hand to the side, closing all but her index finger down. Danny then closed one eye and fired a beam of green energy at a nearby tree. The blast hit, slightly scorching it and making Danny turn to him with a smirk. There? She offers, and Naruto nods his head slowly, holds up a single finger and looks at it for a moment. I wonder if I could condense the Rasengan or Raisin Shuriken down to that size. Might be an interesting experiment at the very least. Naruto thinks to himself before looking at Danny. What else? He asks, and Danny opens her hand, palm up, and closes her eyes for a few moments. Seconds later, a swirling ball of glowing green energy formed into her hand, Naruto's eyes bolting open in surprise. That looks like my Rasengan? Naruto notes, Jinx gaping at the similarities while Raven flies over and looks at it. No. It's more unstable, she notes, seeing the wildly arching pattern of energy within the sphere of energy. Oh? How so? Naruto asks curiously, wondering if he could form a similar attack given the energy manipulation didn't look too hard. Take a look. The energy isn't swirling, it's wrapping around a much small sphere. Raven replies, and Naruto thinks of a mini Katen around the Rasengan, which makes him get an idea of how exactly it worked. Alright, the attack starts off with a small orb of condensed energy, then, she places layers of swirling energy over it to keep it from leaking. Upon throwing the energy, it spirals into a beam where it then explodes on contact rather than grinding into you. Nice, I'll have to see if I can make my own version of that. Naruto notes to himself once more, putting said idea onto a back burner while then looking to Jinx. Anything you want to add? He asks and Jinx blinks for a moment. Not really. But I have to say, I almost thought she used your Rasengan. Jinx offers and Naruto nods his head, Danny raising a brow towards him. Rasengan? She asks and Naruto nods his head, holds up his right hand and forms the technique causing Danny to gape. Whoa! She whispers and Naruto grins before then dispersing the Rasengan. That is a technique created by my father, unfortunately it's only useful if you can hit your target with it. I improved it by making a version that utilized wind and another version you could throw. Later on, I made a larger version of the technique and then an even larger one than that still. Those are the Otama Rasengan, Big Ball Swirling Sphere, and the Diotama Rasengan, Great Big Ball Swirling Sphere. Naruto explains and Raven wonders what those two can do when compared to the average Rasengan, though given his use of the attack she can't help feel they were more for destroying things than anything else. Cool, Danny says with a grin, practically buzzing with excitement. So what am I going to learn then? Danny asks and Naruto crosses his arms for a moment, a thoughtful expression on his face. First, do you have any other abilities? He asks and Danny nods. Flying into the air she holds her right foot out and a glowing ball of energy forms at it, Naruto gaping. Shit, even I've never thought to do that. Naruto says before Danny kicks with her leg, an arc of energy flying from her foot and cutting a tree, causing it to fall down and making Naruto look at her strangely. Danny merely giggles at his look before quickly flying up into the air where she holds her hands out and fires a pair of blasts from them, slamming them into a tree. That was like a more focused version of a Tamaranian star bolts? Raven notes and Naruto nods his head in agreement. Oh, I got more than those. Danny says while then forming a green swirling dome-like field around her body, Raven's brows arching in surprise. Seems similar to that Kaiten thing you mentioned the Hyuga using, right? Raven asks and the gaping jaw Naruto has is all the answer she needs. Thought so. Raven mutters while Danny then brings the dome down and forms a glowing green shield-like barrier in front of herself, Raven twitching while Jinx smirks. That one is like one of Raven's own shields. She notes seeing as it was not omnidirectional unlike the first one, but probably more stable and durable than the dome-like version. As soon as she was done with that, Danny licked her lips and held her hands at her sides. Forming two spheres into them she then clasped her hands over the spheres, a pair of green energy blades forming in her hands, which she then used to slash around the air with. Nice one that would be so useful if I can make a version of it with chakra? Naruto says with a nod of his head before watching Danny absorb the energy of the two blades and then hold her left hand to the side, closing one eye while concentrating, forming a glowing green field of energy over her arm that seemed to solidify into a green armored gauntlet with claws. Whoa! Naruto offers while Danny shakes her head and floats to the ground, placing her gauntlet hand to her head. You okay? Naruto asks with concern and Danny nods her head slowly. I think I just used too much energy. I'll be fine in a bit and at least I'm not melting like I used to when I used too much power. Danny offers while sitting down and Naruto's eyes bolt open. Melt? Why the hell would you melt, Imuto? He demands loudly and Danny blinks then slowly nods her head with a grimace. I'm a clone of Danny Phantom hence why I absolutely hate being compared to him. I'm not his shadow after all. Danny grumbles out and Naruto nods his head, knowing how it felt to have someone's shadow always hovering over him. Anyways, the guy who made me use damaged DNA. He couldn't salvage the Y chromosome or something when he made me, thus I was born as a girl. When he noticed this he released me early, so I was only 12 by that time in his incubation tank, hence why I'm younger than my original. Danny explains while sitting down and Raven frowns while crossing her arms. You were unstable? She states rather than asks and Danny slowly nods her head. What happened? She then asks with a bad feeling in the pit of her stomach. Danny used some junk that supercharged my ghost half. I haven't really felt weak or drained since, though I do still get tired. Danny explained and Naruto frowned while he and Raven looked to one another, then walked over to Danny and grabbed her. Hey, where are we going? Danny demands and Naruto looks at her flatly. Boosting your powers like that wouldn't fix the instability. I should know I make clones all the time with a special energy technique, they're also unstable, but they're supposed to be like that and go out with a single hit. If what you're saying is true, all that should have happened was a boost in power before you'd start to melt again. Something is fishy and I want to know what. Naruto explains and Danny pales, having never considered that part of her stabilization a factor since nothing had happened since. Let's see Giz, he's in his lab and has all the equipment we'll need. Jinx offers and Naruto nods his head, walking down the halls he then turns into Gizmo's lab and the tiny terror size. I heard it on the monitoring devices, sit the shit stain down somewhere. Gizmo says and Naruto sees a view of the hollow room on one of his monitors. Talk about being paranoid. Naruto mumbles while releasing Danny, letting her sit down, her body twitching with worry. Turning around, Gizmo got down from his seat and muttered under his breath, walking over to the girl with a brush he pulled it through her hair, nodding he then pulled a long black hair from the brush and walked back to his seat, Danny blinking. "That's it?" she asks incredulously and Gizmo smirks. "It is if I'm right, shit stain," he says, confusing those present as he then places the hair into a scanner, then watches as a view of its DNA comes up on screen. It looked like an average double helix at a passing glance, only several spaces of it were replaced with odd green parts. "And it looks like I was right?" he muses while rubbing his chin, Danny and the others looking to him for an explanation. "Ha, all right. She's fine, her DNA was stabilized all right," he offers and Danny breathes out a relieved sigh. "But how?" Naruto asks with a confused frown and Gizmo sighs. "Ectoplasm is the element discovered to be the makeup of most ghosts. The shit works by absorbing memories and emotions from deceased humans, and it is actually partly sentient. Thus the angrier, sadder, or so on a human is when he or she dies, the more powerful the ghost is, though it doesn't mean that person's memories or personality will carry on, more like the ectoplasm develops one of its own. Basically, when her dad supped up her ghost form, it absorbed her will to live on into itself as well. This caused a reaction in the ectoplasm, since it is partially alive it wanted to live on as well, thus allowing it to bond more completely to her DNA and thus fixing the problems it had in the first place to stabilize her. Gizmo explains flatly while looking over the DNA, then frowns in thought. That also explains why she can use her powers so well in her human form unlike Danny Phantom himself. She's practically more ghost than human, thus allowing her powers to generate easily in either form. Basically, she's a lucky little bitch who should be a puddle right now, but like I said she was lucky. Gizmo then muses mostly to himself while Jinx looks at him strangely. "Where the hell did you learn all that shit?" she asks and Gizmo sighs. "I read up on ectoplasm and then did a few scans to see what was going on all right," he grumbles out and Danny twitches, though is thankful it solved why she wasn't a puddle of goop by now. "So what? I'm normal?" Danny asks and Gizmo makes an S sound. "More like 2/3 ghost rather than half. Like I said, that's why it's so easy for you to use your powers in either form, your human part is so minor that you've got ectoplasm running even in your human bloodstream. This allows you to store even more power than ever and use them in your human form. At least that's what I figure is going on with you, shit stain," he replies and Danny gapes, and then blinks as that actually registers in her mind. "Meaning, I'm not a genetic copy of my dad anymore?" she asks and Gizmo nods his head slowly, the girl suddenly flying up through the roof happily and laughing to herself while loudly chanting, "I'm not a clone," to herself over and over as she does. Well, someone sure is happy about this, especially considering the fact she's more dead than alive. Naruto notes and Raven gives him a look in response. "How would you feel to constantly be in your parents' shadow?" she reminds and Naruto grimaces in response. "I kind of was," he reminds, causing Raven to wince. "Sorry," she offers and Naruto rolls his eyes. "No problem, but how do we get her down?" Naruto asks humorously and gets a series of shrugs from his three companions. Seconds later, Danny flies into the room and hugs Gizmo tightly, twirling him around for a moment before flying to Raven and hugging her, doing the same to Jinx, and finally Naruto before back flipping and landing in her seat, a wide smile on her face. "Alright, at least you didn't start dancing or kissing anyone." Naruto notes and Danny blinks for a moment before blushing brightly. "Actually I did, there was this weird girl in makeup on the roof," she offers and Naruto grimaces as the said, weird girl aka Dwella flips into the room, Jinx screaming bloody murder at seeing her Joker's daughter persona and hiding behind him with wide eyes, Raven biting her lip to keep from laughing while Gizmo and Danny feel no such compulsion and laugh outright. "What?" Dwella asks while looking around and Naruto sighs. Jinx is terrified of clowns thanks to Joker. Naruto offers and Dwella makes an O with her mouth before grinning widely. "Yeah, Dad has that effect on people don't he?" she notes and Jinx twitches while continuing to hide behind Naruto with wide eyes. "So who's this little cutie?" Dwella then asks while patting Danny on the head, the young teen frowning as she does. "My name is Danny, with an I," Danny states and Dwella blinks before grinning. "Well hello then Danny with an I, I'm Dwella. The Joker's daughter." Dwella offers with a grand bow, still grinning and Danny looks over to Naruto. "Is it legal for crazies like the Joker to even have children?" she questions seriously and Naruto sighs. Dwella's bipolar and, to hell with it, she's not really the Joker's daughter, she's just crazy alright. She even escaped from Arkham once. Naruto offers and Dwella nods her head with a wide smile, Jinx still hiding behind her leader, Raven twitching at that tidbit while Danny looked her up and down. Is it just me seeing this, or all the psychotic crazy women of the world just born hot? Danny then asks seriously and Naruto blinks before taking a thoughtful expression. Dwella, Harley Quinn, Poison Ivy, Tayuya, Karen, and Anko, yeah, more or less. Naruto muses while ticking off fingers before nodding his head to Danny. Figures, Danny says to herself while Raven clears her throat. As interesting as that is, me and Naruto have a date? Raven reminds the blonde and he grins nervously. Right. Sorry Karachan Giz, see about making a costume for Danny would ya? Naruto asks and Gizmo looks at the girl before nodding his head. Thanks man. Naruto then offers before holding a hand to Raven. So, ready? He then asks and Raven nods her head, pulling them both into the shadows of her cloak as they vanish. Man, I love that power. Even if it is really similar to what the guy who made me could do. Danny says while Jinx suddenly hides behind her while looking fearfully towards Dwella, the said girl still grinning widely and trying to bite back laughter at the expression on the Pinkette's face. Titan's Tower. Robin sits in his room, looking over the information on the Konoha ninjas with a frown. Damn. I thought once we got rid of Slade things would slow down, instead things are steadily getting worse. Robin thinks to himself before looking to the side of his desk, to a case with his R symbol emblazoned on the front. Maybe it's time I take up a new mantle? I've been the boy wonder for so long now that it's almost ridiculous, and the constant nicknames are getting annoying. Robin thinks to himself while looking at the case, and then shakes his head when a light flashes on his computer. Raising a brow at the bright and bold incoming transmission on his computer, Robin accepts it and is rewarded by seeing a familiar grinning redhead's face. Barb, he asks with shock and Batgirl chuckles before giving him an amused look. Long time no see Rich, how are things with you? The older redhead asks and Robin quickly shakes his head before grinning at his childhood partner in crime fighting. You know, same as ever, we got a band of ninja down here trying to capture the boyfriend of one of my teammates for one reason or another. Robin offers casually and Batgirl rolls her eyes, since in their business that really could be considered normal. Well I got good news, bad news, and worse news for you if that's the case. Batgirl suddenly says and Robin blinks before sighing tiredly, placing a hand to his head as he does. Bad news first, Barb. He offers and Batgirl gives him an apologetic look. Harley Quinn is on her way to, or already in Jump City. She offers and Robin twitches before slamming his head into his desk, groaning as he does so. Worse news? He asks and Barb grimaces. She has Poison Ivy with her. She offers and Robin grunts once more, then reaches up to rub his eyes, frowning as he does so. Alright, then what's the good news? He asks and Batgirl smirks slightly. Go look out your window. She offers and Robin raises a brow before doing as told. Walking over to his window he looks out of it and sees something heading for the tower. Narrowing his eyes he blinks upon seeing the Batwing and then walks back over to his computer. Surprise Rich, the good news is that I'm also coming to town. Batgirl says with an amused grin and Robin chuckles while crossing his arms. Guess this'll be like old times then, huh Barb? Me and you working together again? He asks then muses, reminiscing his old times in Gotham with Batgirl and Batman for a moment, Batgirl shrugging her shoulders in response. Not really. Now we won't have a certain oversized bat we both know to deal with. She reminds and Robin slowly nods his head, though almost wishes his mentor would make an appearance and help him deal with those ninja. Almost being the key word there. Right. What's your ETA? Robin asks and Batgirl looks at her instruments for a moment then grins. About 10 minutes give or take, also I might need to refuel when I land. Batgirl offers and Robin nods his head. No problem, Barb. Robin says and Batgirl winks at the young leader of the Titans. Could you be sure not to let your friends know I'm there? I want it to be a real surprise for them when I show up. Batgirl then says with a certain sparkle in her eyes, Robin laughing for a moment before nodding his head. Sure thing, I could actually use a good laugh at the guy's expense anyways. Robin muses, though inwardly wonders how Starfire will react to Batgirl, given her track record and his history with Batgirl. Not very well was a thought. Thanks Rich, this is Batgirl, signing out. Batgirl says while the screen she had been in vanishes and Robin smiles for the first time in what feels like weeks. Barb hasn't changed. And I actually get to work with her on a case again, yeah? I think that might be nice. Setting out on my own has been nice and all, but I sometimes forget I still have some backup to call when things get rough. Robin reminds himself before stopping and turning to a newspaper clipping on his wall, a smirk spreading over his face. Right, Bruce? He asks while looking at a shadowed silhouette of the Batman himself in the picture. Tartarus HQ. Danny is sitting in Gizmo's lab. Dwella and Jinx had wandered off, but from the screams and laughter, they figured Dwella was playing with Jinx. She really is crazy, isn't she? Danny notices and Gizmo nods his head in agreement. So did you ever wear a costume before this, Shitstain? Gizmo suddenly asks and Danny blinks before nodding her head. I did, but it's a little tight in the chest and hips now, as well as too small on me. Danny offers and Gizmo twitches before looking at her, seeing a playful twinkle in her eyes as he does. Oh great, you're a prankster too. I swear you'll fit in with us so well it's scary. Gizmo muses while shaking his head and Danny blinks. Really? Why do you say that? She asks and Gizmo sighs once more. We're all thieves, we're all teens, we're all pranksters, we're all wearing costumes and most of us have powers too. What do you think, bitch? He offers and Danny made an O with her mouth before blinking and smiling. Oh yeah? I never actually thought I'd even fit in, well, anywhere. Danny admits with a smile over her lips and Gizmo snots in response. Think about it, Shitstain, I'm a bald midget with an IQ of 210 and I managed to fit in. Mammoth is an Australian with hair all over him, a cast iron stomach, and the strength of 12 men. Jinx is a half-Indian with powers over bad luck and gray skin. We also got an alien princess, a guy who can talk to himself without being crazy, though that's actually debatable, a teleporting teen with red eyes, a guy with one big eye, and a military teen who has super strength. And last but not least, RedX or Tempest is a ninja with skills in energy manipulation. I think just about anyone would fit in just fine here. He reminds and Danny looks at him before nodding her head. Now change into your ghost form. I know Danny Phantom has one thanks to the internet, so I need to see yours. It might have started growing faster than you if nothing else due to you being 2/3 ghost. Gizmo orders and Danny frowns before doing as told, her body glowing before a pair of black and white rings formed over her body to change her form. Now what was left was a girl even more pale than Danny, her eyes a bright emerald green, her hair was just as long as it was before, only now it was snow white in color, add on her lips had turned green and she had some slight black circles lining around her eyes and the white luminescent glow around her body and she hadn't really changed much. Her clothes, however, he noticed looked to be slightly stretched on her frame, with her biting her lip from obvious pain as the shirt seemed to be painfully tight. Her clothes started with a pair of white boots, mostly covered by a pair of baggy black pants with white stripes along the sides. Next was a shirt that left her midriff exposed. It was white from her right shoulder down her arm, white around her collar, and had a white ghostly DP mark on the chest, while the rest of the shirt was black, her right glove was black, and her left glove was white. Barely batting a lash, Gizmo reached to the side and used a familiar device, a field going over her form to get her measurements. Alright, you can change back to what you call normal now. He offers and Danny does so quickly, very happy to be back to normal. Once she was, Gizmo scanned her again to get her lower legs data since her costume had mostly covered them from the scanner. Okay, so now what? Danny asked the boy and Gizmo looked at what he had to work with. You're short for your age, Shitstain. He notes and Danny twitches. So are you? She reminds and Gizmo gave her a fierce look. Yeah, and I have missiles with me. He reminds and Danny smirks. I'm part ghost, I'll just phase through them. She states while crossing her arms and Gizmo frowns. Alright, enough witty banter. Gizmo grumbles and Danny pouts. But I like witty banter. She says and Gizmo twitches, inwardly wondering how she keeps channeling Naruto's personality. Right. Anyways, any preferences for you costume, notes, or things you want? Gizmo asks and Danny frowns while floating up into the air. Maybe alter the DP on it so I can have my own, and I'd like it to be just as durable as the old one. She admits and Gizmo nods his head. Would you mind terribly if I gave it a mask? He asked and Danny thought about it before shaking her head. Go ahead, my dad never did for reasons I cannot comprehend, but I'd much rather have one so certain people won't ever recognize me. She responds and Gizmo nods while typing on his computer, a new variation of her costume with numerous changes coming up. It barely looks like my old one. She notes while looking over his shoulder and Gizmo nods his head. You don't want to be in either Father's shadow, so I'm not basing it after the design your creator used, or on your dad's outfit. He replies and Danny slowly smiles, thanking him silently so he wouldn't get a big head. So when will it be done? She asks and Gizmo looks at the designs and then rubs his chin for a moment. Since it's not like X's suit, which takes anywhere between days to weeks to make, it should only take a couple hours for my machines to produce it for you, Shitstain. The tiny terror replies and Danny looks at him with obvious surprise. That fast? She asks and Gizmo snorts. Yeah. The way I make costumes is simplified since I don't have the skill to sew or anything. My machine uses the measurements and data I got with that last device, calculates your exact body structure, and then makes clothing based off of that. The machine can make a normal hazmat suit like your dad wears in about an hour's time. Gizmo replies and Danny looks at him in surprise before nodding her head slowly and sitting back, both blinking when they see Jinx run by the door to the lab, a giggling Dwella following after her soon after. Why is she chasing her? Danny asks and Gizmo sighs. Don't know, but she is crazy remember. Gizmo reminds and Danny nods her head before then stretching and leaning back in her seat, waiting for her new costume to finally be ready so she could get out of the old one. You didn't put any of your cameras in any of the bathrooms in this place, did you? Danny suddenly asks the tiny terror suspiciously and Gizmo blinks before looking at her strangely. Why? Interested in watching videos of Jinx, Blackfire, and Dwella or something like that? He quips with a smirk and Danny blushes fire red before glaring at him. Regardless if I might, I meant are there any in the bathroom so you can't watch me? She states with her arms crossed and Gizmo blinks before rolling his eyes. I live with 3 very violent women that could kick my ass from here to Gotham and back, so in the name of and because of my need for self-preservation, no I don't do that. Gizmo grumbles out angrily and Danny blinks before nodding her head and then leaning back to close her eyes. With Naruto. The blonde-haired thief is lying next to Raven on a hill outside of Jump City, the couple looking up to the stars. Ah, now this is the life. Naruto says while cracking his neck and Raven silently nods her head. The two had been to her cafe earlier, Raven and Naruto both noting Niji's absence from his job. I wonder how long this will last. Naruto mumbles and Raven turns her head to see him and raises a brow in response. What do you mean? She asks and Naruto smiles before looking upwards once more and sighs. I wonder how long until the Konoha flunkies do something really stupid and I have to really hurt them. He replies and Raven frowns before leaning her head onto his shoulder and silently breathing in. Don't think about it. The future comes soon enough. She whispers and Naruto smiles before placing an arm over her shoulders and leans his own head onto hers while looking to the sky. You're wise beyond your years, Kara-chan. Naruto notes and Raven smirks. Considering the company I normally have, that's to be expected. She replies, considering she was sometimes the main voice of reason among raving lunatics back at the tower. Heh, true. Although the kid isn't as bad as BB, Star, or Sai. Naruto notes and Raven nods her head slowly. But he can still be pretty wild. She replies and Naruto doesn't doubt that. So how is Blackfire? I forgot to ask earlier. Raven asks her boyfriend and Naruto is silent for a moment. She's fine more or less. I'm guessing that most of the guys took her out dancing cause she was moping around. None of them will admit to it, but we look out for our own pretty much like family. Gizmo is trying to fix her armor, but he's missing one final piece that's hard to find. Naruto explains and Raven nods her head before deciding she didn't want to know anymore. It's too bad we can't do this more often. Naruto muses and Raven smiles faintly while looking to the older blonde. True, but that makes it more special. She notes and Naruto nods his head in agreement with the purple-haired teen. Silently, the two continue to look to the stars, Naruto wondering what was going to happen next. Tartarus HQ. Jinx silently crept out of her hiding spot, creeping her way down a hall while making sure Dwella was nowhere in sight. She knew it was irrational to be so completely afraid of Dwella, and that most likely Dwella wasn't even related to the Joker. But to be perfectly honest with herself, she really didn't care. Clowns were just scary and she didn't want to be face to face with Dwella anytime soon when she was in her Joker's daughter train of thought. Looking around silently, Jinx made her way towards Gizmo's workshop when a pair of slender arms wrapped around her waist. Hey Jinx, I found you. Dwella offers with a giggle and Jinx screams, though Dwella somehow manages to hold her, showing strength she normally wouldn't have before comically falling back and bringing the pinkette with her. Aw come on Jinx, what's so scary about a cute lil clown girl like me? Dwella asks sweetly and Jinx turns to look at her, seeing bright red hair, painted red lips, painted white skin with black around her nearly glowing violet eyes. Why you're a clown. I hate clowns. Jinx shouts while trying to extricate herself from the crazed clown girl's hold on her, Dwella laughing loudly as she does so. Elsewhere, Gizmo rubbed his temples upon hearing the racket. Danny's costume was done and she'd left to find a room to change into it in, thus leaving Gizmo to his own devices at long last. Why the fuck does Jinx have to be such a screamer? Ugh, bad thought. Gizmo can't help but wonder then think to himself with a grimace while looking at his computer, then sighs while continuing his search for the final piece he needs to fix Blackfire's armor. Let's see now. Axion Labs? No. Wayne Inc? No. Star Labs? No. LexCorp? Bingo. Gizmo says then silences himself and pales. LexCorp, of all places it just had to be Lex Luthor's big business, didn't it? Meanwhile, a familiar blackbird made of ebony energy appears in Naruto's room, and then forms back into the shape of Raven and Naruto, the blonde yawning. Thanks for the lift Kara-chan. Naruto says before leaning forward to kiss her cheek, Raven blushing in response. See you tomorrow? The blonde asks and Raven nods her head with a small smile before then vanishing into thin air, leaving the blonde to his own devices. Nodding her head once she was gone, Naruto made his way out of the room, then walked to Gizmo's lab and saw him banging his head into his desk. I take it something bad has come up. Naruto notes and Gizmo grunts. LexCorp, the thing I need to fully fix Blackfire's armor is in LexCorp, he says before slamming his head back into his desk, and Naruto frowns while remembering an earlier trip into a LexCorp facility, namely, the warehouse he got that Xenothium scanner from. So do you know if the part is in a LexCorp facility here in Jump? Naruto asks and Gizmo sits up and rubs his face. Yeah, that's the only good news I've got. He replies and Naruto reaches up and rubs his chin for a moment. Slowly, the blonde thief gets an idea and smirks while crossing his arms. Giz, get Dwella, Jinx and Danny, we're going on a heist tonight, Naruto orders simply before turning on his heel and walking back to his room to get his suit. What about Mammoth? I could wake him up. Gizmo offers and Naruto shakes his head. We need stealth. Mammoth is a heavy hitter but he's not too subtle nor is he particularly stealthy. Besides, the big guy has been doing triple the work while trying to fix up this old place, let him get some rest. Naruto reminds and Gizmo blinks before nodding his head in agreement. It wasn't that unknown after all that he and Jinx were better at theft while he was mainly the muscle they needed when taking on the Titans. Sighing, Gizmo then got up and made his way out of his lab, then headed off to find the three girls so they could go out and rob someone. As he did that, Naruto entered his room and pulled his X-suit from its case, smirking as he then started to pull it on. Later. Alright, so what's the plan? Gizmo asks while he and the rest of the group Naruto wanted stand on a roof adjacent to the LexCorp facility. The blonde now dressed in his X-suit while Jinx kept a fair distance away from a grinning Dwella while Danny is floating next to Gizmo in her human form. First of all, what are the diagrams for this place, Giz? Naruto asks and Gizmo pulls his control out and rapidly types on it, a hologram sprouting from his pack to show the layout of the building. Nice. Now then, what about the security, where is it located? Naruto asks his tiny teammate and Gizmo frowns. They don't have a set route. But the main security monitors are up around here, Gizmo says while pointing to a red highlighted area on the map. Alright. Any skylights or vents for access? Naruto asks while looking to the building and Gizmo frowns while going over his information. No vents. Luther isn't stupid, you know, he didn't make anything large enough to sneak in without his security noticing. They do have a skylight however, it's on the roof. While the main security hub is around the 4th floor, and I don't know where they've got their R&D department in that place. Gizmo notes and Naruto nods his head, and then crosses his arms with a frown. Danny. Think you can sneak in, get to the main hub, and disable the security? Naruto asks while the girl looks out over to the building before grinning. Sure, no prob. She offers and Naruto nods before looking over to Gizmo. Gizmo, give Danny one of those transmitter-transceiver things so she can hook it up to the main computer. Naruto orders and Gizmo grins, typing a few things on his control. His pack opens and a device pops out, Danny catching it as it does. Good, Dwella, you, me, and Jinx will be on the top floor. Giz, you stay here, tell us when Danny takes out the security and you've hacked into the system. Naruto orders and Gizmo nods his head, taking a seat while looking at his controls while a screen forms in front of him. Alright Danny, ready? He asks and Danny nods her head before allowing the familiar black and white rings to form over her body. Her physical appearance was the same, however, she now had her new costume on. This one started off with a pair of knee-high combat boots with black steel over her toes, white leather armor placed over her knees as a part of the boots and two black straps to hold them on, one over each ankle and one below her knees on each leg. She also wore a pair of tight black pants with black armor placed down her hips and thighs now for more protection, a white belt with a rappelling harness built into it around her waist, and a white pouch strapped to her right thigh in a manner similar to a kunai case. Her shirt still left her midriff bare, however it was now mostly white with black forming over her ribs, two black bands around each bicep, over her neck and down over her collar is black stripes reaching from her collar over her shoulders to end at her biceps. The DP mark on her chest was now more jagged and black as well, with a pair of forearm-length black gloves like her old ones with white fingers and pads at the back of each fist. Over her facer was a white domino mask with black mesh over her eyes to conceal them, a black facial mask below that like what Kakashi wore, and a green hair band with a skull emblem shaped like the skull on RedX's mask. She has an inverted version of Robin's mask, and an almost a black and white feminine copy of his costume. Why? Naruto questions of his teammate while looking at Gizmo and the boy rolled his eyes for a moment. No she doesn't. Gizmo states and Naruto gives him a look. Steel-capped boots, forearm-length gloves, domino mask, tight pants. He lists off and Gizmo frowns towards him. The boots are knee-high with armor. The gloves have white fingers and padding on them, her mask is inverted yes but she has one over her mouth and such and her pants have armor as well as a different type of belt. Gizmo retorts and Naruto narrows his eyes on the tiny terror. Her gloves are black, her pants are black, those bands on her biceps are black, and her collar is black, all of which nearly matches Robin's own color scheme. He reminds and Gizmo blinks for a moment, knowing that Robin had green gloves, pants and sleeves which his collar was black, and her shirt was white, Robin's was red, her belt and pouch were white, Robin's belt was yellow, and her boots were inverted like her mask, but still. It was because she wore a black and white costume before this looked like a good pattern for her to wear. Gizmo offers in his defense and Naruto crosses his arms over his chest while looking back to Danny. Her DP is made out of jagged lines like Robin's is. He reminds and Danny looks at the DP and does see a very slim resemblance between them in terms of shape, although hers was larger and at the center of her chest unlike Robin's. It works, don't it? Gizmo reminds and Naruto grudgingly nods his head, inwardly promising to find out why the girl was in a near rip-off of Robin's costume, Dwella looking at Danny's costume as if fascinated before giggling to herself. Does it conform to her body enough, Giz? She teased and Gizmo blushed while glaring at the red head. Shut up. He growled out and Naruto cleared his throat to get his team's attention back onto himself. Alright. Now you know what to do, Danny, so get to work. Naruto orders quickly and Danny salutes to the blonde boy before flying towards the LexCorp building and phasing through a wall and into it. As she does, Naruto places his hands onto Jinx and Dwella's shoulders and teleports them all to the roof of the building while Gizmo monitors what Danny is doing inside. Within the building, Danny's head pops through a wall on the 4th floor before she looks around. Turning invisible, she then flies around the rooms on the floor before finally finding the main security hub. Seeing a guard at the controls, Danny frowns before flying over to him, then slams a hand into his head, knocking him out. Pushing him to the side, the girl sits down and looks at Gizmo's transmitter/transceiver and plugs it into the first spot it looks like it'll fit. Once she does, Gizmo grins while quickly hacking his way through security and finds the location of the device they need. Got it, Temp. It's on the 13th floor, 2 levels below you. Danny, head that way as well, I'll deal with security for you. Gizmo says and Danny flies upwards, through the many floors and to the 13th floor. As she does, Naruto uses his claws to cut through the glass of the skylight, then opens it and allows Dwella and Jinx to jump into the building, Naruto following. Got the pressure sensors down, Giz? Naruto asks and Gizmo licks his lips before grinning. Got it. He says and Naruto jumps down to the ground before motioning for Dwella and Jinx to follow. As they do, Dwella reaches back and into her own backpack pulling out an umbrella? Alright, I'm going to find Danny, you girls deal with the guards on the floor before securing our exit while I get what we need. Naruto says and both girls nod their heads. Once that is done, Naruto turns invisible with his suit and vanishes, Jinx looking over to Dwella once he's gone. Why do you carry around an umbrella around with you? Jinx asks Dwella with a raised brow and Dwella silently smiled. I thought you were afraid of me. She questioned and Jinx frowns. I might be afraid of clowns, but I'm not going to lose my cool on a job. Jinx replies while keeping at a distance from Dwella. The clown girl giggled lightly before both she and Jinx turned at a voice behind them. Freeze! A guard said and as she raised her hands Dwella pulled a trigger on her umbrella, a mist of some kind firing from the very end of it and at the man. You're both under. The man started before falling down, fast asleep and Dwella giggled. A trick I learned from Uncle Penguin, remind me to send him a fish. Dwella comments before whistling to herself and leaning the umbrella against one of her shoulders, Jinx shuddering as she follows after her. As the two girls continued to bring the guards down, Naruto finally reached the 13th floor. Where is Danny? Naruto asks Gizmo while looking around and Giz quickly typed on his computer. She's stationed right in front of the door you need to bust through, she's dealt with a few guards in that area already. Gizmo offers and Naruto nods his head while making his way through the floor, being led by Gizmo before he then comes skidding to a halt at his destination. Turning off his stealth function, Naruto crossed his arms and walked over to the door. About time you got here. Danny mused while appearing as well and dropping to stand at his side. So, how are we gonna get in? She then asked and Naruto hummed in thought for a moment. You can make other people face right? He asked and Danny nodded her head. Then let's go. He offers and Danny nods while placing a hand in his and pulling him through the door. That feels so weird. Naruto states once it's over and then shakes his head. Alright Giz, we're in, where is this thing? Naruto asks and Gizmo quickly types on his controls for a few moments. Keep going, the device is in a vault nearby. Gizmo replies and Naruto and Danny walk around, seeing all manner of odd gadgetry before coming to a vault. Looking to Danny, Naruto held his hand to her and once more they walked through the door and into the vault. Alright Giz, what are we looking for? Naruto suddenly asks and a picture of a device comes up in his HUD, making him frown. Kind of small isn't it? Naruto asks and Gizmo twitches. It's small but it's not supposed to be big if it's inside her armor. Gizmo reminds and Naruto concedes his point before making his way into the vault with Danny, looking around for the device. Chuckling when he finds it, Naruto takes the device and places it into his belt before turning to Danny. Top floor please. He offers and Danny rolls her eyes before pulling them both to the top floor of the building. Landing and seeing Jinx and Dwella both sitting down, both seeming relaxed even if Jinx does have a few things between her and Dwella, Naruto chuckling in response. We got the goods, and not a Titan in sight. Let's move. He comments before ordering and Jinx holds one of his free hands as Dwella takes one of Danny's. Naruto then teleports them to the roof, then back to Gizmo quickly. Looking over to the tiny terror he sees him grin while rapidly typing on his control. What are you doing? Naruto asks and Gizmo holds up a finger then finishes. I just wiped all memory of the device from their main hard drive. Even if they know someone was here, when they take inventory it won't show up. Gizmo explains and Naruto nods his head, the tiny terror then presses another button. And that caused the transmitter transceiver to self-destruct so they can't use it to locate us. Gizmo then added and Naruto chuckled lightly. I love it when the good guy wins. He comments humorously before tossing Gizmo the device, then looks to Danny. Alright, that clenches it. Danny, we need to get you a new handle. Danny Phantom is technically already taken. He states and Danny shrugs her shoulders. What did you have in mind? She asks and Naruto rubs his chin for a moment. Not sure, think of something later. But for now, welcome to Tartarus. Naruto offers and Danny grins under her mask. Also, if you're interested, I could teach you a few things about energy manipulation and the finer points of thievery. Naruto offers the girl and Danny blinks before looking at him for a moment. Will I be learning that Rasengan thing? She asks him curiously and Naruto rolls his eyes for a moment. Yeah, we'll see if you can make one. As well as other ninja-type skills and techniques I'm just sure you'll love. He offers and Danny's eyes bolt open for a moment before a wide grin spreads over her face. Cool. Sounds like fun. She says while floating up into the air and Naruto chuckles with a shake of his head. So now we'll be teacher and student, right? She asks and Naruto frowns while rubbing his chin. More like sensei, and apprentice. The Konoha Nin all sit down around Ravager's base, or sleep in Sakura's case as Kakashi had ordered her to rest. The white-haired girl herself sitting with her fingers laced together while watching a monitor, observing the Titans and Tartarus like a hawk. Smirking as she sees Naruto take young Danny Phantom as his apprentice, the girl chuckles under her breath. He's so much like you, father, it's kind of scary when I think about it. She whispers to herself while then leaning back, thinking of her own apprenticeship to her father, otherwise known as Slade. Flashback. Two swords clashed, a girl held one blade back with her own, wearing a black mask with a blue stripe down the center of it and red lenses over her eyes. Gritting her teeth she pushes back with the blade, causing another, a man to be pushed backwards as she then lunges at him with a roar, swinging her blade and slicing through his shirt. Panting the girl backs up as he comes at her with a swing of his own sword, then quickly lashed out with a fist to the girl's face, sending her flying back before skidding along the ground, then bumps into a wall. You need to focus more, my dear. A calm, cold voice comments the man, hiding in shadows as the girl slowly raises up, reaching up to wipe some blood from her lip. Growling she then lunges forward, swinging her blade once more, bringing it down on him. The man merely blocks with his own blade before kicking her in the stomach, knocking her back as he then raises a hand and beckons her with a single finger. Roaring out, the girl lunges at the man, swinging at him wildly, soon seeing red as she steps forward and stabs forward. The girl pierces flesh, a grunt coming from the man as she then jumps into a kick, knocking him away and onto his back. Landing in a low crouch, the girl pants heavily before her eyes widen when she sees the man isn't moving. Father? She asks in a panic and rushes over to him. Seconds after, the man lashes out, swinging his own blade. The man quickly slices through the left side of her mask with a splash of blood. Absolutely pathetic. The man grumbles out while rising back to his feet, the girl holding her face through her mask as blood seeps from between her fingers. You're such a disappointment. The man mumbles while then casually pulling the sword from his side with a grunt and tossing it to the ground. The man then drops the other sword as well, the girl turning her head to look up at him. I'm sore. She started to say only for him to lash out once more, knocking her back to the ground. The man then folds his arms behind his back and walks towards her, revealing Slade, his half-copper, half-black mask standing out against his black and gray armored suit. Standing over his fallen daughter, Slade looks coldly at his daughter before shaking his head in distaste. No. No more chances, my dear. If I cannot even count on my own flesh and blood to take up my power, I will find another. One more capable and better suited to it than you are. I will find the perfect apprentice. The man muses to himself before turning on his heel, walking away from the girl and leaving her to bleed. Father. The girl thought weakly as the man vanished into the shadows, causing her to bow her head. I don't care what you say, I'll earn your respect. The girl then thinks while reaching up and throwing off her mask, revealing Ravager, only with her left eye slashed, blood flowing down from the wound. I'll prove that we aren't different, that I'm just like you. The girl thinks as her single slate gray eye darkens and narrows on the shadows. End flashback. Ravager was suddenly brought out of her memories as Sasuke stood beside of her, making her frown inwardly. She had spent a great deal of time watching not only Naruto and the Titans, but these Konoha nin as well. Plainly put, she was not impressed with any of them in the slightest. While their chakra and jutsu were all highly effective, a true assassin had no need for such flashy tricks. Hence her interest in Naruto himself was heightened, because he refrained from the flashy jutsu in favor of more stealth-orientated techniques. What do you want? Ravager then questions of Sasuke coldly, and the black-haired boy smirks. You seem powerful, I just thought I'd. He started to say, only for Ravager to lash out, grab his arm and twist it painfully into his back while slamming him forward. She inwardly thanked her father for using a special type of gene therapy on her like was used on him, increasing her strength, speed, endurance, intelligence, and agility to beyond normal human limitations, much like he himself had. Listen, boy, I have no reason nor want to be near you. You are a useful ally against a common enemy, nothing more. Do not overstep your boundaries with me, or else I will personally show you why my father was feared as Deathstroke the Terminator by all the so-called heroes of the world. Ravager growled out before throwing Sasuke back, the other nin choosing to ignore him while Sakura slept. She doesn't seem intimidated or charmed by him. Neji notes and Kakashi frowns while looking toward Sasuke as he rubs his obviously sore arm. She's nearly emotionless. She's basically a root umbu, only more ruthless from what I can tell. She also doesn't use chakra, all that strength was natural as far as I can tell, or at least augmented genetically. Kakashi muses while reading his book, ignoring an angry Sasuke as he stalked over to a wall and then sat down. She's also kind of crazy, Ino offers, and Kakashi nods his head. It does seem that her father did a real number on her psychologically. Kakashi notes, and Hinata remains silent while looking to Sakura. Do you think it's wise for us to trust her? Neji asks, and Kakashi frowns. No. That is the last thing we want to do. She's ruthless, cunning, emotionless, and without any form of human compassion as far as I can tell. She's more a machine with a goal than a girl, Kakashi states, then snaps his book closed. Whatever her mission is involves Naruto and the Teen Titans. And as I explained, those Titans may not have jutsu, but they have skills and powers that can be even more deadly if we're not careful. Kakashi says, and Ino frowns while seeing what he's trying to say. Do you honestly think we can use her, Kakashi? If she's like you say, she'd gut us in our sleep for even thinking something like that. Ino reminds, and Kakashi nods his head with a frown on his face. True. But she's also our only real lead on Naruto, and she's right about her resources. We need her in order to get to him. I'm not fully capable of the depths of depravity that she obviously is. Whatever it takes, no matter how many bodies she has to walk over, no matter how many innocents get in her way, she'll bring Naruto to us. But for what purpose remains to be seen. Kakashi says, then looks over to see the scowling Sasuke stealing glances towards Ravager. He's taken with her. Neji notes, and Kakashi scoffs. If there's one thing this mission has taught me, it's that Uchiha Sasuke isn't interested in any form of human interaction. This Ravager, on the other hand, she's powerful, she practically oozes power out of every pore, and that is what Sasuke is interested in. Add on to that she's a sort of avenger, and Sasuke sees her as the perfect match for himself. Cold. Ruthless, powerful, yet also completely emotionless and driven to destroy her enemies almost like he is. Kakashi states, and Neji nods his head in agreement with the silver-haired Jounin. Talk about your match made in hell. Ino mumbles while inwardly wondering what the shock of learning this would do to Sakura's own dwindling sanity. I know. That's what worries me. Sasuke's sanity is on a hair trigger lately. If he doesn't have every little thing he wants, he loses it. What I wonder is what'll happen when he realizes the girl he wants nothing to do with him. Kakashi wonders mostly to himself, and Neji actually smirked towards him. That sounds like poetic justice to me. Neji muses, and Kakashi thinks about it for a moment, before then nodding his head, as that had been many a fangirl's unfortunate path thanks to Sasuke's cold brooding ways. Chapter 31, Girls' Night Out PT1. Jump City Outskirts. The group of 6 who'd gone out and stolen from Luthcorp made their way back to the HQ. Dwella and Jinx were yet again, on opposite sides of the group, Dwella humming a nameless tune to herself while Jinx looked towards her warily. So do you really think you can teach me some of that ninja stuff? Danny asks her new sensei, still in her ghostly form, and Naruto slowly nods his head in response. Cool. Danny may have been a samurai once, but I get to be a ninja. Danny says happily, Naruto blinking in surprise at the samurai bit. Wait, he was? When did this happen? Jinx asked suddenly and Danny sighed. When you have friends in the ghost zone, you learn a lot about my dad really quick. Ember, a ghostly rocker chick, and her girlfriends like hanging out with me sometimes since I turned 14 and didn't shove them into a cramped little thermos as soon as I met them. But as for the samurai thing, according to my other friend Desiree, Dad once went back in time and learned how to channel his ghost powers through a sword to fight my creator when he tried to take over the past. Ironically, he did so in ancient Japan and even dressed up as a samurai. Danny explained with a shrug of her shoulders and Jinx shook her head. It's amazing how many friends you can make when you don't instantly attack or hate on them. Gizmo notes and Danny nods her head in full agreement with the rather diminutive genius. Yeah. It's the same for Mammoth and his sister. Jinx notes and both Naruto and Danny look to her with raised brows. How's that? They ask at the same time and Jinx sighs. Mammoth and his sister are Australian. When their powers manifested, everyone treated them like crap. One day, when Mammoth defended his sister, they were both run out of town, even by their own parents. Jinx replied and Naruto winced, seemed like he and Mammoth both got the short end of the stick. So basically, every one of Mammoth's old friends or even his relatives think of Mammoth and his sister Shimmer as freaks. Gizmo finished with a deep frown on his face, arms crossed over his chest. Poor guy. Danny said softly and Jinx rolled her eyes. He's over it, and he's taken care of Shimmer ever since. He sends her money whenever she needs it, she comes and visits him and us during the holidays, that kind of thing. Jinx offers and Naruto slowly nods his head. So, do you think you'll be able to fix Blackfire's armor now, Giz? Naruto asks of his diminutive friend and the tiny terror frown for a moment. Yeah, it won't be as efficient as Blackie's old armor, but with this baby, it'll be more than enough to restore her powers. Gizmo replies as they come upon their HQ, Naruto raising a brow when he sees the open door. Anyone else got a bad feeling about this? Danny suddenly inquired and they all nodded their heads. Save a smiling Dwella as she happily skipped over and inside the building. Honestly Temp, why do we keep that grinning psycho around? Gizmo suddenly questioned of his leader and Naruto chuckled nervously. Because she's so crazy that when she changes personalities she also changes her costume and method of attack, making it hard for the Titans to get used to her. Naruto replies and Gizmo blinks before slowly nodding his head, seeing how that could probably be useful against the Titans. Walking into their HQ, they suddenly noticed Dwella was grinning wider than ever, and that all the other members of their team were sitting on the sofa, Billy visibly pale. Alright, who died? Naruto questioned only to suddenly be tackled by someone from off to the side, Dwella laughing loudly as he was. Hiya Skullface. The voice of one Helene Quinzel, aka Harley Quinn, said happily as the woman sat on him, Jinx screaming bloody murder as she ducked behind the sofa with wide eyes. She could somewhat handle Dwella, but two clown girls in the same room was just too much. What's her problem? Harley then asked and Danny decided to answer for the frightened Jinx. She's afraid of clowns, apparently the Joker got his hands on her once. Danny explained and Jinx squinted her eyes while looking at Jinx, recognition suddenly appearing as she grinned. Oh yeah. Hi Jill. Harley offers with a wave, Naruto raising a brow. I remember now, we met back then, I was the clown girl holding the gun to your head. Harley offers with a wide psychotic grin, holding one finger to her own head and Jinx screamed once more before jumping and hiding behind Seymour with wide eyes. Harley? Naruto suddenly questioned with obvious shock and some fear on his face, also wondering why Harley had held a gun to Jinx's head. How's it going? And why are you here? Naruto asked nervously, and then noted the woman was in costume, Batman's off copper-colored belt around her waist, and seemed to be grinning wider than normal. Oh shit. I left her that didn't I? He asked himself quietly while someone cleared her throat. Well, to put it bluntly, Harley over there wanted to visit. Came a different voice and Naruto looked past Harley and nearly had a monster nosebleed at what he was seeing before him. It was a woman, about Harley's height and age he guessed, with pale green skin with beautiful chiseled features and full womanly curves, painted red toe and fingernails, deep red lips. Her eyes were an odd glowing neon green color like Danny's ghost form, and as she flipped her long blood-red curly locks a sprinkle of pink dust wafted from them. Her entire body looked almost like it was covered in what appeared like living vines, forming some kind of organic henna tattoo, leaves forming into a pair of panties, and an orange prison-type shirt with the sleeves rolled up to her elbows and the word and numbers Arkham 24 SP.775899-22 on the back, the words P. Isley Arkham Asylum on the right side of her chest, with only 2 buttons done to close it over her impressive chest, leaving most of her cleavage and midriff bare. Whoa! Naruto muttered while a shocked Gizmo suddenly fell backwards, fainting, with a furious blush over his entire face, Danny blushing with wide eyes under her own mask. Who are you? Naruto asks, and the woman pouts slightly before smirking as she walks towards him with an obvious sway to her hips. Call me Poison Ivy. Harley over there decided to bring me along for her little getaway. Ivy offered the blonde, and Naruto gave a look to a grinning Harley while Danny floated towards the painted clown girl on top of him. Harley, right? Danny asks her, and Harley blinks before nodding her head. Think you can get off him? He's kind of got a girlfriend already. Danny states, and Harley grins down at Naruto, making him grunt in response. Way to go, Danny. He thought sarcastically as Harley pulled both herself and Naruto up to their feet. So Skullface has him a girl. Isn't that sweet, Red? Harley asks Ivy while hugging the young blonde thief, the green-skinned woman rolling her eyes in response before crossing her arms lightly over her chest. As she did, Naruto affixed his apprentice with a "you will pay" look, and Danny gave him a nervous grin. Harley, I don't really care, you're the one who knows him, not me. Ivy reminds blandly, Harley blinking and then pouting for a moment before grinning back towards Naruto widely. So who's the lucky babe you're dating then, Skullface? She asks, and Naruto twitches, and then quickly pushes himself out of her hug while wondering why she insisted on calling him that all the time. None of your business, Harley. He states, and Harley pouts before grinning once more as she then vulsed on over to stand next to Dwella. Alright, now why are you two here exactly? Don't you have I don't know, things to do in Gotham or something? Naruto asks pointedly, and Harley places an arm over Dwella's shoulders, Dwella doing the same with a happy smile on her face. You said I could visit in your letter, Skullface, and do you know how often me or Red get to go anywhere that bats won't follow? Harley offers in reply, and Naruto grunts for a moment, and then groans as he walks off. Someone show them to a guest room? I can't deal with them or their quirks right now. I need some sleep. Naruto grumbles out, and Kid WYKKYD is the first up, and he bows to Harley for a second. So you're taking me and Pammy to our room den? She asks, and Kid nods his head slowly. Alright then, Red Eye, come on Pammy, I'm beat too, let's hit the hay. Harley says with a yawn, and Ivy rolls her eyes before following after her clown-like partner and the young Kid Wicked. That was the single hottest pair of women I have ever seen. Private Hive suddenly says, and gets nods from Seymour and for some reason even Danielle as well when he does so. Hot as hell and crazy as fuck. Billy offers in reply with Jinx and Blackfire nodding their heads, Jinx still hiding with wide eyes. Someone needs to get Gizmo to bed? Danny notes before looking around. Not it. She shouts as she flies away, hurrying towards the room Jinx set up for her. Sighing at this, Jinx looks to Blackfire, the older, black-haired girl frowns for a moment before sighing and walking over to the laid-out tiny genius. Blackfire, Gizmo has a device that he needed to finally fix your armor with him, if you want you could finish it? Jinx offers, and Blackfire nods her head, smiling as she made her way into the HQ. So now we have 2 of Gotham's hottest and most wanted villains staying with us for an undetermined amount of time. Dwella muses with a thoughtful expression before suddenly giggling to herself. Neat. Dwella then says with a laugh as she heads off to bed as well, the rest of the team soon following and wondering what new hell would be brought upon them next. Titan's Tower. Cyborg yawned while walking towards the commons room of the tower, smacking his lips lightly and rubbing his head as he does. Dude. Whose turn is it to make breakfast today? BB asks while coming up beside his titanium-plated friend. You're up early? Cy notes with a raised brow, and BB chuckles nervously. I'm going on a date with my girlfriend tonight. I wanted to make sure I'd have enough time to get ready. BB admits, and Cy looks at him for a moment before rolling his eyes as Raven floats towards them with Starfire. Ray? You're usually the first one up besides Rob, what happened? Cy asked his female friend, and Raven twitched while looking to a brightly smiling Starfire. Star wanted details. She grumbled out, and Starfire chuckled nervously while rubbing her right bicep. Oh well, let's all get some breakfast, I'm making waffles. Cy announces, and BB frowns towards him. Can they be non-dairy this time? He asks, and Cy gives him a look that seems to say, what do you think, to the green changeling. So you really made that suit without a security switch or anything? A female voice echoes out of the common room, all the Titans blinking when they hear a nervous Robin answer. Yeah. I was worried that any kind of electrical discharge produced by xenothium might have a negative effect on the person in the suit. Robin admitted while Cy turned to his friends. Did you guys know Rob was having a friend over? he asks and Star growls angrily before stomping towards the doors. Oh boy, here we go again. Cyborg then mutters and both BB and Ray are inwardly thankful their own significant others aren't as possessive as Starfire can be. Come on, let's go and save whoever Robin's talking to from Star. Cy then says while walking into the commons room, BB and Raven shrugging as they follow him. However, upon entering the room the two find Cy gaping and pointing and Starfire looking confused. Looks like they finally decided to come in, huh? A female voice quips and Robin chuckles. Raven blinks at this, then follows the gaze of her two friends before her own eyes widen as seeing a red-haired woman with blue eyes, in a costume reminiscent of a bat. BB bat. Cy managed to get out while BB jumped onto his shoulder and gaped towards the red head. Batgirl. We have Batgirl staying here, in the tower? He demanded before launching over to shake her hand. Dude. It's like such an honor to meet you, BB says and Batgirl bites her lip to keep from laughing. What's she doing here? I thought she worked with Batman or something. Raven asks with a raised brow and Batgirl nods her head. Yeah, I'm here on business but I wanted to catch up with Robbie here, Batgirl says while nudging over to Robin the younger boy glaring at one of his oldest friends. Shut it, Barb. He grumbles out lowly while Starfire floats over to the woman. I have never heard of you before? Please, how is it that you know Robin? She notes then asks the older redhead and Batgirl twitches before crossing her arms and giving a look to Robin. Yeah, I never really talk about Gotham. Robin offers her and Batgirl frowns once more, silently promising to get him for that. Right, but seeing as I'm here, let me see if your descriptions were accurate on your team, Batgirl says while looking to the red-haired alien princess. You must be Starfire. She notes and Starfire nods her head slowly. Then this one? She says while patting BB on the head, the green jester grinning. Is Beast Boy. That must be? She says while motioning towards a still completely shocked Cy. Cyborg. And last is Raven? She says while finishing and points to the said girl. Nice to finally meet you all, Robin's told me all about you, Batgirl says pleasantly and Starfire looks at the older redhead strangely. Please, are you Robin's older sister? You speak much like my own sister Blackfire did when she came to visit. She asks then notes and Batgirl and Robin look to one another, Robin blushing and clearing his throat. I need some coffee. He mumbles lowly and Batgirl shakes her head. Actually, we used to work together for a long time, I even used to threaten to take him shopping with me when we were little. She admits with a smile and Starfire blinks for a few moments. How is that bad? She asks and Batgirl gives her a look. I could take hours just to look at shoes and make him carry my stuff for me, she says with a smirk and Starfire frowns. Shoes are not that interesting to me, Starfire states and Batgirl shrugs her shoulders in response. I was 15. What do you expect? She quips in response then looks over her shoulder to see Robin frowning towards his coffee. Anyways, she then says while turning back around to face the Titans. Ever since a little incident, Batman and Robin haven't really spoken to one another, Batgirl admits before mentally glaring towards Robin. Not that it's really Batman's fault, this time, stupid stubborn Robin, he was only worried about you. She mentally grumbled while crossing her arms. Dude. What happened? They were the dynamic duo. The Caped Crusaders. Batman and Robin. What could have torn such a perfect team apart? BB asks with wide eyes and Batgirl grimaces while hearing Robin growl. Batman happened, sort of. She admits and Robin scowls from his own spot. How's that? Raven asks while floating over, Starfire nodding her head, while a still stunned Cyborg just continued to point at Batgirl and gape. Well, the Joker kind of shot him once, she admitted sheepishly and Robin twitched at Starfire's gasp. It was only my damn shoulder, and it only happened once. He shouted angrily once she did and Batgirl sighed. What about the time Two-Face nearly beat you to death when you were still only 16? Batgirl asks flatly and Robin growls towards the girl, turning and slamming his hand into a counter. I was young. He shouted before taking a breath, arms crossed and Batgirl sighed while shaking her head. This is why they broke apart, she states and Raven nods her head, seeing that it was more Robin that broke up the team than Batman, at least that's how it looked. Please, so Robin once worked with both you and this Batman, why have we not heard more about you then? Starfire asks with a confused expression and Batgirl turns to Robin with a frown. Dick, please tell me you haven't been wearing your mask 24/7 and not talking about who you really are? Batman is bad enough without you inheriting his traits, she asks then states flatly and sees Robin try to sink in on himself. Dear Lord. X was right, you are way too serious, and I actually thought he was only exaggerating about it. Batgirl grumbled lowly and Robin blinked before gaping towards her. Wait, you actually worked with that thief? Why? He demands and Batgirl gives him a look in response. Because he was trying to help a friend of his, though he did steal Batman's belt? Batgirl admits, then mutters, and Robin chuckles. I would pay money to have seen the look on his face. He states before turning back to his coffee and readying it. We have Batgirl in the tower? Cyborg suddenly shouts loudly with shock, and the said girl looks at him and blinks. What's with him? She asks, and BB grins. He thinks you're hot. The green teen offers the redhead, and she rolls her eyes. As if more than half of Gotham's men already didn't? She mumbles to herself while Robin nods his head, being a member of the particular half of Gotham that thought she was hot as hellfire. So why is she here anyways? Raven finally asks, and Robin takes a sip of his coffee before turning to face his team. Because Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy escaped from Arkham recently, Batman sent Batgirl here to find them, Robin explains, and BB gapes. Dude, we have the hottest villains in all known history in our town. He demands, and Robin nods his head to his green teammate. Cy, did you hear that? Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy are in Jump City as well. BB says in shock, and Cy falls over backwards, obviously passed out. That's new. Raven observes, and Batgirl shrugs. Too much shock in one day will do that to anyone, and it's not too common for Gotham villains to leave town. She reasons, and Robin and Raven nod their heads. Excuse me, but why are the Harley of Quinn and Poison of Ivy in our city? Starfire asks the older redhead, and Batgirl shrugs her shoulders in response. To hell if I know, Red? She states, and then blinks when she realizes what she did. Sorry. I used to have a friend with red hair, and we'd call one another Red all the time. She admits, and Starfire merely shrugs, not really that surprised by the nickname considering how often people used it with her. Anyways, I'm going to get to work on finding Ivy and Harley. Dick, think you can check some sources for me? Batgirl asks the boy wonder as he finishes his coffee and smirks. I'll go talk with the police chief and Officer Connors. He's a lot more astute than a normal officer, and a hell of a lot better than Bullock. I'll see if they've seen or heard anything suspicious. I'll hit some of my other sources after that. He states while crossing his arms over his chest, and Batgirl nods her head. While I'll look through the city directory for any empty botanical gardens or joke shops they might have used as their hideouts, Batgirl states while moving over to the computer, Robin walking out the door while Raven and Starfire look to one another. Is it just me, or are they really efficient? Raven notes, and Starfire nods her head in agreement. They do seem to have done this before quite often. Star notes, and both turn over to see BB fanning Cy. Dudes, could you help me wake up Cy or what? He demands, and both girls nod before helping their green friend. Tartarus HQ. Gizmo woke up with a groan, and then lifted a hand to his head. What hit me? He wondered while looking around, and sees a smirking Blackfire, floating? When did I fix your armor? He wonders, and Blackfire merely rolled her eyes in response before stretching out her limbs. The new segmented armor was nearly identical to her old armor, save the thicker plates that were on her biceps, and the redesigned forearm/wrist protectors. It's not bad, kind of wondering why some of it is different? Blackfire says, then asks while looking at her hands, and Gizmo frowns. Because I saw this one picture of Starfire in armor like yours and based it after that. He grumbled, and Blackfire raised a brow before making an O with her mouth. This would be styled more after a thicker battle armor then. Starfire always used to wear hers more for actual protection after all. She notes before twirling around and cracking her neck. Oh well, and by the way, you passed out because you saw that Poison Ivy woman? Blackfire states, and Gizmo blushes while wondering how one woman could be that hot. Also, I was the one who finished the armor, and now I'm going to go sunbathe in it to get a little energy back. Blackfire states before making her way out of the room, humming to herself while Gizmo slapped his face. I hate this. I'm in a base with some of the hottest women in the world, and all of them can easily wring my neck and use me as a dartboard. Why can't I catch a break and not be around superpowered chicks? Gizmo wonders to himself before sighing and making his way over to his workstation, bringing up the schematics for Batman's weaponry before starting to modify it with Robin's and his own technological advances. With this, Temp will be tough enough to take out all those titans and those lame-ass ninja permanently. Naruto slowly opened his eyes with a groan, moving a hand to his head as he slowly stood up. What hit me? He wondered to himself while standing up fully. Looking around, he noticed he was in his RedX costume, but he had a long purple trench coat worn over it. What the hell? Naruto wondered, finding a few seals in the coat, most of which were stuffed with dozens of knives and exploding seals. Weird. Wait, why am I in this coat? Naruto wonders to himself before checking around his body, finding his sword was gone, as was his normal kunai and shuriken. Great, looks like someone kidnapped me and stuck me with an assortment of Joker knockoff stuff. Naruto grumbles to himself while placing his hands into the pockets of the coat. Though I do admit, I kind of like the coat, but it needs a better color than purple. Naruto muses before looking around his surroundings this time, wondering where the hell he'd managed to get himself. He appeared to be in Arkham. How he got there he didn't know, but what he did know was that the sky was odd, the moon was full, and yet the sky had turned blood red with black clouds floating above him. Ugh, talk about creepy. Naruto notes before noticing that the place also seemed extremely different to the Arkham he'd visited. The mansion he'd seen the first time was still there, however, several of the buildings appeared to have been modified. He could see a botanical garden to one side, guard towers with lights here and there, several other buildings with guard towers here and there, and of course was the large locked doors everywhere, a dock to the opposite side of the botanical garden, eerie, nearly dead-looking plants all around, and of course the place was surrounded by hills and cliffs while the waves washed up against the side since it was on an island, and last but not least the eerie gates with the word Arkham on them were still present. Whoa, talk about renovation. Naruto notes, seeing as the place was even more guarded now than it had been. But it couldn't be Arkham, he'd only been there a month? Yeah, a month ago. Something fishy is going on, Naruto notes to himself before reaching up to rub the chin of his mask. At the moment, he was on a cliff and upon looking down he spotted several guards. Frowning, the blonde hit a few switches on his belt to bring up his HUD, thus checked how his suit was running. An added bonus of this being his suit's ability to scan and display the amount of chakra he had stored in his body for use. Thus the blonde was shocked to see he was at 5% of his chakra capacity and that his suit was running on its backup. Not only that, but several key systems seemed to have been tampered with and were locked for lack of a better word, leaving him with a pair of grappling hooks in his gauntlets, the scalloped blades on them, and his normal X-shuriken, all the rest of his gadgets and gear locked to his use. Oh fuck me, what the hell happened last night? The blonde wondered to himself while shaking his head, then sighed before he saw a message come up on his HUD. Want to play a game? The message questioned and Naruto frowned. What kind? He asked then grimaced, how could someone hear? A fun one. The message printed out and Naruto's eyes widened. Where are you? He asked suspiciously and the message changed. Somewhere, it offered vaguely and Naruto grunted. Alright, what kind of game? He finally asks and another message pops up. Find the innermost chamber of the mansion. I'll be waiting, the message states and Naruto looks over to the mansion with a frown. Well, might as well find out what the hell is going on here. Naruto muses before he looking around them aimed a grapple towards a guard tower. Zipping up to it quietly, Naruto lunges up and slams the guard's head into the side of the tower to knock him out. It'll be best if I remain undetected until I can either unlock my other gadgets or regain some of my chakra. Naruto notes with narrowed eyes, then spots an odd little device nearby. Walking over to it, Naruto reaches to it and holds it up. The device seems to be a digital recorder of some kind, with a plug for speakers or amplifiers to be plugged into it. Well, it never hurts to know a little about the crazies around here, or it could always be guard routines or something, might as well check it out. Naruto notes inwardly before reaching to his belt, taking a seat in the tower and then plugging it into the device. The gem was born of evil's fire, a strange, demonic voice echoed from the speakers in his helmet. The gem shall be his portal, the demonic voice chants out and Naruto shivers. Alright, I think that's enough of that. Naruto notes while unplugging the device. He comes to claim, he comes to sire, the voice continued, Naruto's eyes widening before he smashed the device, and then backed away from it. The end of all things mortal. The odd voice finished while Naruto shivered violently. Okay, even for me that registers like a 20 on the weirdo meter. Naruto thinks to himself, then turned on his heel, looking to the mansion. Naruto looked down and grimaced seeing men guarding the main doors. But, they have a vent shaft above them, if I could somehow reach that undetected. Naruto mused to himself, then saw the graveyard and frowned and thought. That does provide ample coverage for me, and it wouldn't be too weird to walk over the graves. Naruto notes to himself before quickly jumping back down from the guard tower and to the ground below. Landing in a low crouch, Naruto hides in the shadows of the tower, and then narrows his eyes as he looks around for any guards. Not seeing any, the blonde-haired ex-nin quickly ran over to the graveyard and leaned back against a grave. Breathing a sigh of relief, the blonde chuckled to himself. Wonder who I have to thank for the help? He wondered to himself while turning to the grave, only for his skin to turn deathly pale. Here lies Uzumaki Namikaze's Kushina beloved wife and mother R.I.P. The grave had read and Naruto quickly shuffled away from it, his eyes wide and his heart thumping in his ears. Mom? He wondered then shook his head, quickly fired a grapple at the side of the mansion and pulled himself to the roof of the building. Coming onto it, the blonde continued to shiver, even though he knew it couldn't be his mother, the sight of her grave still scared the ever-loving shit out of him. Breathing in shaking pants of breath, Naruto looked around, wondering if he'd somehow gotten trapped in a Tsukuyomi, even though Itachi was long dead. What is going on here? Why is everything going crazy? The blonde-haired shinobi wondered to himself before deciding he didn't want to know. Firing a grapple to the side of the mansion, Naruto quickly swung over to a spot above the main door. Crawling up the side of the wall, Naruto gently removed the grate above it, then crawled his way into the building. Coming out in a simple room, Naruto blinked upon seeing a door at the end. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? He inwardly wondered before walking over to the door and pulling it open. Blinking, the blonde found a hall, and then walked out into the hall and looked around. What the hell, why does it feel like this really shouldn't be here? Naruto wondered before jumping when he heard a door slam. Damn it, stupid baka, it's just the wind? Naruto chastises himself before turning to the door and opening it once more, shocked to find he came out in the hall once more. What the hell? He demands before turning around, thus backs away when he sees the doorway from before is now completely gone. This can't be happening, this can't be happening. Naruto thinks to himself, seeing as the laws of physics, nature, and reality all seem to have been broken in the span of a few minutes. Why couldn't it be Murphy's Law that was broken? Naruto inwardly grumbles before turning and running down the hall, hell-bent on escaping this insane madhouse. Ugh, bad pun. Slowing himself down, Naruto placed a hand on one side of the hall and closed his eyes. What the hell is going on? Last night I go to bed in the HQ, then I wake up in Arkham. What, did Bird Brain catch the girls and me and throw us all in here before I could wake up? No, that's stupid, besides that it wouldn't explain my chakra or how my suit's gadgets were locked, and the fact I have a coat filled with weapons and explosives that are native to Konoha. Naruto thinks to himself before opening his eyes, gaping when he finds himself in, of all places, outside of the QB seal. Shit. Naruto mutters as a pair of bright red eyes open beyond a veil of shadows cast by the cage, a Cheshire cat grin opening beneath them. What the hell do you want, furball? Naruto demands angrily and hears a deep demonic chuckle, but it's not from QB. Such a disrespectful mortal. How can you stand the whelp, QB? The new voice notes and QB nods, for glowing red eyes opening above QB. True, but the Gakis is amusing, and at least he's not as troublesome as your daughter has proven to be, Trigon. QB says with a roll of his eyes in Trigon's direction while Naruto backs up, then turns and finds himself face to face and mask to mask, with Slade. I was wondering when you'd finally get here. Slade muses in a deep monotone voice and Naruto turns back to the demons before glaring at the masked madman. Alright candy corn face, what the hell is going on here? Naruto demands and Slade looks at him for only a moment. You'll know soon enough. He answers cryptically before darkness suddenly claims Naruto, all things falling into shadow around him. Tartarus HQ. Naruto suddenly sat up in his bed with panting breaths, then fell back and placed a hand over his eyes. Ugh, just a dream, but man, what's with these nightmares lately? I feel like I might have inhaled a truckload of the Scarecrow's fear toxin or something. Naruto notes to himself while rubbing his face tiredly, then cracks open an eye and looks to the side. He sees the hour, thus sighs before rolling out of bed with a grunt. Slowly pulling himself to his feet, the blonde stretched and yawned at the same time before walking over to his door. Exiting his room with drooping eyes, Naruto yawned once more while making his way into the kitchen. Upon entering he turned and stopped at seeing Harley making what looked to be pancakes with a bob of her head, now dressed in nothing but a familiar orange button-up shirt and black lace panties. Dear Lord Harley, must you be so scandalous as to dress like that around teenage boys? Naruto demands while rubbing his head, and the girl turns to look at him and blinks. Skull face? She asks and Naruto nods his head. Wow, and here I thought I was the only person who'd be out of costume around here, and you really are a blonde? She notes with surprise and Naruto snorts before seeing the drooling visages of his friends Mammoth, Kid WYKKYD, Private Hive, and Seymour, though he could easily tell that none of them were really hungry for food. Would you guys please stop staring at her like she's a piece of meat? Naruto growls out at the other males of his team, each of them turning to him and blinking, till his eyes flare red. I said beat it. He shouts and the four quickly get away and Naruto crosses his arms with a frown. Ah come on Skullface, don't be so hard on him. I don't mind the looks that much. Harley states while turning her head to look at Naruto, the blonde reaching up to pinch the bridge of his nose before sitting down. I have to enforce a few rules around here, Harl. One of them is not to stare at the girls on our team, which means not to stare at our female guests either, especially when one of them controls mutant plants and would likely kill them before allowing them to look at her, or her friend, like that. Naruto states in rebuttal while rubbing his aching temples, while Harley looked at him confused for a moment before frowning. Why do you have to enforce that rule anyways? She asks and Naruto rubs his face for a moment. I'm on a team with numerous boys, 2 of which have super strength, most of which are just perverts. When they stare or get perverted with the girls, I have to stop them or our teamwork will be shot all to hell. Naruto explains with a frown over his face while Danny comes into the room, yawning and wearing her white PJs before hopping onto a stool next to him. Hey, who's de toi pet? Harley then asks while pointing to Danny, and Naruto looks to his apprentice before sighing. This is Danny, she had white hair last night because she's half ghost. Naruto states, and Harley shivers, thus gaining a look from the blonde teen. I'm kind of afraid of ghosts. She admits with a shrug while looking at Danny, and the black-haired girl rolls her eyes. Whatever, so sensei, what am I going to be learning first? Danny asks, and Naruto looks at her with one eye before nodding his head. First, you need a new villain name? He states, and Harley grins. Oh cool. Can I help? She asks excitedly, and Naruto looks at her for a moment. Sure, what do you got, Danny? He asks, and Danny frowns. The spirit? She asks, and Harley sneers. There's an immortal dude with dat name already toots. She states, and Naruto wonders how she knows that exactly. Was there a magazine with information like that or something? How about Phantom? She asks with a thoughtful expression, and Danny growls low in her throat. My dad is Danny Phantom, so no way in hell. She grumbles, and Harley shrugs her shoulders. What about Spectre? Naruto asks, and Danny frowns. No. There's a psychologist ghost named Spectra, and she makes you miserable and then absorbs all the misery into herself. No offense, but I really don't want a name similar to hers. Danny states, and Harley shivers violently at the thought. She was technically a clown after all? Poltergeist. Naruto offers, and Danny snorts. Do you even know what a poltergeist is? She asks, and Naruto nods. A very territorial and vengeful spirit. He states, and Danny nods. Yeah, and I happen to know one. Her name is Kitty, and you can piss her off really easily, especially if you're her boyfriend. Anyways, she gets angry really easily, and I mean even more so than me, and comparing me to my dad ever could. Danny explains, and Harley frowns before turning back to her pancakes and flipping them to make sure they wouldn't burn. What about Revenant? I've heard that used with ghosts and the like before. She asks, then explains, and Danny raises a brow. Those are ghosts held to the mortal plane by something of value to them. No, that one really doesn't seem to fit. Danny says, and Naruto wonders how much the girl knows about spirits and such. Definitely not Howler, Banshee, or Siren. Naruto notes, having learned a lot about spirits and such from Raven. Frightened, screaming, and singing ghosts, all sound-based, so no. Unless I pick up my dad's ghostly wail and call it a banshee scream. Danny says, and then notes with a frown while Naruto reaches up to rub his eyes. How about Yurei? He offers, and Danny looks at him. Yurei? She asks, and Naruto smirks in response. Japanese ghost. Naruto offers the girl, and she frowns. No. Yurei just sounds weird. She states, and Harley blinks. Why not just Rei? It means soul or spirit, right? Harley offers, and Naruto blinked for a moment. You speak Japanese? He asked the blonde woman strangely, and she nodded her head in response. Took a course during college, learned a little, not much, but I remember Rei meaning spirit. She states, and Danny frowns for a moment before nodding her head. Alright, Rei it is. She states with a nod of her head, and Naruto looks around. Where are Jinx or any of the other girls? He wondered, and Danny snickered. Jinx is hiding in her room, said something about too many clowns for her to come out. The young ghostling girl responded, and Naruto chuckled. I think Blackfire went out to sunbathe or something, and Dwella was using the hollow room last time I saw her. Danny then listed off, and Harley blinked. Hollow room? You mean a room with tons of holograms and stuff? She asks with a gaping jaw, and Naruto merely nods his head. Boy, what am I doing in Gotham? This town has everything. Harley states with a raised fist before suddenly sighing and looking forlorn. Well, everything except Mr. J. She notes, and Naruto slaps his face while Danny shakes her head. Right, wait, where's that Ivy chick, and now that we're on the subject, why are you wearing her shirt? Naruto asks, and Danny blushes when a few ideas come to mind as to why she's wearing the redhead's shirt. Let's not talk about the shirt thing, but as for Red, I think she found a garden or something. Harley replies, and Naruto blinks before frowning. Probably mine. He grumbles, and both Harley and Danny look to him strangely. What? He asks irritably, and Harley blinks. Your garden? Wow, will you never cease to surprise Skullface? Harley asks, and Naruto smirked in response. Most surprising ninja isn't just a moniker dollface. He quips, and Danny rolls her eyes while Harley laid out some pancakes. Never would have pegged you as being able to cook. Naruto notes, and Harley snorts. I have too. Mr. J can literally burn water. And I do mean literally, I've seen him do it. She retorts before getting some syrup and pouring nearly a quarter of the bottle on her pancakes. Here you go. She offers, handing the bottle to Danny, the ghost girl looking at her strangely. Did you need that much syrup? She asks seriously, and Harley shrugs. I like sweets. She replies and Naruto ignores that while pouring himself some syrup then handing the bottle back to Danny. Why does that not surprise me? Danny asks and Naruto looks at Harley and shrugs his shoulders. Because she's a funny clown girl who seems almost childish. He offers and Danny takes a mock-serious expression. True. She muses and Harley gives them both a look. Anyways Danny, I'm thinking about starting you out with some basic shape manipulation. We'll start with that and work our way up, learning what we can and can't convert from my jutsu into your powers. Naruto offers and Danny grins widely, seeing as the only person who'd ever really taken the time to teach her anything was her female ghost friends and most of them were busy a lot of the time. Okay, sounds good sensei. Danny offers cheerfully while Dwella suddenly flips into the room, looking around for something. Dwella, are you seeing things again? Naruto suddenly asks and Dwella looks to him and then looks around nervously. No, not this time. Just trying to keep you on your toes, she says while looking around, then reaches into her backpack and throws down a sphere, smoke and confetti flying everywhere, as Dwella seems to vanish. Skullface, where the hell did you find that chick? I really want one. Harley suddenly exclaimed with a wide grin and Naruto rolled his eyes for a moment. Well, to put it plainly, she seemed to have just escaped from a mental asylum when I found her. Naruto offers and Danny mutters and of course while Harley frowns for once. Oh, what's wrong with her then? She asks and Naruto shrugs. Bipolar and delusional, she seems to think she's the daughter of most of Batman's major villains. Thus far I've seen Two-Face, Penguin, Riddler, Joker, and even Catwoman. Man, I loved that cat suit of hers. He replies and Harley looks at him for a moment before smiling widely. She really is the daughter I never had. She notes and Naruto shudders. Good, 'cause I'd rather not go through the joys of childbirth. Harley then says with obvious disgust at the thought and Naruto decides he'd rather not comment on that. Come on Danny, let's get your training started while the hollow room is clear, and maybe try to coax Jinx out of her room. Naruto says while getting up and placing his dishes away, then walks out of the room with Danny following closely behind her sensei. As they leave, Harley then crosses her arms and leans back on her stool. What to do? She wonders to herself, before an idea comes to mind that causes her to grin monstrously. Oh boy. Now that sounds fun, I better go get red, we're having a girls' night out for once tonight. Harley says to herself before flipping over to the door and running to find the garden. Chapter 32, Girls' Night Out PT2. Tartarus HQ. Danny panted while trying to keep up with Naruto. The older teen seemed to have her completely outmatched. Considering he's been doing this kind of stuff 3 times as long as I have, it's not too surprising. Danny inwardly admits before trying to form the newest shape Naruto was showing her with her ghost powers. The two were currently in the hollow room, which was on a neutral setting at the moment. It was basically a plain field with a starry sky above them, though Danny had to admit it was calming at this setting, allowing her to keep her cool even though she was really frustrated. The first thing that they had covered forming it over her skin to absorb impacts, it was something she really thought Danny could use for his ghost fighting. The next thing they covered was ironically forming the energy over her body in human mode. And over an hour later she could do so, however he told her to keep practicing with it. Ghost mode seemed to be best for training as she managed it much faster, but he said that she wouldn't always have time to transform and that mastering her powers in human form was essential. However, now he was teaching her a rather unique technique. And that was how to make claws out of her spectral energy. She'd watched him do it, forming small blades over his nails that arched outwards like the fake claws of Catwoman. She'd then tried to copy it. It wasn't easy as she nearly melted her fingers the first time. He'd explained that she would have to learn how to form a very small shell around the energy over her fingers before that wouldn't happen. Why am I learning this anyways? Danny suddenly questions while waving her fingers, her ghostly healing factor kicking in to fix her nails. Hey, what could she say, being half supernatural being rocked? Because sometimes you don't want to walk through walls when people know that's your thing. Keep them on their toys. If cops or a resident superhero figure out where you are or find a pattern to your thefts, you might get caught. Thus, never steal anything the same way in a row. I never do any of my heists with the same method of entry, makes me unpredictable and no one can plan ahead of my heists. Naruto replies and Danny frowns for a moment before sighing and looking at her hands. Then how do I form a shell that small? She asks the older teen, hiding her frustration at not being able to get this right. Honestly, she had every right to be frustrated. Her ghostly self was an energy manipulator by typing. All her best skills and abilities were in energy manipulation and shaping, just like Danny's was diverse in abilities, and Vlad's had been in control of his energy rather than its manipulation, thus while he didn't really have more power than them he was better at using what he had more than they were. Alright, listen this time Amuto. Naruto states firmly before kneeling down before the girl. The blonde then held his hands apart and concentrated, a sphere of chakra appearing in his hands. First I want you to make a shell like this, Naruto states, and Danny frowns before holding her own hands apart and trying to form the circle, merely making a larger than average ectoblast instead. Huh? I didn't know I could make them bigger. Danny mused, and Naruto frowned before deciding it wasn't a total waste since she learned a new shape to manipulate her energy into, just not the one he wanted her to. Imuto, focus. Don't push so much into it. Try to limit it and make it hollow, Naruto tells the girl with a frown, and she blinks before reabsorbing the energy into herself. Licking her lips nervously, Danny tried once more, spinning a ball of energy into her hands in the form of a sphere. Good, but it's still energy, it isn't solid, Naruto states while Danny bites her lip, trying to will the small sphere into a solid shape. It's not working. Danny grits out and then reabsorbs the energy before slumping, Naruto sighing as he pulls the shell of energy back into himself. Don't worry, Danny, no one gets it right in one go, Naruto states, and Danny gives him a strange look. How long did it take you to learn that? She asks, and Naruto grins nervously before rubbing the back of his neck. I actually made that, in about a week, he admits, and Danny slumps once more. He made it, great, now I feel even worse. Imuto, it's not about who made the technique, how long it takes to learn, or any of that. You have to remember that it's a technique you're learning, one you need to master at your own pace, no one else's, Naruto states, and Danny rolls her eyes before falling backwards and looking up into the starry sky. I really like this room, she muses, and Naruto smiles before looking up to the sky as well. Yeah, I think this is my favorite room in the HQ, Naruto admits, and Danny looks at him for a moment before sighing. Where did you get the idea for this claw thing anyways? Danny suddenly asks, and Naruto smirks while crossing his arms behind his neck. I wanted to be able to always have a weapon on hand, and back then, I really didn't want any Uchiha to steal my technique, nor did I want to have to buy a weapon of some sort and have a storage seal tattooed on me. So, instead of going through that amount of hell, I decided that I'd make a claw jutsu instead, found out a week later how hard it was, and well, I almost gave up and got that storage seal, Naruto admits with an amused grin, Danny smiling, seeing as it probably had been utter and complete hell for him to create the technique. I once tried to learn to teleport. I ended up splitting myself in half, literally down the middle, Danny says with a shudder. Her body being in ghost form had allowed her to reform, but she hadn't tried to use that ability again since. Wow, talk about a splitting headache, Naruto notes with an amused smirk, and Danny gives him a look. Please no puns. My dad loves them, she grumbles, and Naruto rolls his eyes for a moment. You know, hating on your father won't solve anything, Naruto comments, and Danny gives him a look in response. Oh, and how do you know that? She counters, and Naruto takes a thoughtful expression for a moment. Because, first time I met my dad I punched him right in the face, Naruto comments offhandedly with a shrug of his shoulders and gets another look from Danny. My dad, kind of ruined my life, but I figured what the hell, I'm his kid, I need to get over it, Naruto offers before biting back an angry growl as Danny frowns in thought for a moment. He'd not gotten over it, his dope self had, he personally was still royally pissed off, not for Kyuubi, but because he knew that his father had probably noticed the seal on his memories when he'd fixed Kyuubi's seal, and yet he left it alone, bastard. That really isn't a good argument, Danny finally says, and Naruto takes a thoughtful expression before nodding his head. Then just agree with Dwella, like I do. Fathers suck, Naruto offers casually, and Danny smiles before nodding her head. Amen, she then says with a nod of her head, and Naruto chuckles for a moment. Come on Imuto, let's go make sure poison ivy hasn't mutated any of my plants into bioweapons of mass destruction or something, Naruto states, and Danny blushes brightly at the thought, mainly because Ivy would probably be wearing next to nothing without her shirt. Right behind you, sensei, Danny says while following after Naruto, the hollow room returning to its basic setting as they walk down a few halls, Naruto turning to a sliding door. Once the door opened, Danny was surprised to see a beautiful garden, filled with all manner of flowers, though most prominent were roses, violets, and for some odd reason, black roses. Who grows black roses? Danny suddenly questioned, though inwardly knew Sam would have loved those plants. I do, Naruto states flatly, keeping it to himself that Raven like black roses and violets. Your garden is quite healthy and the plants are all very happy, came an off-handed comment, and Naruto looked around, his eyes soon falling upon Poison Ivy, her attire now having changed to a sleeveless and shoulderless leotard, bicep-length fingerless gloves, and a band around her left ankle, all of which were made of a combination of leaves and vines. Ivy, Naruto acknowledges, and Ivy turns to look at him and Danny and smirks. Who's the little one? she asks, Naruto easily able to tell by her dull tone that she doesn't care, while Danny bristles at the little one comment due to her height. Danny with an I. But my thief name is Ray. The girl states, and Ivy raises a brow before shrugging her shoulders. Whatever. She says nonchalantly, Naruto easily able to tell that the woman was very out of touch with her humanity. So where'd you get the foliage to make the outfit? Or do I even want to know? Naruto suddenly questions, and Ivy looks at him for a moment, before turning back to the many flowers he's tended. I made them from my vines, she reports, and Naruto decides that was creepy enough and then looked at her for a few moments. You know, it's kind of been bugging me, but I've got to ask, why didn't you or any of the other super criminals back in Arkham try to get me to bust you out? Naruto asks, and Ivy snorts. With Joker out there, Arkham was the safest place in the city, she reports with a shudder of fear. No one was without fear of the Joker, she was the least susceptible to that emotion when concerning Joker, but knowing the lengths he was willing to go when he had a joke in mind meant one needed to be cautious. Yeah, I should have known. Naruto muses while looking around his garden, Danny seeming bored until she's knocked over by Harley, the said blonde then bowling Naruto over and sitting on his back. Hey Red. I know what we should do while we're in town. Harley tells the girl excitedly, and Ivy arches a brow before looking at the blonde woman with a bored expression over her pale green features. And what exactly would that be, Harl? She questions with a dull tone, before being grabbed by her bubbly blonde friend and pulled over, where Harley then grabs Danny, all while still sitting on a very annoyed Naruto. Me, you, and the rest of the dames around here are gonna to be having a girls' night out. She calls out loudly, and Ivy blinks, before a slim smile crosses over her pale green features. Sounds interesting, Harl? She admits, as the thought of herself, this Blackfire, Jinx, Ray, and of course Harley and Dwella would make a rather interesting team-up for a night filled with robbing Jump City blind, as well as a little experiment Ivy wanted to conduct. Yeah. And think about it, Red, 3/5 of those titans are male, and one of dem happens to be old bird boy. Harley then reminds, and Ivy grins as she can see how the gears are turning in her bubbly friend's head. Why Harley, I do believe you've come up with a perfect way to spend our vacation. Ivy muses aloud, seeing as she eventually did want to get back to Gotham, something about the city, no matter how old, run down or decayed it was, just drew her there, for lack of a better term. Squealing with delight, Harley released her two captives before flipping off of Naruto, out of the door and off to get her costume. Ugh, why does Harley have to be so happy? Naruto suddenly wonders while propping his cheek into a fist, Ivy smirking down at him while getting off of him. She'd talked with his plants, and knew he had a girlfriend. She didn't want to ruin his life like she would others. He was nice to her babies after all, and always took good care of them as best that he could given his profession. She's always been that way. But do you mind if me and Harley borrow the women of your team for the night? Ivy asks the blonde, and Naruto looks up at her, then to a blushing madly Danny. Knock yourself out, just try not to destroy the whole city and I'm fine. He offers with a shrug, and Ivy smiles strangely before grabbing Danny and making her way to find the rest of the girls on the team. Oi, now maybe I can get some relaxation. Naruto muttered to himself before standing up and stretching out his limbs, and then narrowed his eyes on the plants. You guys didn't tell her about me and Karachan, did you? He suddenly questioned while looking around at the many plants, not really expecting an answer, and of course not getting one. Titan's Tower. Robin walked into the commons room with a deep scowl across his face. I take it you didn't find anything. Batgirl muses from her spot at the computer, Cyborg, BB, Star, and Raven all trying to keep busy. No. The chief hasn't gotten anything on Quinn or Ivy. Looks like they're laying low. Robin reports, and Batgirl frowns before typing on the computer keys for a few moments, her eyes narrowed until she crosses her arms. Weird, no sign of them in any plant or joke-themed warehouses or hideouts anywhere. Batgirl notes, and Robin frowns while walking over to her and looking to the screen over her shoulder. Just what we didn't need, them starting to get out of their usual habits. Robin grumbles while crossing his arms, and Batgirl starts to check a few more places, easily hacking her way into numerous systems. No sign anywhere in the main city, and there's no landlines out to the buildings around Jump. Batgirl muses before taking a thoughtful expression, the rest of the Titans all suddenly behind the two defenders of Jump and listening in on their conversation. You know, it's kind of hard to think with so many people behind me. Batgirl notes with a frown, and Robin turns to look at his team as they quickly go back to what they had been doing before. Ugh, guys. Robin mumbles to himself with a shake of his head, then turns around to look at Batgirl. Got any options, Barb? He asks the redhead while the rest of the team listen in on them. Options? I'm trying to guess what those two are up to at this point. Normally they'd hit a museum, pull a heist, or even rob a store for clothes and some jewelry, but as of now they've been dead quiet. It's never taken them more than a day to do something. Batgirl grumbles before reaching up to rub her temples, the rest of the team still listening in on their leader and his oldest friend. Chill Barb, have you checked for anything that might be up their usual alley? The spiky-haired teen asks Batgirl, said girl heaving a slight sigh before typing the computer, a confused Beast Boy looking to Robin. Dudes, what are you two talking about? BB finally asks and Robin blinks before looking to Batgirl. Let me guess, your criminals aren't really that into their own aesthetics? She asks and Robin nods his head, Batgirl huffing. Why does it seem like you manage to get all the normal criminals while Gotham has all the freaks? She wonders while turning back to the computer and Robin chuckles slightly, though inwardly admits that their gallery of rogues don't compare to Batman's. Well Beast Boy. In Gotham most of our criminals are insane. So insane that they are very caught up in their own aesthetics, or in layman's terms, if anything has even a slight similarity to their chosen theme, more than likely they're going to try and steal it, or if it's a building, use it as a hideout. As of yet the Riddler is the only one I know who isn't like this though does leave clues for us to find his hideouts. Robin explains to the green-furred jester and BB plainly gapes towards his friend. Dude, if Batman's normal rogues are all like that, how come he isn't able to track them? BB asks and Robin frowns. Because Gotham City is at least 3 times the size of Jump City, it's also surrounded by dozens of abandoned factories and warehouses that the rogues can use to hide. Finding them there is almost literally like looking for a needle in a haystack. Robin explains and the green jester makes an OH with his mouth while Batgirl frowns for a few moments and then stretches out her arms. Robin, I've looked through everything, there's nothing special with their themes they'd want to steal here in Jump. In fact the only thing of value any of Batman's usual rogues would want is the original manuscript for Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, and we already caught the Mad Hatter a week ago. Batgirl suddenly says and Robin frowns before crossing his arms with a thoughtful expression. Meaning we'll have to wait for them to make the first move. He notes with a frown, and knowing those two it would probably lead to something really bad. Right. So in the meantime I'd enjoy having something to eat, Batgirl says before spinning her chair around and making her way over to the kitchen where Starfire is. Seconds after she is gone Sai reaches and pulls Robin over by his cape, BB following Sai and both looking at Robin. Guys, what's wrong? Robin asks while looking at his 2 male friends, both boys looking to one another before then giving him a look. Why didn't you tell us Batgirl was coming over? Cyborg demands in a hushed tone, Robin blinking before grinning nervously. Would you believe she wanted to surprise you guys? He asks and Cyborg blinks a few moments. What? He offered intelligently and Robin shakes his head. Yeah, Barb's always had a pretty wicked sense of humor, you should have seen her back when we both worked with Batman. Robin muses, smiling fondly at the memories while BB frowns. Dude. It's not good for you to keep people like Batgirl a secret from us. What if the tower had been a complete mess and we looked like total slobs or something? BB demands and Robin grimaces slightly. Trust me, she'd be fine with that, besides I remember eating cookies with her when we weren't fighting crime this one time. In fact we got along great till the tension with Batman started. Robin mused aloud and BB and Sai gaped towards the spiky-haired youth in shock. Wow, never would have guessed. Cyborg says and BB nods his head, before both lean in towards the boy wonder with silly grins. So dude, do you have a thing for redheads or what? BB asks and Robin blinks before gaping towards his green-furred comrade. What? He demands and Sai smirks. Starfire, Batgirl. Cyborg started to list and Robin smacked him upside the head with a scowl over his face. How is that any of your business? He demands through gritted teeth and BB shrugs his shoulders. It's nothing to be ashamed of if you do dude, just asking. BB comments, though the edges of his lips are slightly curled. Then shut up BB, I only ever kissed Barb back when. Robin started to say before slapping a hand over his mouth and then sees shocked looks on both boys' faces. You actually kissed Batgirl? Cyborg demands loudly and Robin groans before wishing he could slither away, Starfire suddenly lunging over to hear what was going on while Batgirl snickered into one hand. Did he really? Raven suddenly asks Batgirl and the Dark Angel of Gotham can't help it as she smirks. Yes, she states and Raven looks at her with no small amount of surprise. When? She asks and Batgirl takes a thoughtful expression. Well, it was a while back. She muses and Raven frowns. So you two used to date? She asks and Batgirl rolls her eyes. Sort of, there's a bit of an age difference as you well know. But then again when I came back to crime fighting after a 3-year-long break, he'd really grown up and Batgirl left off while Robin was now trying to pry his way free of his overly curious teammates, Raven and Batgirl watching. Would you date him again? Raven wondered and Batgirl frowned. No, and it's because the reasons we broke up. 1. He accused Batman of manipulating me into crime fighting again. He also got really serious and uptight, and lastly he also got mad that I never told him who I really was under my mask. When Batman figured it out, he felt betrayed even though it wasn't my fault. He accused me of only not telling him and, well, you get the point, Batgirl states, and Raven winces, seeing as that was eerily similar to what happened with Tara the first time she had been around. You ever had that problem with your boyfriend? Batgirl asks, and Raven offers a slight tilt of her lips as response. No, me and Naruto share almost everything about each other. She responds while Robin is now pulling himself away from Starfire, who had taken hold of him, was now demanding information of the boy wonder. Almost. Batgirl asks with a raised brow, and Raven sighs. My past, and some of his, we really don't like to talk about them. Raven responds once more, and Batgirl nods her head slowly before turning back to the scene of Robin still trying to escape an overly jealous Starfire. She's going to skin you alive, you know that, right? Raven asks, and Batgirl looks at Raven strangely. You're not serious, are you? She asks worriedly, and Raven turns a smirk towards the Dark Angel. Starfire is from an alien race of warriors that are descended from cats, and from what I've been able to guess they're very territorial. Not only that she's as strong as 12 men, can fly, is invulnerable, and can form beams of green light out of her hands and eyes. Raven responds in kind, and Batgirl looks over to Starfire before slowly inching towards Raven. I think I really need to hide from her then. Batgirl muses while half hiding behind Raven, the dark-cloaked girl shaking her head with an amused look. I'm Starfire's best friend, don't even think about trying to hide behind me. Raven states before vanishing into thin air, Batgirl gaping before looking around and then ducking to safety. Hey, Batman only beat Superman because he had a kryptonite ring in his utility belt in a lead-lined box at all times, so she was not taking on a jealous, super-powered alien that didn't have such a readily available weakness. Tartarus HQ. Harley Quinn stood in an altered costume. This one was a red and black patterned suit, the top half being black on her right side and red on her left. A pair of forearm-length gloves, her right one being red and left one being black, were worn over her arms with white fingers and red diamonds on her left glove, a white collar with tassels on it that ended in powder puffs, and a hood with the same colors as her top, only with bells at the ends of two short tails coming off her head. Around her waist is a red corset with black trimming and buckles down the front, while the bottom half of the suit is patterned with red on her right leg, black on her left leg with black diamonds on her right thigh and red diamonds on her left calf, a pair of short boots covering her feet, the right one being black and the left one red, with a green bag slung over one shoulder and a black eye mask over her face with white mesh covering her eyes and her usual paints. Looking before herself with her arms crossed and Ivy beside her, Harley looked over the Tartarus girls critically. For the most part, she didn't have a single clue what she really needed to look for in the girls. Also, she was completely clueless to their abilities, save that Jinx was supposed to be able to cause bad luck. Dwella was probably more insane than a lot of people gave her credit for. Blackfire, who was supposedly able to fly and had martial arts training. And lastly, that Ray was able to use ghost powers. However, given the fact that Harley was very insane, also very forgetful, it was also well known that the woman was half psychotic and all mad. But that didn't exactly mean she couldn't have a good idea every now and again, and looking at the girls, Harley couldn't help a grin that formed on her face. All right, ladies. Look lively, me and Red got something to tell ya. Harley suddenly says, Ivy rolling her emerald green eyes for a moment while looking dully at the assembled teens. Tonight, we're hittin' the town and paintin' it red. That's right. We're havin' ourselves an all-villains girls' night out. Harley says with a wide grin, Dwella grinning as well, while Danny and Blackfire had to hold Jinx in order to keep her from bolting from the two clown girls. And what dat means is I want you broads to loot, plunder, pillage and steal. I want you to do all the tings you like and not give a rat's ass who tries to stop ya. Harley explains while Ivy smirks and Danny and Blackfire look to one another. Now these girls, I like. Blackfire comments with a smirk and Danny nods her head in agreement. Oh. This is going to be such a blast. Look out, Jump City. Here we come. Dwella suddenly calls out loudly before Ivy smirks and looks around the assembled girls. Oh, and don't forget, ladies, if those troublesome titans show up, just lead them to us so we can all show them our stuff. Ivy orders, and Jinx takes time from her freak out at being around two clowns to look at the woman. WW, what are you going to do to tee them? Jinx stutters out and Ivy smirks before frowning as Harley slings an arm over her shoulders. 3/5 of dat team happens to be of the male persuasion, right? Harley asks and the girls nod their heads. Well, let's just say Red here has a way with men, one little kiss and they can't help doing whatever she asks. Right, Red? Harley offers, then asks of her partner with a grin, Ivy smirking before nodding her head. Right then. Come on girlies. Let's really show dis dull as dirt town how to party. Harley offers with her arms spread out wide. The other girls, Sansa freaking out Jinx and apathetic Ivy, cheer as they follow after the clown queen of crime out of the base and into the city. Later. Jump City Mall was having a very bad day. Today, Harley Quinn, Poison Ivy, Jinx, Blackfire, a ghost girl named Ray, and the Joker's daughter, all decided to invade and then rob them blind. Currently, everyone was running around in terror. Several guards were either unconscious, or being used by Ivy's mind control to aid the 6 female villains in their little crime spree. Currently however, Blackfire was yawning as she and Danny walked out of an ice cream parlor, the ghost girl in her ghost form with her mask down to lick a cone of mint chocolate chip. I still don't see why you're only taking one ice cream cone. Blackfire states while looking at the girl, holding a bag filled with jewelry and other such items over one shoulder. Because I'm not into jewelry, Danny states before finishing her ice cream and spots a store with video games. However, video games are another story. She says before flying into the store, several beams of green energy going off inside in order to scare off the patrons as she then pilfers to her heart's content. Kids, Blackfire says with a shrug before walking over to look down at the mayhem below, the sight bringing a smile to her face. Below her, Ivy has her plants covering the main entrance while more are literally shaking down any passersby for any of their money/jewelry. Hey, chemicals were expensive. Harley has what appears to be a toy gun and is holding up anyone nearby, Dwella holding an old burlap sack open in order to collect his or her loot. And last but not least, Jinx, who had finally stopped freaking out, is now happily raiding every store she can for cold hard cash while destroying this and that along the way with her powers. All in all, it was a very good night. It pays to have help on these heists, Red. Harley suddenly calls out with a grin and Ivy nods her head with a smirk, this being the fastest she and her comrade had ever managed to clear out a building. Ah, the ultimate medicine and psychological aid. Money. Jinx suddenly called out while holding a heavy bag of cash over one shoulder. Say, why didn't we bring any of the guys along and force them to carry all this stuff back to the base for us? Jinx suddenly asks while placing the sack of cash with the other bags of loot that they had managed to acquire. Huh, never really thought of dat, normally we don't get this far. Harley muses and Jinx shrugs, she really doesn't care why at the moment, the large haul they've managed to get was worth enough to keep Tartarus funded for years. It doesn't matter, the Batman isn't here to stop us, so let's enjoy it while it lasts. Ivy offers while sitting on a vine, a sultry smirk on her lips while Jinx grins and tosses a pink hexbolt at a man, causing the floor beneath him to break and trip him. Do another. Harley says happily while still pointing her gun at some random guy's head, Dwella happily tying up another sack and tossing it with the rest of their haul for the night. Nah, maybe we should get out of here before the Titans show up. Jinx muses while Blackfire and Danny finally join the group, Danny placing a large bag of video games with their already massive hoard. I'm all for dat. Our first successful heist without any pointy-eared rodents coming to mess things up. Ah, it feels good. Harley muses before yelping as a bat-shaped object slams into her hand, sending her gun sliding away. Sorry to ruin your mood, Harley. Batgirl comments while looking down at them from above, a smirk on her lips. But I am here. She then says with a grin and Ivy frowns before looking over to an annoyed Harley. Oh great, Batbabe decided to follow us, geez what's a gal got to do to get away from you winged rats for a couple days? Harley wonders and then hears a hum, thus turns around and sees Cyborg with his sonic cannon aimed at her. Alright Clowny, I suggest you hold still and give up. Cy states and Harley gives him a look before raising a brow. Looking to her right she sees Beast Boy is in tiger form at the moment and right in front of Dwella, Blackfire is now covered by Batgirl from above, Ivy has Raven nearby, Danny has Starfire watching her, and Jinx has Robin with his bowstaff at the ready. Is that Dwella with them? Robin suddenly asks with worry, his eyes wide behind his mask. Hell, Harley was tough enough, but Dwella was wild and crazy, you couldn't tell what she'd do next. Not to mention she'd somehow copied all or at least most of the major weapons, gadgets, and gizmos of Batman's worst villains. Fear toxin or Smilex gas would be hell for them to deal with if she used any of it on the city. I would suggest all of you surrender, we do not wish to do you any of the harm. Starfire comments while wondering why Robin is so worried about the red-haired girl. Hearing this comment Harley snorts, Robin sighing and shaking his head as well, with the villains from his hometown, it was never that easy, and thinking they were going to be easy to take down would make you a fool. You're kidding me with this, right? Harley asks seriously and Cyborg merely continues to aim at her with his cannon, the other heroes poised to attack as well. Boy, they sure don't make heroes like they used to. The clown girl muses before smirking as she lunges forward, flips over Sai and then quickly sweeps his feet out from under him. Grabbing a sledgehammer out of her bag, the girl then slams it into the side of Cyborg's head, sending him flying away. At the same moment, Danny turns invisible and then plows her shoulder into Starfire's gut, sending her flying away, and Blackfire flies up and grabs Batgirl, slamming her through the roof on her way up. Titans go. Robin says quickly only for Jinx to throw a hex bolt at him, the Boy Wonder quickly flipping back and taking a stance. Lunging forwards afterwards, Robin swings his staff at Jinx, the Pinkette quickly rolling to the side to avoid it. Landing on his feet, Robin quickly tossed a Birdarang at the Pinkette and then lunged at her. As Jinx dodged the Birdarang, Robin slammed his foot into Jinx's gut, sending her flying back while knocking the breath from her lungs. Jinx, you really don't want to work with those two. They're not like other villains you've met, they will kill anyone who gets in their way. Literally. Harley has absolutely no regard for human life. Ivy isn't much better, don't trust them, they will hurt you. Robin states warningly, and Jinx merely growls while throwing a hex bolt at the Boy Wonder, Robin quickly dodging and then watching as Jinx gets back to her feet. Bird brain, I'm a villain, I don't care what they do. Jinx reminds, though it's obviously a lie, seeing as neither the Troika nor Tartarus were ever interested in killing masses of people. Not to mention they were all wary of Harley and Ivy, especially since neither had any regard for human life or those that got in their way. I'm telling you, Jinx, you're making a big mistake by fighting with them, Robin states with obvious worry in his tone. For all of his obsessions, none could ever make him wish death on any of their usual rogues. Harley and Ivy were crazed to the point that he knew they wouldn't care about killing a few teens to get what they wanted. Merely growling as her response, Jinx flipped forward and then grabbed Robin's staff. Landing behind him, she used that as leverage to toss him away. Flipping in midair to land on his feet, Robin prepared to attack once more, only for a few of Ivy's vines to suddenly twist around his ankle and lift him up into the air. Why don't you just hang around, Birdbrain, and leave us to our work? Jinx says cheekily before turning to find Raven forming some black energy around a few objects and throwing them at Ivy. The woman merely arches a brow before her vines quickly lift her out of the way. Come now, tell me that's not all you can do. Ivy taunts before a mass of mutated vines shoot out at Raven, the half-demon barely dodging the plants before holding a hand to a large sharp spike. Azarath Metrian Zinthos? She chants before throwing the spike at Ivy, the woman raising a brow before her vines duck down, avoiding the spike easily. Please. I've been avoiding people like the Batman for years, girly. Do you honestly think these kinds of tactics even faze me? Ivy asks mockingly, and Raven frowns while flying away from several vines that are trying to grab her. Damn it, I've never had to fight a plant before. Think, Raven, how do you deal with this? Raven wondered before forming a shield around herself as several vines wrapped around her. Teleporting away, Raven breathed a sigh of relief. Teleportation, annoying but useful for keeping this at least a little more interesting. Ivy muses before shooting several more of the mutated vines at her, Raven groaning before spotting Jinx running along one and towards her. Hold up, Red. She's mine. Jinx shouts before roaring out as she jumps into a spinning roundhouse kick to Raven's midriff, knocking her back and the wind from her. Above this scene, Blackfire and Batgirl crash through the roof, Blackfire smirking as she tosses Batgirl across the roof. Oh great, she's strong and she can fly. Batgirl mutters while slowly standing up, and then grimaces. Are you related to Starfire? She questions, and Blackfire smirks in response. I'm her older sister. Blackfire reports while buffing her nails on her shirt, Batgirl grimacing even more as she realizes Starfire would be tough enough. Add on a few extra years of experience and training and you had a dangerous opponent. I'm warning you right now, I've dealt with far worse than you. Batgirl warns while taking a stance, and Blackfire raises a brow, clearly not impressed. You use the same style as Robin? She notes, and Batgirl bits her tongue. However, a second later, Blackfire lunges at Batgirl with a roundhouse kick, Batgirl quickly dodging to one side and then lashing out with a punch that Blackfire blocked with one arm. No, you're not as refined as Robin is in martial arts, this won't take long. Blackfire notes before lashing out with a kick to Batgirl's gut, sending her skidding back. What do you know? Batgirl shoots back while looking around for some kind of advantage. But given that Blackfire could fly and they were outside, that was very unlikely. Let's see. I know numerous martial arts styles, all from alien worlds that I have also fully mastered. Blackfire comments with a smug grin, and Batgirl mentally grimaces. Oh shit. I have to get the one villain with as much skill as she has power and brains. Batgirl can't help but think, since a normal superpowered villain either had no martial arts skills, used a brawling style, or was just plain stupid. Blackfire on the other hand had skill, brains, brawn, endurance, and speed all at once. This was not going to be easy. Lunging forward, Batgirl decided it would be best not to give Blackfire a chance to use her powers. Throwing an explosive batarang at the black-haired girl, she then watched as Blackfire caught it in midair before throwing it back at her. Cursing and rolling to the side, Batgirl evaded the weapon and then flipped back as Blackfire came down on her, slamming her fists into the ground. Flipping into a kick to Blackfire's chest, Batgirl manages to push the alien girl back, only for her to right herself in midair and then place her feet against a structure on the roof. Grinning darkly, Blackfire then launches herself forward, swinging a fist at Batgirl. Cursing inwardly, Batgirl flips over Blackfire and then twists into a kick to her side, knocking her over to the side. Breathing a sigh of relief, Batgirl is shocked when Blackfire merely laughs and then sits up. "Ah, it feels so good to be able to fight again," Blackfire says with her arms raised up, Batgirl quickly shaking her head and lunging at the alien warrior once more, Blackfire grinning darkly as she does. Elsewhere, Robin is now using a knife from his utility belt to try and cut the vine holding him. However, before he can, the vines wrap around his wrists and then hold them apart from his legs. Nah. Can't have you getting loose, dear. It's been far too long since either I or Harley have gotten to see our favorite little sidekick. Ivy taunts with a very amused smirk and tone, and then watches as Robin snarls in response. "I'm not a sidekick." He roars out angrily and Ivy merely gives him an amused look before turning her head to find Dwella flipping over Beast Boy, the Green Titan having changed from a tiger into a raptor at some point. Landing behind the large lizard, Dwella giggles before playfully giving it a raspberry, an annoyed BB quickly lunging at her. Grinning, Dwella slides under the raptor and between its legs, BB following her with his head only to run into a metal post. "Got to watch where you're going, Green Bean," Dwella comments humorously and laughs to herself as the raptor then rolls onto its feet, its bared fangs showing its obvious anger. Merely reaching back and into her backpack, she then pulls out a popgun and holds it towards the boy. Blinking, the raptor seems to snort, before BB suddenly changes back to normal at seeing the weapon and actually laughs at the clown girl. "Dude, what do you expect to do with that lame thing?" he questions with a laugh, and Dwella grins before firing the weapon, long confetti strings shooting out of it and wrapping around him. Falling to the ground with a grunt, BB tries to change shapes, however the odd adhesive tape continues to hold while stretching to hold him no matter what he does, much like X's goop once did. "That?" Dwella offers simply before whistling and walking away from the Green Titan. Looking up, she then watches as Danny flies around above and around them, Starfire hot on her tail. "Please, young girl, you should not be partaking in the stealing of." Starfire starts to scold only for Danny to vanish, causing the Tamaranian to look around in worry. "First of all, my name is Ray." Danny's voice comes as the girl appears above Starfire, bringing both her fists down and causing her to fall downwards. "Secondly, I'm 14, I'm just short for my age, alright." Danny shouts at Starfire before quickly shooting down after her and grabbing her by her hair, causing the alien princess to grimace in pain. "Lastly, I don't want to be a hero, I like being a thief." Danny then adds angrily before spinning her body and tossing Starfire away, watching as the alien rights herself in midair, eyes glowing brightly. "Then forgive me, but I must stop you," Starfire states and fires a beam of energy from her eyes, Danny smirking beneath her mask while creating a shield, the shield causing Starfire's attack to bounce right back at her, shocking the Tamaranian greatly when it slams her into the wall behind her. "Yeah, well, sorry cutie, but I've got better things to do than play with you all night," Danny then comments while forming a ball of energy into her hands, and then flies towards Starfire. The alien princess shakes her head at this, then flies above the attack when it slams into the ground. Flying downwards at this, Danny curses before turning intangible, Starfire flying through her and to the ground below. "How did you?" Starfire started to ask, only for Danny to zip down and slam a fist into the princess's face, sending her flying away. Smirking at Danny's job against Starfire, Dwella then turns and watches as Harley flips over to Cyborg the Titanium Teen, getting up and firing his sonic cannon towards her while holding his head. Laughing loudly, Harley practically dances around the sonic blasts before flipping forward, around the attacks and kicks Cyborg in the face, sending him back from her surprising strength and laying him out on his back. Landing on her feet, the woman then walks over to Cyborg and shakes her head as she looks down at him. "Man, someone has really been getting a little too much iron in his diet," Harley notes humorously while tapping her foot into Cyborg's armored body. Growling, Cyborg groggily sits up, rubbing his head and looking at her with a frown. Holding up his cannon and firing at the clown girl, he gapes when she suddenly leans back to dodge and makes an upside-down U. "Heh, this is why we need to leave town more often, these kids don't know nothing about catching real criminals." Harley muses before flipping back and then pulling a jack-in-the-box from her back before looking at Cy with a grin. "Catch!" Harley calls out and Robin's eyes widen. Cyborg NO. He calls out only too late as his teammate catches the device, a boxing glove suddenly shooting out of it and slamming into the metal teen's chin. This in turn causes the large titan to lose his balance and fall flat on his back with a groan. Boy oh boy, this is so easy it isn't even funny. Harley comments before snorting. Ah, who am I kidding, this is hilarious. Harley notes before laughing to herself, and then wiping a tear from her eye as Cyborg slowly gets up, now rubbing his chin, and Harley looks over to Ivy. Say Red, I think he's all nice and tender for you. She comments and Ivy nods before her vines bring her over to the metal teen. Coming to the ground, Ivy then walks over to Cyborg, the teen holding his cannon towards her. Oh come now, no need for that. Ivy comments before looking to Harley, the clown girl grinning as she then flips behind Cyborg and knees him in the back of the head, grimacing afterwards while rubbing her sore knee as Cyborg groans once more. He really needed more practice if he wanted to take on these kinds of villains. Now then, let Ivy kiss it all better. Ivy coos before suddenly kissing Cyborg, the titanium teen nearly gaping before his eyes glass over when she pulls back. Oh shit. Robin mutters before seeing several vines drag Beast Boy towards Ivy, Harley limping slightly to look at the green jester. Sigh. Help. Beast Boy shouts at his friend, as he slowly gets up to his feet, the titanium teen merely grabbing hold of the green boy. Good boy. Ivy suddenly says with a smirk while Harley snickers and BB gapes towards the two. Dude. What did you do to Psy? BB demands angrily and Harley rolls her eyes. Birdbrain didn't tell you guys nothing about us, huh? She asks and BB looks over to Robin, said Boy giving a nervous look to the green teen in response. Truth be told, Robin had never really figured Harley and Ivy to be as dangerous, without Batman around as they were proving themselves to be. After all, he and Batgirl had dealt with them numerous times on their own. But back then they didn't have help. He then notes with a mental grimace, wondering how these six had managed to team up. Now Harley. He is still a teen, so his mind is on pretty much always on other things. A highly amused Ivy offers her clowny friend and Harley snickers while Robin twitches angrily. Batgirl suddenly dropped from the ceiling with a groan as Blackfire floats down and places a foot on her back. You two have problems with this? Blackfire asks snidely, Harley pouting while Ivy looks impressed. Surprising, I guess the villains of this town actually are more dangerous than the heroes would suggest. Either that or Batgirl is starting to slow down from her age. Ivy muses, a smirk at the end since she and Harley both had advanced regenerative abilities, thus lengthened lifespans. You will pay for this. Robin says with a snarl while Starfire is then tossed over as well, landing on top of Batgirl and groaning in pain. Man, she's not as tough as she looks. Danny comments while floating in the air and Blackfire frowns towards her. Not everyone is a ghost that can walk through walls, Ray. With your powers you'd practically be like a goddess of death to our people. Blackfire counters and Danny shrugs her shoulders, not really all that interested while Harley kneels down and lifts Starfire's head with a smirk. Wow Red, 2 more reds. Harley says with surprise and Robin growls as he's brought over to the other male titans. Say, where's Pinky? Harley then asks while Danny points with her thumb to the said girl, Harley smirking as she sees Jinx practically dancing around random objects Raven throws at her. Jinx then starts to use her hex bolts causing random objects to explode or break apart around them and still trying to get closer to Raven. I believe this has gone on long enough, it's time for our little game to end I think. Ivy muses while willing her vines to quickly snake out, then wrap around Raven's legs before coiling around her torso and then finally over her mouth, the gray-skinned girl twitching as they do so. Wow, we actually won Red. Not only dat but we got Birdbrain and Batbabe hostage. Harley then says happily while Jinx walks over to them, an annoyed frown on her face as Raven is held upside down and over Batgirl and Starfire. You won't get away with this, Quinn. Robin growls out and both Harley and Ivy look to one another before grinning. Actually Bird Boy, I think we will be getting away with it. She comments as Ivy pulls some lipstick from the vines and leaves that make up her costume. Say Pammy, can I do Birdbrain? Harley asks and Ivy rolls her eyes before tossing her the lipstick, Harley applying it as well. What are you two doing? Danny asks and Harley grins towards them. Watch and learn girls. She says happily before reaching forward to grab Robin, kissing him on the lips as Ivy does the same with Beast Boy, much like with Cyborg. Once the women back off, BB's eyes dull out and Robin's body seems to relax. What did you do? Blackfire questions, obviously intrigued, and Ivy smirks. It's a plant-based chemical compound. When combined with my natural pheromones in the air it allows me to completely control any man I or Harley kisses. Ivy offers casually before Blackfire whistles and Danny gapes. That is one very useful stick of lipstick. Blackfire states and Harley nods her head in agreement. How long does that stuff last? Jinx asks warily and Harley looks to her current partner in crime. The new batch lasts a day at most? Ivy admits with a shrug and Jinx looks at the two for a moment. Alright, but I don't trust bringing them to our base. Bird Brain might be faking it or at least could have built up some kind of immunity knowing Batman is his teacher. Jinx states and Ivy actually frowns in thought, as that was a very good point after all. True, but with Green Bean here it should be twice as effective considering he's at least part animal and pheromones really mess them up. Harley muses and Ivy nods her head, that being another good point. Cyborg, carry Robin for me. Ivy states and Cyborg drops Beast Boy before grabbing hold of Robin. Yes, mistress. He says as if in a daze and Ivy then turns to the other girls. You girls take your stuff and head on home if you want, me and Harley are going to go and have some more fun around town with these three. And I have a little experiment I've been dying to try but haven't had the time. Ivy offers then muses while a plant brings her an odd device. It was a timer with 2 canisters at the sides and 1 in the back, a funnel-like shape at the top and what looked like glowing green blood in it from Ivy, or at least a very reasonable facsimile. What's that? Danny asks with a bad feeling and Ivy smirks. Nothing you need to worry about, dearie, it shouldn't affect your base, but I wouldn't be in the city limits if I were you. Ivy states and Jinx slowly nods her head in agreement, a nervous and frightened look on her face, the 4 Tartarus girls then quickly grabbing their bags before running out of the building. We're telling Temp, right? Jinx asks and Danny nods her head. Those two are bats hit crazy. That device looked like it was filled with Ivy's blood. The ghost girl comments and Blackfire nods her head with a frown. So I'm crazy too. Dwella reminds casually and they look at her for a moment. Yeah, but you never actively try to murder. Harley had a gun to some guy's head. Danny reminds and Dwella nods her head with a strange look on her face. I have fear toxin and Smilex gas with me at all times. She then offers casually once more, as if trying to prove that she was indeed batshit crazy enough to murder people, and Jinx looks at her in shock before shuddering with fear. Oh no, and Halloween is coming soon. Jinx mutters to herself and shivers, the idea of Dwella turning into the Scarecrow's daughter for Halloween and dousing the entire city, Tartarus HQ, or at least Titan's Tower with fear toxin crossing her mind for a moment. Let's just hurry back home and get Sensei. If those two axe the Titans, or if Ivy is planning what I think she is, then we're going to have the entire Justice League breathing down our neck very soon. Danny reminds and thus the 4 girls rush towards their base faster than ever. Meanwhile, back in the mall, Ivy and Harley are gathering up their own sacks of loot while Starfire and Batgirl are both held by more of Ivy's vines, Raven glaring at them as they do. However, Harley then suddenly frowns and takes a thoughtful expression before turning around and looking at Ivy. Say Red, what should we do with these 3? Harley asks while motioning to Raven, Starfire, and Batgirl. You have a Joker bomb on you, right? Ivy asks casually and Harley nods her head and pulls one out of her bag, the bomb having 3 sticks of dynamite taped together with a green-haired clown face on the front with a timer in its mouth. Then let them go out with a bang. My plan doesn't involve their interference. Ivy offers with a wave of her hand and then has her vines grab their own bags while she holds the device from before in her arms. Oh yeah. This is gonna be so much fun. Harley says happily while putting the bomb down, and then setting the timer. Alright, later Ravy, me and Pammy have to go now. After all, we have some real hell to raise in this old town. In fact, you might say it's gonna be a real urban jungle out there. Harley offers with a mock salute before she hops onto a vine with Ivy, a zombie-like cyborg and Beast Boy following after them. Looking down, up, Raven can't help but gulp as she sees the timer on the bomb. 2 minutes was all the time they had left. Chapter 33, Urban Jungle PT-1. Jump City Mall. Raven worriedly looked down to the bomb lying beneath her with wide eyes. The time on the bomb was now at half a minute, the timer still counting down to what could very well be the end. What's actually pretty weird is I never thought I'd be done in by a bomb, always thought my father would be the one to get me in the end. Raven thought to herself before shaking her head. She couldn't die yet, no matter how awful things might become she couldn't let herself die. Looking around, Raven thought about her options for a moment. Nodding her head to herself, the violet-haired girl then shifted her weight to one side, moving slowly over before she then came back towards her side. Shifting her weight back to the side, Raven mentally growled as she moved and then lightly bumped into Batgirl. Gritting her teeth, she then shifted her weight once more, getting a fair distance away before ramming into Batgirl this time. Listening and hearing a groan, she watched as Batgirl slowly roused from unconsciousness with obvious discomfort. Ugh, my head. She muttered and Raven let out a few muffled noises, Batgirl slowly looking to her and then watching as Raven tilted her eyes to the Joker bomb. Oh shit. Batgirl exclaimed before struggling with the vines that were holding her. Damn it, the one time I leave my laser cutter at the Batcave. She grumbles to herself before unlocking the 3 long blades on her hidden gauntlets. The blades cut through the vine around her arms and she quickly reaches out for the bomb. 20 seconds flashing on the timer as Raven widens her eyes. Can't reach. Batgirl grunts out and Raven tries to yell something, only getting out some muffled sounds out. 15 seconds left. Turning to Raven quickly, Batgirl gets what she is trying to say and quickly reaches over to slice the vines from her arms. 10 seconds. Moving quickly, Raven frees her mouth from the vine and then points a hand at the bomb. 5 seconds. Azarath Metrian Zinthos. She exclaims, black energy wrapping around the bomb, before the violet-haired girl quickly threw her hand up towards the sky. The bomb was sent flying up into the air, out of the hole caused by Blackfire, and went up in a massive explosion that rocked them all. Debris from the explosion, mostly just small grit and rocks knocked loose by it, rained on the 3 Titanas before it faded, leaving all of them safe and sound. Breathing out a quick sigh of relief, Raven then allowed her arms to go slack and hung limply, panting heavily. Nice thinking. Batgirl then says while breathing a sigh of relief next to Raven, the violet-haired girl simply panting. I think my entire life just flashed before my eyes. She muttered to herself with heaving breaths and Batgirl nodded her head. How was yours? Batgirl questions and Raven sighed. Lousy, till I met my friends, pretty good after I met Naruto. Raven confesses with a light blush and Batgirl smiles lightly. You? Raven then asked and Batgirl blinked for a bit and then shivered. Besides that one time I almost got killed by Scarecrow, pretty good. She admitted and Raven slowly nodded her head while trying to steady her breathing. As she did, Batgirl finished cutting the vines around her ankles and dropped to the ground, grunting as she landed on her ass. It's a good thing you had those blades on you. Raven notes while looking at the gloves out of the corner of one eye and Batgirl nods her head with a strange look. Batman forced me to wear them? She admits with a faraway look in her eyes. He said, you never know when you won't have something and need it, always be prepared. Batgirl admitted before sighing, rubbing the gauntlets lightly. Robin never listened and when he tried the same with him, they got into a big argument. Batgirl then said with a shake of her head, Raven frowning slightly, and then looking at the blades with a more analytical expression. Physically, the weapons were sharp and deadly, however, they had uses besides as weapons. They were perfect for defending the wrists and forearms, both necessary to use the throwing weapons used by Batman and his clan. The blades were deployed by twisting the wrist, thus making them perfect for cutting through ropes or, as just seen, vines, tied around the forearms. They were also very practical for a hero who had to cut free a lot of hostages, block chains or pipes, among other weapons like Batman did with the common street thugs. They're actually pretty useful, Raven finally says and Batgirl nods her head before scowling deeply. Robin thought Batman wanted us all to have them because it would make us more uniformly equipped or something. Batgirl mutters to herself and Raven frowned. What was it about Batman that brought these qualities in her leader out? As far as she knew, Robin was easy to sway into using what was useful, effective, and practical in combat. He'd even adapted 2 of his birdarungs into a sword for such a purpose, though admittedly it was more because of Naruto and his sword than anything else. Then again, Batman's main weapons and equipment, that she knew of at least, were all pretty much a standard for most Gotham heroes she knew of. Those being a utility belt, grapples, throwing weapons, bola, nets, ziplines, explosive weaponry, freezing pellets, armored costumes, versatile capes, and modified masks with vision settings. However, looking at it from Robin's view and Batman's are 2 different things. Raven then silently mused to herself. From Batman's view it was to use what was most useful, and to always have something extra just in case. But in his attempts to escape Batman's shadow, Robin had made errors in his own choices of weaponry. He had a stronger than titanium cape that was very flexible for one and was used for defense due to its short length, but Batman's was used as a weapon from what she'd heard from Naruto, as well as a glider. The Dark Knight also used a wide array of ever-expanding gadgetry, but Robin stuck to his older, more custom weaponry. Birdarangs, foldable sword, his collapsible bowstaff, exploding discs, freezing discs, smoke pellets, and gas bombs. All in all, Robin was so caught up with becoming his own person, he was losing sight of the lessons from Batman. The lessons that made him a hero in the first place and the lessons that had kept him alive this long. Shaking her head, Raven suddenly frowned and looked over to a distant Batgirl, wondering if she had the same thoughts. Well, could you get me down now? The blood is kind of rushing to my head. Raven asks, then mutters and Batgirl nods, then slowly gets up and helps her down, cutting the vines with her scalloped blades. Landing on the ground with a light thud, Raven grumbling under her breath before looking up to Batgirl as she helped her to her feet. So do we get Starfire down or wake her up first? Batgirl asks and Raven frowns in thought once more. Waking Starfire up would lead to explanations about how they lost, and then Starfire would rush off to find Robin. No. That wasn't something they needed at the moment, especially with Ivy and Harley on the loose. No. First let's try to assess the situation, then we'll try and wake her up so she won't bolt on us to save Robin. Raven states, and Batgirl nods her head in agreement with the violet-haired sorceress. First off, Harley and Ivy got away, so did those other girls, and now the boys are more than likely under Ivy's control. Batgirl lists, and Raven frowns for a moment. Speaking of which, Cyborg is normally all but immune to mind control, how is it working on him now? Raven asks the red-haired Dark Angel, and said girl rolls her eyes. Was it psychic mind control before? She asks, and Raven slowly nods her head. Figures. Psychics have to be able to break or bend the spirit of a person to control them. Ivy has no such limitation. And before I get into a long explanation about it, her body produces pheromones that make her irresistible to both men and women, and she made a chemical agent that allows her to control men with a kiss. Ivy used chemical mind control rather than psychic, no breaking of will is needed for that. Batgirl explains, and Raven blinks before slowly nodding her head. That would explain a few things, but that meant his higher brain functions were being suppressed. We're going to need a way to help them. Raven notes, and Batgirl nods her head before both nearly fell over when the ground shook. What was that? Raven wondered, and Batgirl frowned. While an earthquake might have been normal in some parts of California, it wasn't exactly common around Jump City. I have an idea, but I hope I'm wrong. Batgirl states before making her way over to the door, followed by Raven. The two then come to a stop, and Raven's eyes widen as she sees vines and giant, mutated plants growing out everywhere around the city, the range of which it is happening startling the girl greatly. Is Ivy doing all this? She wonders, and Batgirl gapes. I don't know, she's never managed to make so many this big all at once before. Batgirl says in shock before quickly shaking her head while Raven frowns deeply. We're going to need some backup. Batgirl notes, and Raven nods her head in agreement with the older hero. Who, the Justice League? Raven asks, and Batgirl shakes her head. They have other things to deal with. Besides, Robin would kill me if I called them in to save him. He's still got his stubborn pride after all. Batgirl reminds, and Raven nods her head, then hears the screams and looks to Batgirl warily. Batman. She offers as plants start attacking the city, and Batgirl gives her a look in response. Right, forget I said anything. Raven mutters before bracing herself on the door, Batgirl doing so as well as a massive plant twists around the tallest building in Jump City. Growling, Batgirl quickly turns to look at Raven with a no-nonsense expression across her face. Go wake up Starfire, we need to head out and find Ivy. Something seriously smells here. Her powers aren't potent enough to mutate this many plants in an area this large in so little time. Batgirl orders, and Raven slowly nods her head before quickly rushing to wake her unconscious friend. As she does, Batgirl looks towards the ever-spreading plants warily. Please be safe, Richard. She thinks to herself before reaching into her belt and pulls out a cell phone. Quickly dialing a number, she then holds it up to her ear with a frown, annoyed by the ringing. Come on, pick up. She mumbles to herself before hearing a click. Kara. She questions and hears an affirmative from the other end. Yeah, nice to hear from you too. Look, I'm having some trouble with Poison Ivy and Harley Quinn here in Jump City. Think you can find some backup and get over here? How quick? I'd say within the hour. Batgirl asks, then replies flatly, and hears a quick reply from the other end. Wait, don't just come over. Remember those friends you told me you met recently? Yeah, them. Think you can bring them along? You can, good. Also, I need you to stop by Gotham. Yes, I know Batman's kind of scary. I just need you to get some things for me from him. No. I don't want that, Kara. Would you stop teasing me about that stupid crush already? I want you to get some antidote for Poison Ivy's kisses. Yes, no, the boys on the Titans team were affected. Thanks, Kara, I really owe you one this time. Batgirl says to her friend before listening and smiling slightly. Thanks, and see you soon. Batgirl then says to her friend before closing the cell phone and returning it to her belt. Tartarus HQ. You did what? Naruto demands of Jinx and the rest of the girls, Gizmo cursing up a storm while trying to figure out what was going on. As far as any of them knew, Jump City was in lockdown. The plants that had spontaneously mutated and grown to monstrous proportions having nearly blocked all exits or escape routes. Thus when Jinx and the other girls got back, Naruto was on their ass with fury clear by his expression, his eyes nearly red from rage. We kind of fought and beat the Titans, and Batgirl? Jinx repeats with a weak grin, and Naruto slaps his face, his mind going back to Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy's Arkham files. Harley Quinn. Real name, Dr. Harleen Quinzel. Height, 5 feet 7 inches. Weight, 140 pounds. Attributes, total disregard for human life. Status, committed for life. Poison ivy. Real name, Pamela Lillian Isley. Height, 5 feet 8 inches. Weight, 115 pounds. Attributes, uncanny ability to control plant life. No regard for human life. Status, committed for life. Either way, they were in some pretty deep shit here. So, let me get this straight. Naruto says through gritted teeth while the other Tartarus males, sans Gizmo, are listening in. You guys beat the Titans, let 3 of them become slaves to Ivy, then left the girls at the mercy of 2 complete lunatics with absolutely no regard for human life? Naruto demands angrily, his eyes turning blood red with slits for pupils, every member of Tartarus suddenly cowering, Blackfire barely managing not to shake with fear as Danny hides behind her with Dwella, both wide-eyed and frightened. Well, we thought. Jinx tried to respond while leaning away from the snarling blonde-haired teen. Found it. Gizmo suddenly called out, Naruto snapping his head to the tiny terror. The plants are growing because of some shit in the air. My guess is Ivy's using Jump City as a fucking test run for some new plant concoction of hers. Shit, this is so bad, at this rate the whole city's going to be swallowed whole and then us. Gizmo states with a frown on his face, after all, Harley and Ivy were just visiting, they had to live in Jump City unlike them. What about Raven and the other 2? Naruto questions and Gizmo quickly typed on the computer, the girls breathing sighs of relief. I have never been so afraid of anyone in my life. Danny says with wide eyes behind her mask and Blackfire shudders. I've fought flesh-eating aliens, giant robots, alien bounty hunters, and an entire race of extremely pissed-off alien warriors, but that was by far the scariest thing I have ever seen in my life. Blackfire states while standing straight and Dwella looks out from behind her with wide eyes. I think I wet myself. She mutters in a whimper and the other girls look to her in disgust. It was a joke. She mumbles, though they aren't sure if she's serious or not while Naruto looks over Gizmo's shoulder. Looks like your girlfriend and the other Titan girls are fine. They seem to be stationed at the museum and are heading outwards. Gizmo states and Naruto breathes a sigh of relief, the girls doing so as well since Naruto would probably kill them if Raven was hurt. Oh shit. Gizmo then muttered before rapidly typing on the computer, Naruto watching as the prison came up on his screen. What's happening, Giz? The blonde boy questions and Gizmo grits his teeth. Looks like Robobutt is breaking some people out of the prison. Gizmo states with a frown and Naruto blinks. Who? He questions and Gizmo looks at him and grimaces. All of them, he replies and Naruto slaps his face. Killer plants and every lowlife scumbag and crazed super criminal in town is loose. Great. How could this get any worse? Naruto demands furiously while rubbing his head and Gizmo frowns. How about the fact Beastbrain is heading straight for Cinderblock, Overload, and Plasma's current location? Gizmo offers and Naruto gapes, a second later he punches a wall, a new hole the size of a small crater the result. Damn, someone's pissed. Gizmo mutters to himself while Naruto merely growls. Shit, 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 shit. Those 2 psychos are going to trash Jump City, and I like this town. No one hates me here. Well, Robin does, but I don't really care, besides, I like messing with him. Wait, focus Naruto. Let's see, we've got killer plants, an entire maximum security prison's worth of felons on the loose, more than half of them for crimes that I can't speak of without feeling dirty, and more than half the Titans out of action. Why do you hate me so, Kami-sama? Oh well, there goes my sleep for the night, and why is it that no matter what I do I always end up playing the hero? Naruto inwardly grumbles before turning on his heel and stalking away. I'm heading into town. I may be a criminal but Ivy's gone way past the line on this one. Nobody trashes my town, but me. Naruto states darkly while walking into the shadows and heading to his room, Danny looking to Jinx once he's gone. Think he'll remember to be mad at us when he gets back? She asks and Jinx looks to the way he came and grimaces. Let's put it this way, I hope there's a lot of people for him to beat up before he gets back here. She replies with obvious fear, gaining agreements from the rest of the older Tartarus members as well. Kitten was annoyed, scared, and angry all at the same time. She'd been planning on trying to get a hold of Beast Boy to set up another date when plants started attacking her. Her father was currently locked in his lab, leaving him more or less safe, but she was currently in her pink X suit and fighting her way through a killer batch of vines. What the hell is going on around here? She demanded furiously while flipping over another vine, then expertly dancing around a few more before throwing a shuriken at it, slicing through it and coming to a halt. Breathing a sigh of relief for a moment, she then gaped when the vine grew about 4 more vines from where she cut it. Oh shit. She called out before lunging out of the way, then jumped onto the side of a building and crawled up the side of it. She could use her father's power to walk on walls if she wanted. She'd actually stolen those magnets to put people off her trail. Also, it was hell for her to do that through her gloves and boots, so the magnets had become necessary to her work as a thief. Flipping up to the top of a building, Kitten turned on her heel and backed away slowly as the vines started to creep towards her. What the hell is going on? She wondered to herself before quickly turning on her heel and bolting, running as fast as she could, even morphing her leg muscles to prime running condition to give herself just a little extra kick. Jumping across a rooftop and landing in a low crouch, the blonde then looked up and gaped at what had happened to Jump City in little under a few hours. The vines and plants had started spreading, fires were being caused here and there, sirens were blaring, people were screaming and shouting out in terror. Pandemonium was taking hold of the city as people began to randomly attack the many vines or steal whatever they could in the confusion. The sky was turning an inky black color from the combination of late-night darkness and the rising smoke and ash. The city looked like hell had paid them all a personal visit. Shit, Kitten muttered softly before slowly walking forward and looking down at the devastation that was occurring. This isn't a normal villainous scheme. She mused to herself before firing a grappling hook from her suit at her hand and then swung on it over to another building. People in orange jumpsuits were also running rampant in the streets. Some had guns, others had whatever they had managed to procure, all of them with tearing through the city as if possessed. Every pickpocket, murderer, arsonist, and rapist in the entire prison must have been let loose for this many to be out. She muttered, then saw an explosion as Dr. Light stomped out of a building, blasting random criminals left and right before jumping into the streets with a heavy-looking bag of loot. Behind him was none other than Mumbo Jumbo, the blue-skinned magician, grinning as he made himself and his new partner disappear into thin air. Shaking her head, Kitten looked down at the scenes below her for only a second before clenching her fists. It's just like Gotham. A familiar voice to her grumbled, and Kitten turned to see Killer Moth standing behind her. His large humanoid moth-structured body showing his visible anger and unease. "Daddy?" she asked, and the Mothman walked forward and sat beside her. Crime infesting the streets, random psychotic villains attacking the city just to destroy it, super criminals attacking anyone who gets in their way, violence and death everywhere. It's why I didn't want to raise you in Gotham, Killer Moth explained while looking down at Jump City. Looking at her father, Kitten nodded her head. She could see her father's logic in pulling her out of Gotham. If any of the less noble members of Gotham had managed to find out about her shapeshifting ability, she'd have been kidnapped and turned into a prostitute within a few days, weeks if she could mentally resist them. "How'd you know it was me?" she questioned, and Killer Moth gave his equivalent of a grin in response, which wasn't much different to normal people, but to her, it was as clear as day. "I raised you, I knew you'd take interest in crime or thieving in some way eventually," he replied with pride and patted her shoulder, Kitten smiling brightly under her mask. However, screams of panic and fear caused her to turn back to the city below and frown deeply. "We can't let this continue," Kitten states, and Killer Moth frowns deeply. "We could just leave," he reminds, and then grimaces when the masked eyes of Pink X turn to glare at him. Why did she have to have a mask with eyes that reminded him of someone who scared him to death? The Batman. "Daddy," Kitten growled out, and Killer Moth shivered. The only thing worse than Batman as far as he was concerned, was his daughter pissed and in a super suit. "Kitten, I know you love it here in Jump City, but I am not taking on Poison Ivy," KM states, and Kitten glares towards her father fiercely, before suddenly blinking and looking at him strangely. "How do you know it's Poison Ivy?" she asks her father, and he gives her a look in response. "Kitten, I lived in Gotham for years before you were born, and I can honestly say that this has Poison Ivy's signature written all over it," Killer Moth states while waving a hand to the insanity that was happening around them. Frowning inwardly, Kitten debated considering her father's idea, with taking on a known psychopath with nearly no chance of surviving the said encounter. Besides that, she's already gotten control of the Titan boys. Killer Moth then states, and Kitten's eyes bolt open. "What?" she demands, and Killer Moth looks at her. "Her powers aren't her only weapon, Kitten. She's a geneticist like myself, only specializes in plants rather than insects. She's also a chemist and a botanist, and created a special compound that, when combined with her natural pheromones, gives her control of any man she kisses," Killer Moth explained, glad he'd whipped up a counter for that and injected himself years ago. Hey, he was paranoid when Kitten was born, hence his quick retreat from Gotham and its numerous sociopaths. "Damn it," Kitten growled while getting up, her fingers growing sharp claws and her teeth elongating as her fury increased. "I swear to God that I'm going to tear that red-haired plant hussy a new one. No one touches my beastie but me," Kitten roared angrily before firing a grapple and swinging into the city, Killer Moth blinking for a moment, then put two and two together. She's dating Beast Boy now. Well, at least he's noble unlike her other boyfriends. Won't have to worry too much about him and her shapeshifting either, given his own, wow, the first boy I actually like and he's a hero? I really am crazy. Killer Moth mused with surprise, seeing as he didn't like her normal choices in boyfriends, especially Fang. The spider freak was a criminal, and not afraid of paralyzing people to get what he wanted. And of course that was a risk Killer Moth really didn't want Kitten taking, the boy just had to go. However, given that his daughter was now pissed off beyond belief, Killer Moth slowly got up and then opened his large wings, before he then flew back home. He had some gear to get together if he was going to be protecting Kitten from Ivy, and more than likely Harley as well if any of the rumors he had been hearing were correct. Elsewhere, Naruto was in full RedX gear, however had traded out some of his gear for lighter, or more versatile versions. His helmet for instance was lighter for the sake he'd really need speed this time, thus had no lead lining. His gauntlets were sleek, black and had 3 long collapsible blades like Batman's, and last, over his shoulders was a long black trench coat with short sleeves and a slot for his ninjutsu on the back, the coat holding dozens of seals made into it where he had numerous shuriken, kunai, and other weapons at the ready. Those two have seriously fucked with the wrong city this time. Naruto thinks darkly while checking the amount of equipment stored in his coat. 100 or so explosive notes, check. 200 shuriken, check. 50 kunai, check. 50 Hiraition kunai, check. An extra ninjutsu in case his first was destroyed or he felt like raining death down on someone's head, double check. And last was his X-suit, check. Shaking his head and tightening the straps of his gauntlets one last time, Naruto then took a deep breath. Time I got to work. If Harley really wants to laugh, to smile, I'll make her smile, yeah, I'll make her smile all right. I'll carve a fucking smile into her face and then I'll do the same to Ivy if Kara-chan even has a scratch on her. Naruto inwardly growled out, before he then used his belt and teleported into the city. Landing on top of a building his eyes bolted open upon seeing the sordid state of his city. Shit, he muttered before shaking his head and then looking around and sighing. Checking the map in his helmet the blonde-haired thief saw his location and cross-referenced it with where Raven should be. Damn, I still got a ways to go. He mused while turning around, stopping when he saw Pink X running across rooftops. Well, a little help wouldn't hurt. He mused before moving quickly lunging in front of the girl and stopping her by catching her shoulders. Out of my way. She roared and Naruto rolled his eyes. You want Ivy? He asked and Kitten nodded her head. Chill, in case you haven't noticed any chance of getting to Ivy is close to suicide. Naruto states while nudging his head to the center of the city, a massive plant having spiraled around a building, long thorns growing off of it. Then what the hell do you suggest we do then? Kitten demands and Naruto sighs for a moment. Find the remaining titans. One of them has to have some kind of plan, or at least an idea of what to do next. He states and Kitten takes a second to calm herself, then watches as Naruto walks over to the side of the building. Come on, I've got some pine-up rage as well, so let's introduce some escapee convicts to misplaced aggression. Naruto offers while cracking his knuckles menacingly, Kitten grinning like the proverbial Cheshire cat himself. Sounds good to me. She comments before lunging down to the ground, Naruto following after her and lashing out at a criminal with a right hook, sending him flying into a car. As he did Kitten came down in a dropkick, slamming a man into the ground with her landing on top of him in a crouch. Looking around she then stood up and quickly spun into a roundhouse kick to another criminal. As she did, Naruto grabbed 2 such convicts and slammed their heads together, then reached into his coat, used a seal and produced a few explosive notes with very little chakra. Placing them on several convicts he then flipped to stand beside of Kitten and narrowed his eyes. Boom! He uttered darkly and the notes exploded, knocking the criminal's face first into the ground while Kitten looked at him in shock. Remind me never to piss you off, she said warily and Naruto ignored her before making his way down the street. The Titan girls are this way. He states darkly before reaching into his coat once more, pulling out another explosive note he tossed it at a massive vine in their way. Boom! He muttered once more, causing the vine to explode in front of him, the blonde ex-neen merely walking forward, never stopping his forward march. Whoa, he's really not playing around tonight. Kitten mused quietly, completely and truly frightened of this RedX she was seeing tonight. Shaking her head, Kitten then followed after the boy, staying behind him as he then reached to his back and pulled his ninjutsu free. Looking before the boy, Kitten saw several vines heading their way. Naruto didn't even stop, he moved in a single slicing motion, the wind arching out and cutting the plants into pieces. Swinging the blade only 2 more times diced the plants up into a pile of refuge. Oh shit. Kitten muttered lowly, wide-eyed as Naruto then twirled the blade in his hand before silently sheathing it on his back once more. His steps seemed to thunder as he stalked forward, eyes never shifting, set firmly forward. Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy should pray to whomever they worshipped that Raven was safe, because RedX was no longer happy, this time he was truly pissed. Groaning, Robin slowly opens his eyes. Never before was he so glad for him and Batman building up semi-immunity to poison Ivy's pheromones, or the antibodies for that lipstick of hers. One thing I got to hand him, he's always prepared. Robin says to himself before noticing his hands are tied with chains, as are his ankles, legs, and his upper body. Struggling with his bonds, the boy wonder growls in his throat, and then is shocked when he finds his gloves are missing. Looking for Dees Wonder Breath? Harley questions cheekily while holding Robin's Kevlar-plated red vest, lead-tipped cape, the steel-lined gorget from his neck, steel-capped boots, his gloves, and his utility belt. Someone's overly cautious, I see, but why did you take my shoes? The boy wonder suddenly questioned of the woman, and she grinned down at him. Maybe I wants ta tickle ya to death. Harley offers with an amused smile, and Robin gives her a strange look in response. Highly unlikely, he states, and Harley pouts in response. Come Harl. No need to be rude to the boy. Ivy muses while a vine gently brings her to the ground, the boy wonder growling towards her. Where are Cyborg and Beast Boy? He demands fiercely, and Ivy rolls her eyes. They're a bit busy elsewhere at the moment. Ivy replies casually before walking over to the boy and leaning forward. As for your things, we've learned not to let you or your partners surprise us with hidden gadgets. Ivy states simply while Harley places all of Robin's effects into a box and then kicks it to the side. Yeah. We're not messin' around this time, Blunderboy. Harley states, and Robin twitches violently, of all times for those two to notice their other gadgets. So what are you going to do with me now? Robin demands with a deep scowl, and Harley looks over to Ivy. Yeah, what are we gonna do with him, Red? She questions her friend, and Ivy takes a thoughtful expression before smiling sinisterly. Let's leave him for my babies. With my new mister in working order, they should be growing faster and faster. Ivy muses, and Robin narrows his eyes. Mister? He questions, and Harley nods her head. Something I was working on before Batman caught me last. I had a prototype stored away and decided to test it out here before I try it out on Gotham. Ivy explains, and Harley suddenly interjects with a wide grin on her face. Yeah, it's a lil device Red cooked up. She takes a bunch of her blood, mixes it with some plant mutagens, and a few other tings before using this little OL machine ting to spray a mist into the air, causing it to spread all over the city without her having ta bleed out on plants or nothing. Harley explains, and Robin's eyes widen in shock and horror. Thus the city will be overrun by constantly growing and mutating plants, killing hundreds. Robin grits out while glaring at the two through his mask, and Ivy rolls her eyes. Are you humans really any different? Murdering all the helpless, defenseless plants of the world. Ivy retorts, and Robin sneers towards the woman, watching on with ever-rising anger as she turns on her heel. Come on Harley, let's go find a good seat to watch the show from. Ivy says, and Harley nods her head, sticks her tongue out at Robin, then follows after Ivy, laughing as she does so. Later Birdbrain. Harley offers with a sway to her steps while Robin struggles with the chains around his wrists. Damn it. I really wish I'd paid more attention to those escape artists at the circus now. Robin can't help but think to himself as he tries to pry his hands loose from the chains. His city really needed him and the Titans now? Chapter 34, Urban Jungle PT2? Jump City. Naruto walked down the streets of Jump City with his eyes narrowed dangerously, Kitten beside of him. I wonder where all the citizens are. Kitten wondered while looking around, and Naruto crossed his arms. Not sure, but they obviously aren't in the innermost areas of the city anymore. Naruto says darkly, and Kitten rubs her arms at the ominous tone he used. Man, it's like the further inward we go the worse things seem to get. Kitten suddenly noted, and Naruto slowly nodded his head. Inwards is where Ivy and the bulk of these damn plants are coming from, so things will be more chaotic around there, especially if Harley brought any Smilex with her. Naruto replies while clenching his fist and narrowing his eyes even further. Incoming crooks at 12 o'clock. He grumbled, and Kitten grinned evilly while cracking her knuckles when she saw whom he was talking about. Hello, misplaced aggression. She said happily before crouching down and launching herself forward, Naruto forming a few explosive XS in his hands and tossing them at the crooks on the sidewalks. The crooks all flew back from the explosion while Kitten jumped into a flying roundhouse kick, sending another crook to the ground. Spotting the twin thieves, the rest of the crooks rushed them, believing that their greater numbers would earn them a victory. So, how many can you take? Naruto asks while walking to stand at Kitten's side, the blonde girl taking a mock thoughtful expression. They might be a problem if one more shows up. She quips, and Naruto smirks slightly while unlocking the 3 long blades from the sides of his gauntlets, 3 spiked knuckles forming out of the fists of his gauntlets and crackling with electricity as he does. Then that'll be the one I have to take care of. Naruto quips back at her as the crooks soon surround the two, Kitten smirking towards him in amusement. What, you're actually fighting? She asks in mock shock, and both suddenly lunge into the fray of criminals. Kitten rolled forward and then quickly twisted into a sweeping kick, knocking 3 men down. Narrowing her eyes, the girl then spun in place, lifting one leg up to kick the 3 crooks, slamming into one another before then all 3 were sent flying into another group of crooks. Quickly moving, the currently pink-haired girl flipped over the next few criminals coming her way and tossed several of her pink X-shuriken into the faces of the men around her, causing them to stumble back. Landing behind them, Kitten twisted around, then brought her knee to one man's head, knocking him forward where she stood on top of him, arms crossed and smirking. "Come on, who's next?" she quips with a grin, thanking whatever god or goddess liked her for those self-defense classes she took as well as dancing. In response to her quip, a few men suddenly started to pick up pipes, knives, and chains and hold them threateningly. "Great. I just had to ask." Kitten inwardly grumbled while taking a defensive stance as the crooks came swinging at her. Meanwhile, Naruto casually walked forward, a crook coming at him having an electrified fist to the gut before Naruto slammed the back of his fist into his face, sending him sprawling on the ground. Another came at the blonde ex-shinobi, swinging a pipe at him. Naruto blocked with his left gauntlet before sliding towards him and slamming his elbow into his throat. The man stumbled back at that and Naruto punched him in the face with his electrified fist, sending him flying back. Cocking his head to one side, Naruto wondered why that was so easy before sighing and raising a fist, his fist connecting with the face of a man behind him and causing him to drop. Turning and looking around, he saw a man with a chain come at him, swinging the makeshift weapon wildly. Deftly dodging the chain, the blonde former shinobi then kneed the man in the gut before backhanding him across the fact and sending him skidding across the ground. Turning his head, Naruto saw a few men with guns and narrowed his eyes dangerously. "You really don't want to do that?" he growled out, and the men merely opened fire. Within seconds, Naruto was proven correct as he used his 1,000 blades jutsu, the hundreds of blades of wind circling him, slicing the bullets to pieces. Gaping and backing away from the man in fear, the crooks shook as Naruto lunged forward, slamming a fist into the first crook's face, then expertly twisting on his heel to deliver a precise kick to the next crook's face. Landing, Naruto elbowed the next man in the gut, then raised his elbow to his chin before jumping into a roundhouse kick to the side of the final man's head. Coming down in a crouch, all 4 crooks fell to the ground in various sprawled-out positions while Naruto looked down at them coldly. Turning his eyes to watch Kitten for a moment, Naruto saw the girl was surrounded by a group with weapons and mentally frowned. "Let's see if she has any fight in her or if it's all just a bunch of bravado," he thinks to himself while crossing his arms and then raising a fist to hit a man behind him once more, sighing as he does so. "I wonder how many times me and Batman have had to do that to people behind us," he suddenly wondered while watching Kitten's own fight. Kitten growled and crouched low to the ground while looking around herself. Inwardly, she regretted not trying for more offensive gadgetry besides her shuriken and the electrified palms of her gloves. Note to self: make more weapons, she thinks to herself while then remembering something she'd added to her cape. "Oh right. I added lead to the tips like Batman has after Daddy mentioned that about the Dark Knight's cape," she thought to herself and smirked as a man with a pair of knives came at her. Inwardly grinning, Kitten twisted on her heel while swinging the edge of her cape at the man, the lead tip slamming into his face and disorientating him. That was all Kitten really needed to do as she lunged forward with a kick to the stomach, then ran up his body and flipped back and off of him. Landing in another crouch, Kitten twisted on her heel once more and swept another man off his feet. Rolling on top of him, Kitten slammed her fist into his face. Grinning to herself, Kitten grunted as a pipe hit the side of her head from behind and knocked her to the ground, her ears ringing. "Ouch. I am so glad I made this mask into a helmet," she inwardly muses before rolling out of the way of another pipe and flipping onto her feet. Looking around, she yelps as a chain wraps around her left forearm and another crook reels her in with a smirk. Growling in her throat, Kitten lifted her left leg to stop herself against him, then twisted into a roundhouse kick to the man's head. Landing on her feet, Kitten spun the chain on her forearm and caught it in her hand, smirking despite herself as she lunged forward, swinging the chain into another man's head, then twisting into a kick to the next man's face. Landing in a crouch, Kitten turns to see the last 2 men coming at her, one with a gun worrying her greatly. "Alright, think Kitten, you can do this. Think of something to deal with these guys or you're going to be 6 feet under," the pinkette says to herself before her eyes light up when she remembers a weapon she'd taken from her father. "Please let it still be in there," she thinks while reaching into her utility belt and removes what appears to be a simple black cylinder. Hitting a small switch while swinging the weapon, a long pink laser whip extended from it and knocked the gun from the first man's hand. Grinning despite herself, Kitten then twisted the whip back around and swung it at the other man. As the whip was wrapping around him, the man screamed out in pain as electricity arched across its beam and he fell to the ground. Bringing the whip back to herself and snapping it at her side, Kitten then twisted once more, allowing it to wrap around the man whom had the gun before. Sending electricity down its length as well, the man screamed out in pain before falling limp to the ground as Kitten turned the whip off. Stowing the weapon into her belt, Kitten blinked when she heard clapping, then turned to see Naruto sitting on a sizable pile of bodies with one leg over the other. Nice work there, Pinky, though, isn't the whip just a little bit suggestive given your personality? Naruto quipped with obvious amusement, and Kitten placed her hands on her hips and gave him a look through her mask. You have a sword, I have a whip, seems like a fair trade-off, she states, and Naruto takes a thoughtful expression. Yeah, but my sword doesn't exactly pertain to actions outside of combat like a whip can. He quips once more with amusement directed at the girl, and she huffs before crossing her arms. I'm surprised you haven't accused me of bestiality yet. She grumbles, and Naruto blinks before rubbing his chin for a moment. Must have missed that one, thanks for doing it yourself, he guessed, and Kitten harumphed, both suddenly bracing themselves when they felt the ground shake. Alright, enough witty banter, let's get back to work, Naruto states darkly while standing up and walking over to Kitten, the pinkette nodding her head as turned, Naruto stopping when he heard what sounded like motorcycles. Incoming. Naruto notes, and Kitten frowns as the vehicles head towards them. Picking out two shuriken, Kitten prepares to throw them, but Naruto holds out an arm. Allow me. I've still got a lot of piled-up aggression I want to take out on these unlucky assholes. Naruto growled out angrily before lunging forward. Coming to the first motorcycle, he ran up the front and kicked the man off of it, then shifted his weight in midair and delivered a flying roundhouse kick to the next unlucky criminal. Landing in a crouch, Naruto narrowed his eyes as the last two men on motorcycles came towards him, one with a pipe and the other with a chain. Narrowing his eyes, the blonde ex-shinobi flipped over the first man, throwing an explosive X towards him and sending him flying forward. Landing in a low crouch, he then quickly took hold of the last man, threw him from the bike, and straight into a streetlight. Breathing out a grunt, Naruto then turned to see Kitten gaping at him and ignored her while pulling up one of the motorcycles. Revving the engine, the blonde shinobi looked to his current partner with a raised brow. You coming? He asked, and Kitten blinked before quickly running over to him and hopping onto the bike behind him. Wrapping her arms around his waist, she then looked around before sighing. In the words of my cousin, Will. Looks like it's going to be one of those days. Kitten muses with a shake of her head, and Naruto blinks before nodding his head in agreement. Could be worse, we could also have a ghost invasion as well as all this. Naruto notes with a shrug, and Kitten slaps the back of his head. Don't say that. You'll jinx us, she states angrily, and Naruto chuckles lightly in his throat. Nah, Lady Luck loves me, Naruto replies before tearing down the street with Kitten hanging onto him. Elsewhere, Raven sighed as she used her magic to hold onto a screaming and ranting Starfire, Batgirl looking to the Tamaranian strangely. She does know that we can't get to Ivy without walking to our certain death, right? Batgirl asks Raven, and the Dark Titana merely sighs in response while rubbing her face with one hand. She's in love with Robin? And Tamaranians are all highly emotional creatures to an extreme extent. They even need to feel unbridled joy in order to fly, she then states, and Batgirl blinks before looking back at Starfire and shakes her head. So she has to think happy thoughts to fly, like Peter Pan? Batgirl asks, and Raven stops and blinks for a few moments before slapping her face. How did I not notice that before? She had to wonder, and Batgirl smiled before looking back at the captured Tamaranian, Starfire now pouting as Raven carried her around in a black energy bubble. Think we can let her out now? Batgirl then questioned before all three girls turned to see chaos in the streets. There were criminals everywhere, all of which were making short work of trashing Jump City, while Ivy's plants were attacking anyone and anything that got too close to them. Oh shit. Raven mutters while Starfire gasps in her bubble. We must stop this badness at once, Starfire states, and Raven nods her head, releasing the Tamaranian as Batgirl grimaces. Ugh, this looks like Gotham on a bad day, she mutters to herself before sighing and pulled out a few batarangs. Alright girls, let's teach these crooks a lesson, Batgirl orders, and the three girls rush forward, Batgirl throwing a few batarangs at a couple of the crooks, knocking guns from their hands before she slammed a kick to one of their heads, knocking them to the ground. Nearby, Starfire slammed into two crooks, then suddenly stopped, sending them flying into two more criminals. Frowning, the alien princess then lands on the ground and lunged at two more. Grabbing them by their shirts, she then tossed them to the four laid-out criminals, where Raven used the wires from a nearby street light to tie them up and hang them upside down. Well, that's 6 down. Raven mused, then saw Batgirl kick 4 crooks over to them, all tied up and groaning. Correction, 10 down and an entire city's worth of criminals to go, and that's not even adding the metahumans and super criminals. Raven mutters, and Batgirl sighs for a moment. Welcome to my world. she says with a sigh, and Starfire looks to the two with worry over her features. Please, how will we be capturing all of the criminals who have escaped? There are so many of them and so few of us to do the catching. Also, we do not have a way to be repairing the prison of which they are normally held. Starfire asks, then says with clear worry in her tone, while Batgirl grabs then brings them all down to the ground as a massive vine passes overhead, slamming into and destroying a nearby building. Personally, I'm more concerned with surviving the night, Batgirl states, and Raven nods her head. However, we need to wait for some backup, I called. They should have the antidote for Ivy's lipstick so we can get your friends back and then we can worry about all these criminals, Batgirl states, and Raven frowns while looking around. But we still need to survive this until that backup arrives, Raven notes with a thin frown, and Batgirl nods her head with an identical frown on her own face. Please, that will not be so challenging. This is much like battling the Gordanians when we first met. Yes, Starfire offers, then asks of Raven, and the girl actually stops to think about it for a few moments. Somewhat, only the Gordanians didn't have hundreds of killer plants destroying the city, Raven reminds, and Starfire concedes her point before all three quickly duck into an alley as another vine slams into the ground, crushing the few remaining criminals that were out and on the streets. Great, as if my night wasn't bad enough, Batgirl mutters while looking at the vine and then to the girls with her. Any ideas would be much appreciated, she states, and Starfire looks at the side of the vine and frowns. I may be able to use my eye bolts to cut it down, but I have never tried to do the cutting with my powers, Starfire offers, then admits, and Raven sighs. Allow me, she mumbles before walking towards the plant and held up a single hand, eyes glowing white seconds later. Azarath Metrian Zinthos, she exclaimed, and the vine was covered in black magical energy before Raven gritted her teeth and ripped the plant from the ground. Grunting, the young titan then braced herself and tossed the vine into an intersection, cutting it off from vehicles. Whoa, Batgirl uttered, then shook her head while Raven fell to one knee, panting heavily. You okay? Batgirl asked quickly while moving over to the younger hero. Holding up a finger to ask for a second, Raven took another few brief moments to catch her breath before breathing out. It takes a little too much energy for me to do that. We might have to find an alternative method until your friends arrive, Raven states, and Batgirl nods her head, then reached into her utility belt and pulled out a pair of odd-looking forearm bracers. What are those for? Raven asks, and Batgirl pulls the items on, a pair of short buzz saws extending from the sides a second later as she then smirked. Time to do a little weed whacking, she replied, and then turned to look down the road, her eyes widening. A couple of the vines suddenly started to shudder and shake, then began to glow an ominous green for a moment before massive thorns started to grow out of them. Shit. This is bad, they're mutating even farther, Batgirl said in shock, and Raven grimaced, Starfire merely raising a brow. But how are the thorns of the plants bad? They hurt when I pick the roses, but they are not dangerous, Starfire notes, and Raven sighs. Starfire, poison ivy is known for poison, her body itself can be toxic. Thus, since these plants have her blood in them, they are more than likely very poisonous, Raven explains, and Starfire makes an O with her mouth before grimacing visibly. That will be a challenge, she admits, while Batgirl turns on the buzz saws stationed on her forearms. Well, I don't know about you girls, but I'm not standing around anymore, Batgirl then stated before quickly rushing towards the mutating plants, Starfire and Raven looking to one another. Please, friend Raven, why do we not make the plan to evade the thorny plants of badness rather than run through them? Starfire asks, and Raven looks into a sewer and grimaces visibly. Because they're in the sewer, crawling along the roofs, inside the buildings, and generally everywhere we turn. There's nowhere for us to run or hide, and so it's better to take the short route rather than try to sneak past what senses our presence, Raven explains, and Starfire makes an O with her mouth once more before frowning. Friend Raven, please remind me to hurt this ivy of poison very badly once we are finally finding her, Starfire then asks, and Raven looks at her friend for a moment before smirking. First of all, it's poison ivy, Starfire. Second of all, get in line, she replies, and Starfire grins before both girls fly down the street and around the plants to go after Batgirl. Elsewhere, Kakashi braced himself as the entire base Ravager had them set up and shook and shuddered for a moment. What the hell is going on out there? He demanded, while Sasuke, Niji, and Hinata were holding themselves up, Ino and Sakura behind Ravager. It appears as if Poison Ivy decided to come to town and trash it, Ravager replies coldly with a disinterested shrug as she then brings up a view of what was going on up above. Holy shit! Sakura shouted upon seeing the vines and criminals tearing the entire city apart. Who is this Poison Ivy, and where does she get those vines? Sakura demanded, while Kakashi and the others made their way over to them, bracing themselves on whatever they can along the way. Poison Ivy? aka Pamela Lillian Isley, a former botanist before she was mutated into a plant-human hybrid. She has chlorophyll for blood that mutates plants, and the ability to telepathically control plants. She's a villain from Gotham who has an obsession with plants, and given her inability to have children thanks to the experiment that made her as she is, I believe that her love of plants is based on her directing all her motherly love onto them. However, Ivy has shown a startling care for children, going out of her way to protect them in any given situation. Ravager explained while Kakashi looking at Poison Ivy with shock and awe when she brought up a picture. Also, the mutagen used on her made her almost physically perfect, able to regenerate damaged tissue, enhanced strength, enhanced endurance, and immunity to all known poisons, and she produces pheromones that make her completely irresistible to both men and women. Add on to that she's a plant geneticist who can create a wide variety of plant-based poisons and other chemicals and toxins, and the woman is a major threat to anyone in her path. Ravager goes on and Sasuke frowns towards the woman for a moment before crossing his arms. Does she have an accomplice? He asks and Ravager checks her monitors, soon spotting Ivy with a clown girl? Oh, that's bad. Ravager actually said with a grimace, then sighed. Another Gotham villain. This one is known as Harley Quinn, formerly Dr. Harleen Quinzel. She was doctor at Arkham Asylum, an intern really, who was trying to get her college credit and no one else would take her. Unfortunately she got the Joker as her first case. The Joker turned and twisted her mind until he finally broke her. Harley became an obsessively loyal fangirl who had no other thoughts other than helping her pardon the Joker, or as she calls him Mr. Jada. Ravager explained and then leaned back in her seat and rubbed her temples. Harley is physically abused, beaten, and generally treated like trash by Joker because he finds it funny, but she's so obsessed she forgives him every time. He's beat her, slapped her, thrown her out a window, kicked her out of a moving vehicle, left her to die on a flying vehicle among other things, and she's remained completely loyal. Also on occasion, Harley will be fired by the Joker, and at such times she usually joins up with Poison Ivy, one of her only true friends. Ivy genetically altered Harley, making her physically more powerful, gaining increased strength, flexibility, and endurance so she can survive Joker's abuse. She also has an immunity to poisons like Ivy, and employs a vast array of clown and joke-themed weaponry like the Joker. Ravager then explained and Sakura blinked when Neji, Hinata, Ino, and Kakashi all looked at her for a moment. What? She asked with a blink and Kakashi looked away first. Oh, nothing Sakura, nothing at all. He said with a whistle, and Neji closed his eyes and looked away from her with Hinata and Ino looking to the ceiling. So what should we do about those two? Sasuke then questioned, and Ravager stretched out her arms before crossing them over her chest. Nothing. She states, and Sakura looks at her incredulously. Nothing. But they're out there destroying your city. She shouts, and Ravager gives her a pointed look in response. Not my problem. Besides, this gives me the chance to observe the Titans and gather info on our enemies. Ravager states coldly while turning back to the screen, and Kakashi frowns deeply. It was obvious to him that this girl was ruthless to an extent that bordered on the psychotic. And he was beginning to wonder if it might have been a bad idea to team up with her. But what about all the people? Shouldn't we do something to save them? Hinata asked worriedly, and Ravager scoffed while looking at the screen. This place is protected by a foot of titanium all around. I have no need to save nor protect any of the worthless peons up there, and besides, what would I get with such an action? Ravager stated curtly, her single cold gray eye causing Hinata to shiver in fear while she returned to the screen. Now please leave me be, I have too much work to do to play with you. Ravager then stated with a shooing motion while returning to her work on the computer, Kakashi pulling Sakura and Ino with him while Neji handled Hinata, Sasuke reluctantly following them. Kakashi-sensei, we can't just leave those people to suffer, can we? Sakura asked, and Kakashi sighed. Our mission is to retrieve Naruto? Nothing else. If we were to go out, there is a very high probability that we'd be spotted and followed back here. If that were to happen after we were weak from fighting, we'd be captured, and from what I've seen and with our current record we'd be taken by the Justice League and locked up in a superhuman prison in space, or worse, that phantom zone of Superman's. Kakashi explained while rubbing his face and sitting down with a sigh. So we just sit here safe while people are dying? Ino demands, and Kakashi sighs once more while crossing his legs. It's one of the choices one has to make when you're a shinobi. Sometimes you don't get to play the hero when you want to, sometimes you have to let people die. Our mission is all we should worry ourselves with at the moment. Once we get Naruto and the sacred scroll of sealing, we can return to Konoha. Kakashi reminds while crossing his arms, and Sakura and Ino looked over to Neji for support. The Hyuga Jounin merely opened an eye and then frowned. The life of a shinobi isn't all fun and games, sometimes we are forced to make decisions we'd rather not make. Niji states simply and Sakura growls in response before crossing her arms and looking away from them. Downtown roadway. Riding down the roads of Jump City, Naruto suddenly heard something and turned his head. Looking back, he could see lights heading their way and inwardly grimaced. Turning down an exit, the blonde found himself riding down a long tunnel with almost red-colored lights flashing above them, vines curving all around and flailing. Grumbling to himself, Naruto deftly evaded the arching vines and then looked into his mirrors. Frowning and grunting when he saw the oncoming bikes, he then tapped Kitten's thigh. The girl blinked and then gave him an angry glare. "Hey Pinky, before you yell or something, I thought you might want to check out our 6 o'clock. Naruto says, and Kitten blinks in confusion, before turning her head and then grimaces upon seeing a group of criminals on motorcycles heading their way with pipes, chains, and whatever else they could find to use as weapons. Great, motorheads. She grumbles to herself and Naruto chuckles lightly to himself while revving the engine. Hold on Pinky, this is going to be a bumpy ride. Naruto exclaims while Kitten hold on tighter. Riding down the street, Naruto smirked as one of the motorheads came up at his side, swinging a chain at him. Evading the attack, Naruto then formed an X-shuriken in his hand, threw it at the man, connecting with his head and knocking him off of his bike and tumbling down the road as more motorheads came up behind them. Can you please keep your eyes on the goddamned road? Kitten demands, and Naruto turns his head and curses, swerving out of the way of a downed car while one of the motorheads screamed and jumped off of his bike before he would have hit. Breathing a sigh of relief and looking to his mirrors, Naruto growled when he saw 4 more motorheads heading for them. I swear, don't these guys have anything better to do than mess with me? Naruto grumbled, and Kitten rolled her eyes. Not really, and given the state of the city, I don't think it's likely they'll be letting us go too easy. Kitten notes, and Naruto nods his head before reaching back and then unsheathed his sword. What the hell are you going to do with that? She demanded, and Naruto held his blade downwards, the tip scraping along the ground and sparking. I'm going to deal with these motor-headed morons, that's what, not to mention those vines. Naruto states, then nudges forward, and Kitten gasps when she sees a mass of vines forming into a wall up ahead with thorns covering them. What's with the thorns? Naruto had to wonder, and Kitten shrugged her shoulders. Personally, I don't want to know, so let's not find out. Naruto then states, and Kitten nods her head in agreement as Naruto slashes his sword, a stream of wind launching forward as Naruto cut the vines down and past them, the motorheads hot on his tail. Turning his eyes to his mirrors once more, the blonde grimaced as a motorhead came up at his side. Hold on Pinky, I can already tell this is going to be one hell of a party. Naruto says while using one hand to control the motorcycle as one of the motorheads comes up beside of him with a pipe. Grinning despite himself, Naruto slashed at the man, cutting his bike's front wheel off and causing him to be sent flying off of it as it fell forwards. That's what you meant? Kitten demanded, and Naruto chuckled. What did you think? I was going to kill them? Sorry babe, killing people really isn't my style. Naruto quipped while riding down the street, inwardly admitting that this was also kind of fun for him. Seeing a bunch of vines up ahead of them, Naruto considered cutting those down before an idea came to mind. Revving his engine, the blonde shot forward, sword's tip sparking along the ground as he cut a small part of the vines apart, allowing him to ride through. Looking to his mirrors, he saw an explosion before 2 of the motorheads rode through the small hole and came up on his rear. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Kitten accused, and Naruto grinned in response. Of course babe. This is a blast. I can't remember the last time I had this much fun while I was playing the hero. Naruto exclaims with a laugh, Kitten screaming as the blonde ex-shinobi revved the engine of his motorcycle and shot forward. Smirking beneath his helmet, the blonde looked to his mirror once more and watched as the last 2 motorheads came at him. Looking forward, he looked for something and grinned when he saw a piece of concrete half hanging from the ceiling. That'll do. He thinks to himself before swinging his sword, sending a quick burst of wind flying towards the concrete and knocking it down. The concrete landed on top of a car with a crash, and Naruto reared back on the front of the motorcycle. Allowing the front wheel to come down on the concrete, Naruto rode up along it and into the air. Screaming as he did, Kitten's grip on the blonde ex-shinobi increased while a motorhead came up beside them. Shifting his weight, Naruto managed to kick out at the motorcycle when it was close enough, sending it and its rider falling to the ground. Landing and chuckling in his throat, Naruto looked down at Kitten's arms as she held onto him. You know, you're hanging on a little too tightly. Naruto groans out, and Kitten shakily raises her head and glares at the back of his head. Shut up. With you driving like such a lunatic, it's a miracle I haven't died of a heart attack. Kitten screamed at the blonde furiously, and Naruto rolled his eyes before turning his eyes to his mirror. Spotting the last of the motorheads, an idea came to the blonde and caused him to grin widely. Hang on tight Pinky, things are about to get really wild. Naruto exclaimed while revving his engine and screaming forward. Flipping his sword up, he quickly sheathed it and then watched as the last motorhead came up towards him. Narrowing his eyes with an amused smirk across his lips, Naruto grinned wider than ever as he saw several vines up ahead of them. Reaching into his coat and placing several explosive notes onto his bike, the blonde shinobi smirked. Looking to the bike at his tail, Naruto then slowly got up, pulling Kitten with him. As he did, Kitten wondered what was going on, only to scream when the young former shinobi then flipped off of the bike and spun into a kick, knocking the motorhead off of his bike and landing on it with a grin. Boom! He then exclaimed when the bike was close enough to the vines, causing the explosive notes and the bike to explode and knocking the vines out of his way. Riding past them, Naruto laughed loudly and Kitten shakily glared at him, fury clear in her azure eyes beneath her mask. Huh! Now that's what I call a party. Think there are any more of them? Naruto asked with a laugh, and Kitten slapped the back of his head angrily. What the hell? Are you out of your fucking mind? The girl demanded, and Naruto merely continued to laugh. It's not funny, Kitten shouted before biting her lip. It's not? She tried to say, only to start laughing as well as they rode out of the tunnel, soon spotting downtown. Almost there, Naruto says, and then curses when a gunshot nearly hits them. Swerving to the side, then looking to his mirrors, Naruto grimaces upon seeing Johnny Rancid is on their tail. Shit, looks like the motorhead's boss is hot on our tail. Naruto grumbles, and Kitten turns then grimaces when she sees Rancid as well. Great, and I thought things couldn't get worse. Kitten groaned out before looking to Naruto. Got any bright ideas for this guy? She asks, and Naruto nods his head, turns and heads onto an off-ramp. Just hold on tight and don't even think of letting go till I tell you the cost is clear, Naruto orders while taking a deadly serious tone and narrowing his eyes. Unlike the other morons thus far, Johnny was by far and wide a more threatening presence. Unlike them, he knew how to ride and ride well, also he had twin revolvers to fight from a distance while Naruto would normally be limited to his sword. Of course he was still pissed about Ivy and Harley, but he'd managed to blow off a lot of steam on those last few motor-headed losers. Cursing and dodging a bullet aimed at them, Naruto then looked to his mirrors and frowned. Inwardly groaning when he could only think of one way to deal with the man, he patted Kitten's thigh once more to get her attention. Pinky, take control of the bike, he ordered while ignoring the loud what the pinkette shouted at him before he twisted around her and came to the back of the bike. Lunging forward and taking hold of the handles of the bike, Kitten inwardly plotted Naruto's very painful death while gulping and holding the bike steady. Behind her, Naruto situated himself reverse of normal and narrowed his eyes while pulling his sword from his back. Alright Rancid, let's do this, Naruto inwardly muses while narrowing his eyes as the gray-skinned biker tears down the road, getting closer and closer to them. Why is he even after us? As far as he knows, we're criminals like him, Kitten demands then exclaims, and Naruto rolls his eyes. The motorheads are Rancid's gang, 10 to 1. He doesn't like it when his boys are getting the shit kicked out of them, Naruto replies while keeping his eyes on Johnny, then quickly blocked a bullet that was heading towards him. Alright, now how do I deal with you, Rancid? Naruto wondered while narrowing his eyes, only for Kitten to gasp and draw his attention. What's up, Pinky? He asks the girl, and she shakes slightly. Blockade, she replied, and Naruto cursed while turning back to Rancid. Try and keep the bike going steady, I'll be right back, Naruto states while sheathing his ninjutsu. The blonde then jumped off of the bike and into the air, teleporting as soon as he was high enough. He came down on the front of Johnny's bike and narrowed his eyes on the man. Shit, what are you, crazy or just stupid? Johnny demanded while pointing his revolver at the ex-shinobi. Firing the weapon, Johnny was surprised when Naruto deftly avoided the fire by twisting his body to the side. No, the name's RedX. Naruto growls out before placing a glowing red X onto the dash of Johnny's motorcycle, then jumped off of the bike and teleported back to Kitten. Appearing above Kitten, her came down and swung behind the surprised girl and causing her to yelp. Meanwhile, Johnny blinked, then looked at the glowing X, the glow pulsing and the pulsing slowly becoming more and more rapid. Ah shit, he shouted before jumping off of the bike and rolling to a halt as his bike sped forward for a distance before exploding. Damn that bastard. He's so gonna pay for this, Johnny roared angrily while throwing his helmet to the ground and then kicking it. Elsewhere, Naruto and Kitten continued riding, drawing ever closer to the blockade, and Naruto narrowed his eyes. Move over, I wanna drive, Naruto states while swiftly getting back into place while Kitten shakily wrapped her arms around his waist. As she did, Naruto got into position and opened 2 slots on his gauntlets, twin thermal blasters folding out of them at his wrists. What are those? Kitten asks over the roar of the engine, and Naruto smirked. You know that highly experimental hand-held thermal blaster that went missing a couple years back? He questioned, and Kitten slowly nodded her head. These are modified and even smaller versions that Gizmo integrated into my gauntlets, Naruto then states, and Kitten's eyes widen in shock. Whoa, what isn't in that suit of yours? She asks, and Naruto shrugs his shoulders before holding onto the handles of the bike and firing his twin thermal blasters forward. The blasts from the weapons impact with the blockade seconds later and send it flying in a burst of red light, Naruto and Kitten riding past the debris while his blasters fold back into his gauntlets. I love these new gauntlets. And these are just the prototypes, I can't wait to get my hands on the perfected models. Naruto says happily, and Kitten gapes before shivering at the thought of what the perfected models would be like if those were only the prototypes. Riding further down the street and into Jump City, Naruto soon spotted an off-ramp and then turned onto it. Riding down the off-ramp, Naruto soon spotted the telltale black energy of Raven's powers. Yes, there they are, he exclaimed with a grin while riding towards the energy. Thank Kami-sama, you're safe, Kara-chan. Naruto thought to himself while riding towards the girl. Looking around, Naruto nearly gaped seeing people were still in this area, and thus Raven, Starfire, and Batgirl were trying their damnedest to ensure the safety of all the citizens. Inwardly groaning, Naruto then tapped Kitten's thigh once more to get the Pinkette's attention. Hey Pinky, check it out, Naruto states, and Kitten looks as well and gapes. Oh shit, vines, criminals, fires, and everything else that comes with a disaster like this, we have to help those people, she stated, and Naruto nodded his head, soon spotting the three Titanas. At the moment, Starfire was flying into buildings and pulling people out, Raven forming ramps for the upper levels so that the people could get down. Meanwhile, Batgirl was dealing with most of the criminals as Raven got the people to a nearby bus for safety and to keep them together. Yo! Naruto called out, and Batgirl turned to see him as he came up beside her. Blinking as he did, Batgirl couldn't help an exasperated sigh at seeing the Skullmask thief at a time like this. Why am I not surprised to see you out and about? She wonders with her arms crossed over her chest, Naruto shrugging his shoulders in response. Need a hand here, Red? He asks with an amused tone, and Batgirl blinked for a moment upon seeing the Skullmask thief. Sure, but who's she? Batgirl questioned while motioning to Kitten, and Naruto chuckled lightly. If she wanted you to know, would she be wearing a mask? He quipped, and Kitten snickered in response, Batgirl frowning. Right? I mean, what do I call her? She asks, and Kitten merely points to the X on her chest. That should be obvious to the girly crusader, da. Kitten states with amusement at one of the nicknames Batgirl had earned over the years. In response, Batgirl blinked for a moment before suddenly growling towards the pink-haired girl furiously. Why, you little? She growls out, but before an all-out brawl between the two could occur, Naruto got off the bike, Kitten following suit. While I would love to see a catfight between you two, I'm more interested in surviving the night, Naruto comments, and Batgirl nods her head, still glaring at Kitten angrily. Wow. XS really don't get along with Batman sidekicks, Naruto notes before spotting Raven and quickly running over to her. Kara-chan. Thank Kami-sama, you're alright? He said while grabbing her into a hug, and Raven blinked in surprise. Naruto, what are you doing here? She asked quietly, and Naruto released her, then looked around to make sure no one was watching him. Starfire appeared to be busy saving people, and Batgirl appeared to be trading insults with Kitten as they beat on criminals. Wow, it was like him and Robin in the bodies of girls. I came to help you, Naruto finally admitted, and Raven raised a brow. Not that I'm complaining, but isn't that kind of dangerous for our secret? She asks her boyfriend, and he rubs the back of his neck. Well, I may have been one of the reasons Harley was in town, but I never said she could bring Ivy with her, Naruto admits, and Raven pinches the bridge of her nose, wondering why that didn't surprise her any. Right? Raven mumbled, then felt the ground shake. Anything I can do for you, Kara-chan? He questioned, and Raven blushed. 1. Try to refrain from calling me that. Neither Starfire nor Batgirl know your identity, and if you keep this up it's going to be blown big time, Raven stated with her arms crossed, and Naruto blinked before grinning nervously. Right, sorry about that, but I was just really worried about you, Naruto says, and Raven's look softens. Thanks, she offers before both brace themselves, and Starfire flies out of the building and down to them. Friend Raven, I have evacuated all of the civilians from this building, Starfire said, then stopped when she saw Naruto. Hello RedX, what are you doing here? She offered with a small wave, and Naruto shrugged his shoulders. Harley came to visit me, brought Ivy with her, and now both are trashing the city I live in, my city. And nobody trashes it but me, Naruto explains with a nod of his head, and Starfire frowned in thought. Then it is a matter of pride, yes? She asks, and Naruto blinks. Something like that, he admits, and the alien princess nods her head. Very well then, so long as you do not do the bad things I will allow you to assist us without the fighting. But please would you assist in the rescuing of civilians, many of these buildings are very unstable, Starfire says, then pleads, and Naruto smirks beneath his mask while looking around. Grinning to himself, the blonde then formed a familiar T-shaped hand seal and took in a breath. Taiju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, he exclaimed, and hundreds of him suddenly appeared all around them, Starfire and Raven openly gaping. Alright boys, you heard the princess, fan out and do your thing. Naruto then called out, and the clones all gave an affirmative as they all quickly made their way into the many buildings around them. Wow, so you're also a one-man army as well as a former ninja. Raven comments, and Naruto rolls his eyes, a serious frown on under his mask. Are there any more buildings or civilians around here? He asked, and Starfire blinked before looking at him. Perhaps, but I believe the authorities are dealing with those. Starfire admits, and Naruto frowns before cursing as someone breaks through one of the nearby buildings with a wide grin. Alright you ruddy pukes. Make way for Punk Rocket. The teen exclaimed loudly while holding a guitar in hand. Swinging an arm, the teen then somehow sent a sound wave from the instrument and knocked a car into the air before it then slammed into the ground. No one can stop the sounds of chaos, he shouted with a wide grin, and Naruto stopped everything to look at the odd teen. Orange jumpsuit, spiky hair, very loud and equally annoying. Shit, it's like my dope self as a villain. Naruto thought to himself with a flat expression under his mask, then grinned and cracked his knuckles. Oh, I'm so gonna enjoy this, he then said before teleporting behind the strange teen. Tapping him on the shoulder, Naruto watched as Punk Rocket turned to him and slammed his fist into the teen's face, causing him to go flying. The odd teen soon landed in a car, ass down and through its windshield with his head lolling back and tongue hanging out of his mouth. Ah, closure. Naruto muses to himself before looking up at the building Punk had blown through and grimaced. The building was on its last legs and from what he could tell would be coming down any second. Great, just what I didn't need. Naruto notes while starting to leave, only to hear a scream. Eyes widening, the young shinobi turned on his heel and jumped onto, then ran up along a wall as the building started to come down. Flipping onto the floor where the scream had come from, Naruto looked around before using his suit to hone in on the screaming/crying for help. As he walked down the hall, Naruto had to brace himself as the building started collapsing. Shit. Why does this kind of shit only ever happen with me around? Naruto demanded before finding the right room and kicked the door down. Where are you? Naruto shouted, then cursed and rolled into the building as debris came down behind him. Panting heavily and looking around, Naruto cursed to himself while opening a door, then backed up upon finding nothing. Turning, the blonde spotted another door and he kicked it down, finding a child's bedroom. Looking around, Naruto soon found a little girl in the closet and quickly picked her up. Cursing, Naruto then fired a grapple as the floor came out from under them, then swung himself over to the window. You okay? He asked, and the girl merely held on to him for dear life. Deciding that was as good an answer as any, Naruto busted the window out and then jumped out of the building, and then teleported to the ground as the building came down behind him. Landing in front of Raven and Starfire, Naruto breathed out a sigh and looked to her. Here. He groaned out while handing the child to Starfire, then looked around. I sure hope that's not going to happen again. Naruto mumbles before all three look to the side to see a vine had grown up and out of the ground near the bus with all the people. You have got to be kidding me, he exclaimed while Kitten and Batgirl came over to them. Anyone here know how to drive anything but a motorcycle? He asked while looking over the girls, and Raven blushed. Actually, I do, she admitted, and Naruto looked at her in surprise for a moment before sighing and then rubbed his temples. Right, then go do that, me and Starfire will try to keep it off your tail, he states before feeling another shudder of the ground as strange pods started to pop up all around the area. What the fuck are those? He asked, and Batgirl frowned, a criminal near one of the pods apparently too close, suddenly being hit by a strange spore it expelled, knocking him to the ground dead. Shit. Ivy's plants are starting to mutate again. Those are similar to some spores Ivy unleashed on Gotham a while back. They're lethal, she says while pulling out several batarangs, and Naruto groaned, then pulled his sword from his back. Great, then how do we stop them? Naruto asked, and Batgirl frowned. We have to rip the core out of them, she replied, and Naruto frowned. That was going to be a little too close for comfort. I can do that, Kitten suddenly said, and they looked at her. My suit was recently equipped with the same materials as a hazmat suit, so I can get near poisons and toxins without ill effects, she explains with a smirk, and Batgirl frowns. So can I. My suit was made with similar intentions and also has other settings, she states, and Naruto shakes his head. Either way, both of you need to get rid of the ones in front of the bus. Raven, tell everyone inside to close their windows. Starfire, you take the girl to the bus and find her family, then I need you to come back and help me deal with this big-ass vine before it crushes the bus and the people with it. Alright? Naruto asks then questions and gets nods from the girls, Batgirl tapping her mask, a pair of white lenses coming down over her eyes as she pulls a gas mask from her belt and puts it over her lower face. Good, now move out. Naruto orders and the girls do so quickly, Raven and Starfire entering into the bus while Kitten and Batgirl head for the pods up ahead. Damn, what a night? Naruto mutters to himself tiredly while narrowing his eyes on the nearby vine. Lunging forward, Naruto swung his sword, the wind from his blade sailing towards the flailing tendril. However, seconds before the burst of wind would have cut it in half, the vine moved out of the way and Naruto grimaced. Great, this one won't hold still, that means they're learning. He noted before cursing as the vine then swung at him and crushed the ground he had been at seconds before. Starfire chose that moment to return, a starbolt hitting the vine and making it lash out at her. Starfire! Try to keep it busy for like a second so I can cut it down. Naruto shouted at the red-haired alien princess and she quickly nodded her head while flying around above him. Zipping around the vine and staying far away from the thorns on the object, Starfire threw her starbolts at it once more while Naruto waited for the right moment. Flying around, Starfire soon turned, causing the vine to turn and Naruto quickly lashed out, sending another arch of wind flying and slicing the vine near the ground. Well, that's that. Naruto muttered as the vine fell to the ground, started to spasm for a moment and then became still. Breathing out a sigh, Naruto then sheathed his sword while Starfire landed near him. I believe that we should make the haste and assist the Batgirl and Pink X now, please. Starfire said and Naruto frowned. No. I'll handle the pods with them, you go get to the bus, you're not immune to those spores, nor do you have any protection from them. Naruto states and Starfire looks at him before demurely nodding her head and flying after the bus, Naruto teleporting to Kitten and Batgirl's side. Alright ladies, how many more do we have to trash? Naruto asks the two and Kitten points, Naruto grimacing when he sees the number of pods in their way. Shit, alright, that does it, no more playing around. Naruto grumbles and makes a T with his hands. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. He exclaimed loudly and then looked around at the group of a half-dozen clones around him. Alright men, rip out the cores from those plants, but watch out for the spores. Naruto orders and the clones all give quick affirmatives before rushing forward, doing as ordered and quickly moving from pod to pod. Heh, now that's what I call progress. Naruto notes with a nod of his head, crossing his arms and waving for Raven to follow them as they move forward. Why didn't you do that earlier? Batgirl suddenly asks the blonde ex-shinobi and Naruto rolls his eyes. Doing that takes a lot of energy, I was hoping to conserve some for when I get my hands on Quinn and Ivy. Naruto admits and Batgirl nods her head slowly, somewhat able to see his point. Walking forward, Naruto stopped when he felt a pulse of something, Batgirl and Kitten feeling it as well. What was that? Kitten wondered and then she and those around the area covered their ears upon hearing a pained scream. No! My babies! I'll make you all pay for every plant you kill. Ivy's semi-distorted voice roared out from all around and Naruto's eyes shot wide open. Shit! How did she do that? Naruto wonders and Batgirl frowned. Ivy can channel her voice through the plants around us, we must really be getting to her if she's that pissed at us though. Batgirl explains and Naruto grimaces before bracing himself as the ground starts to shake and shudder beneath them. Oh, what new hell is this? Naruto wonders then curses as his clones and smashed by something up ahead. What is revealed is a plant the size of 3 elephants, with the shape of a giant Venus flytrap-like head, only the teeth looked real on this one, its mouth was oozing out a green pus that sizzled on contact with the road, and it had the poison thorns of the other vines, and 2 spore pods growing on its side. Oh my god. Kitten breathed while backing away. Shit, Ivy is really pissed. Batgirl muses and Naruto frowns before reaching back and unsheathing his sword. Get the civilians out of here any way you can, I'll deal with that thing personally. Naruto states and Batgirl looks like she wants to argue but a glare from the ex-shinobi is all that is needed to shut her up. Nodding her head afterwards, Batgirl takes hold of Kitten's arm and drags her over to the bus and hops inside. Turning his eyes back to the giant flytrap, Naruto flips his ninjutsu along his shoulders and smirks. Alright, you oversized garden weed, time for me to cut you down to size. Naruto growls out while flipping his ninjutsu into a reverse grip and crouching into a stance. Looking at the massive flytrap for only a second, Naruto then lunged forward, knowing the vine-like plant would probably dodge any wind blades he tried from a distance. Hoping it didn't have any close-range attacks, his hopes were dashed when several vines shot out of the ground around the flytrap. I won't let you destroy it. Ivy's distorted voice rang out all around him and Naruto grimaced, then cursed and flipped away as the vines slammed into the ground. Alright, I'm going to have to deal with the vines if I want to get at the main weed. Naruto notes while quickly considering his options. One was to let the massive flytrap eat him, then use a Taiju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu from the inside to cause it to explode. However, given the fact that seemed to be some form of corrosive acid dripping from its maw, he was against that. Also, running on any of the vines was dangerous due to the poisonous thorns, and those damn pod spores were no better. Of all the villains in the world, I had to end up with one of the ones with enough experience and abilities to actually give me a real workout. Naruto grumbled while wishing she didn't want to kill people so he could actually enjoy fighting her. Shaking his head and looking up, Naruto rolled out of the way of another vine and contemplated what a few Kage Bunshin could do to help him. Besides disorientating the thing, he'd also be able to buy a few seconds for a couple quick Raisengans, however they wouldn't be big enough for these suckers. Wait, Raisin Shuriken would. Sheathing his ninjutsu once more, Naruto quickly formed a half-dozen Kage Bunshins with the order to distract the main plant and then ran to the side to form his attack. Closing his eyes and forming his chakra into his hand, he watched the clones dodge and weave around the flailing vines. Just a little bit longer, guys. Naruto thinks to himself before smirking as he holds the finished attack and then quickly rushes forward and then throws the jutsu towards the plant. Grinning as it goes, he's shocked when the vines all suddenly started to fold and wrap together into a sort of wall, protecting the flytrap as it sinks down into the ground, the vines being torn apart as the Rasen Shuriken then rips through the empty street behind them. "Oh, you've got to be shitting me!" Naruto exclaims before cursing as the flytrap comes out of the ground from below him, mouth open and Ivy's laughter echoing. Grunting as he took hold of the jaws of the flytrap open, Naruto tried desperately to avoid the acid-like spit sliding out of it. "Of all the ways to go? I never suspected it'd be a plant that would do me in," Naruto complained while the jaws closed down on him. Grunting, the blonde pushed outward, chakra being diverted to all his limbs and causing the jaws to open up. However, just as Naruto was about to free himself, the plant threw him up into the air. Cursing and shifting his weight, Naruto tried to avoid the plant before several more vines shot out of the ground to grasp him. Wide-eyed, Naruto formed another Raisin Shuriken into his right hand and threw that at the vines. Falling past them harmlessly, he was captured in the jaws of the flytrap once more. "Damn it! What does it take to kill this thing?" Naruto demanded before an idea came to mind, and he held his right arm up and activated his thermal blaster. Aiming it into the mouth of the beast, he fired, Ivy's voice screaming out in pain as he was thrown high into the air once more. Unfolding the second thermal cannon from his other arm, he then fired both of them at the giant plant, taking it apart as he fell. "Shit, it's a good thing I have those. Getting the Raisin Shuriken ready is too slow for me to hit that thing without it moving out of the way." Naruto mused before looking down and groaning as he saw dozens of flailing vines reaching out for him. "Honestly, Kami-sama, what did I do to deserve this?" Naruto had to wonder and pulled his ninjutsu free as he came closer to the vines. Shifting his weight and slicing through the vines, Naruto then reached into his coat and unsealed his second ninjutsu. Holding both in his hands, the blonde launched downwards, swinging his sword and evading the dozens of flailing vines before being caught in the jaws of the flytrap once more. Grunting and growling as it caught him, Naruto freed one arm and slashed the top of its mouth with his first ninjutsu, then while it was in pain slashed with the second as well. Falling from its jaws once he had, Naruto then slashed with both swords into an X, cutting the top of the flytrap away from the rest as Ivy screamed out in pain from wherever she was. "I really should have thought about learning some way to fly with chakra control," Naruto shouts while falling downwards and then grunted while spinning out of the way of a vine. "Honestly, don't these things ever give up?" Naruto demanded of the obscenely persistent vines, then began to spin in midair, blades outward and cutting through the vines heading towards him. Coming out of the spin slightly dizzy, Naruto shook his head, then teleported out of the way of another vine and then another and another. Growling, the blonde ex-shinobi then swung both of his ninjutsus, sending blades of wind into the many vines heading his way before spores from several pods came flying at him. Arching out of the way, Naruto then folded his arms against his body and went flying downwards. Looking all around, he then spotted his target. "Let's really get to the root of this problem," Naruto quips with a smirk while sheathing one of his ninjutsus, then formed one last Raisin Shuriken into his hand and then rearing his hand back and throwing it downwards. Watching the attack spiral downwards, he pumped a fist when it hit the roots of the plant, causing it to flail around before finally falling to the ground lifelessly. Covering his ears when he suddenly heard Ivy's shriek of pain, Naruto grimaced. "She's going to kill me for that," he notes to himself before cursing as two more of the giant plants suddenly sprout from the ground below him. "Kyuso. I hate it when I'm right," Naruto complains loudly before reaching back for his other ninjutsu and then prepared for his next attack. However, he then saw a streak of red and was shocked as he watched as both plants and vines were all quickly cut away. "What the hell?" he wondered with a gaping jaw before the streak of color came right at him. Once it did, he found a pair of hands holding him up by his underarms as he was now somehow flying. Blinking and turning his head to his rescuer, even though he honestly didn't need rescuing, Naruto found he was staring at a platinum blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl. "So you alright?" she asks while flying with the ex-shinobi over several buildings, and Naruto blinked for a moment. "Yeah. he states as they come down, and he turns his head to see Batgirl and Raven rushing over to them, the police now driving the bus deeper into the city. What took them so long? He wondered, and Raven shrugged her shoulders while Naruto turned to get a better look at the blonde girl. The girl was his height, with long straight platinum blonde hair, her bangs cut to above her dazzling azure blue eyes, and a thin build with painted red lips twisted up into an amused smile, and held a curvy figure that most supermodels would kill to have. She wore a black hairband, a white t-shirt with short sleeves that bared her midriff, a red cape that ended just above her hips, a blue miniskirt, white kid gloves, and tall red leather boots. However, Naruto widened his eyes when he noticed the bright red shield on her chest with an S in it. Supergirl? Naruto asked the platinum blonde teen, and the said blonde smirked while nodding her head. Yep, she states, and Batgirl grins as she walks over to her. Nice to see you again, Supergirl. I only wish it was under better circumstances, Batgirl says to the platinum blonde, and Supergirl grins towards Batgirl in response. You kidding? This is going to be a blast, she states, and Naruto leans over to Raven with a raised brow. She called Supergirl for help? He asked warily, and Raven grimaced. She's not all she called, she replied, and Naruto went wide-eyed, wondering what new hell he'd just gotten himself into. Great. But where are Starfire and Pinky? He asks, and Batgirl turns to him while standing beside of Supergirl. When I called Supergirl, I had her get some antidote for Ivy's kisses from Batman. Starfire and Pink X both went to free the Titan boys, Batgirl explains while a red and yellow streak suddenly zipped over to them, an arm now over Batgirl's shoulders. Yeah, I managed to get Pinky close to BB, she should be good on her own, for now at least, the blur stated while Naruto looked at him with wide eyes as he easily recognized who he was. This person was revealed to have swept back red hair with bright blue eyes, tan skin, and a thin build. He was dressed in an odd skin-tight outfit that started off with yellow boots, red pants, a yellow top with a red lightning bolt across his chest, red forearm-length gloves, and a yellow mask that left his hair, mouth, and eyes visible with red lightning bolts on the sides. Kid Flash, Naruto said in shock before turning when he heard something. When he turned, he saw another girl, this one using what looked like a lasso to wrangle one of the many giant plants that were sprouting up around the city. The girl was a teen like Kid Flash and Supergirl, only she had long black hair pulled into a high ponytail, bright blue eyes, fair skin, with a strong build, curvy figure, and painted red lips. She wore star-shaped gold earrings, a sleeveless skin-tight red dress with yellow stars over it, a yellow belt around her waist with a W on it, a pair of black-heeled boots, silver bangles over each of her wrists and forearms, and held a golden lasso. Wonder Girl too? Naruto muttered in shock, and Raven sighed while shaking her head. It's a regular who's who of super teens? She mutters, and Naruto slowly nods his head since they were also the most well-known super teens, and probably the most experienced of them all over the Titans. Right. But what do we do now? Naruto asks, and Batgirl frowns in thought. The police said they've gotten most of the civilians to a shelter, and those that were injured were taken to the hospital. She muses, and Naruto frowns before turning his head, seeing several vines start to wig out. Batgirl, I think the plants are mutating again, Naruto warns while Batgirl curses when a fine red mist starts to expand out of the plants. Shit. Poison, Wonder Girl, get out of there. Batgirl shouts, but Supergirl zips over to Wonder Girl and flies her to a roof. Raven grabbed Batgirl, Kid Flash ran up, and Naruto yawned before teleporting up to land with them. Great, now the whole city is filled with poison? What the hell is Ivy thinking? Naruto demands, and Batgirl frowns while looking over the city. No, she's not got them over the entire city, looks more like specific sections. Her plants can't cover the entire city with that stuff, or it'd just be blown away. Batgirl muses, and Naruto walks over to look out over the city for a moment. Great, still gives us a problem, and those poison clouds will make it extremely hard for us land-based fighters to get around. Naruto reminds while looking to Batgirl, Kid Flash coming up at his side with his arms crossed and a nod of his head. Hate to say it, but he's right here, Babs, Kid Flash states, and Batgirl frowns while looking around. What I'd like to know is how all these plants are mutating, Wonder Girl states, and Naruto blinks. From what I've learned, she's got a chemical spreading out into the air that's mutating the plants. It was also laced with her blood if I'm not mistaken, so maybe that gives her further control of the mutations. Naruto muses, and Batgirl nods her head before an idea comes to mind. Alright, if we can destroy whatever Ivy has spreading that chemical, we can stop the plants. They would only last an hour at best afterwards after all the mutations they've undergone. Batgirl reasons, and Supergirl smirks while looking to Wonder Girl, then places her hands on her hips. We could bust in and do that. Supergirl reasons, and Batgirl shakes her head. No, not a good idea. For one, we don't know what Harley and Ivy have set up for us yet. A full frontal assault with only you and Wonder Girl might just end with you both getting captured or worse. However, there is probably still people in the city. If you can gather them and take them to the hospital, that would be a big help. Batgirl states, and Naruto sighs at the confused look now on Supergirl's face. It's like this. You and Wonder Girl can fly, have super strength, and are practically invulnerable to physical assault. It would be more prudent for us to have you two going through the city and rescuing the few citizens who haven't been found before something bad happens to them. Naruto reasons, and Wonder Girl nods her head while flying into the air. Agreed. Wonder Girl says with a nod of her head before then turning around to Supergirl with a smirk. Coming, Kara? She asks of her friend, and Supergirl nods her head and follows after her. Don't pout, warriors and heroes don't pout. Wonder Girl says to her friend with an amused expression on her face, and Supergirl gives her a look in response. Yeah, but just once I'd like to be able to save the day without help. Is that too much to ask? She responds, and Wonder Girl shakes her head for a moment before flying further into the city with Kara on her heels. As they flew off, Kid Flash looked to Batgirl and Raven while scratching his head. And what do we do then? He asks, and Batgirl looks to Naruto and he looks over to Raven before crossing his arms. We should help Starfire and Pikey with Cyborg and Beast Boy. Then we need to figure out where Bird Boy is and save his ass before we even think about taking on Harley and Ivy. It'd be better with us outnumbering them, especially with all these plants around. Naruto muses, and Raven closes her eyes and then turns towards the docks. I know where Robin is. I can get him, she states, and Naruto frowns before nodding his head. As he did, Raven pulled her cloak in over herself and then flew off as a large black raven into the sky. Once she was gone, Naruto turned to face Kid Flash and Batgirl, his arms crossed over his chest. Alright, then me and Batgirl will handle Beast Boy. Kid Flash, head for the prison, and Cyborg to help out Starfire. Naruto orders, and Kid Flash leans over to Batgirl with a curious expression. Since when do we take orders from a thief? He asks, and Batgirl sighs before pinching the bridge of her nose. Just go get to work. She grumbles, and he gives a mock salute before zipping off into the distance. Now, how pray tell do you expect us to get to Beast Boy and Pink X? Batgirl asks, and Naruto points to the side, where she can now see a police chopper heading their way. How? She started to ask, and Naruto interrupted her. My helmet has a police band in it. I've been monitoring them all night. The chopper was sent out to assess the situation, but I'm thinking it'll be put to better use for us. Naruto explains, and Batgirl slowly nods her head until Naruto wrapped an arm around her waist and then teleported them onto the chopper. Looking around, Naruto gaped when he saw Snake sitting back with a gray bandana on, a cig between his lips, and what looked like a missile launcher beside him. Damn, old man, you really get around? Naruto notes, and Snake grunts before standing up and walking over to the door. Otakon, we've got a pair of stowaways back here, Snake says to his pilot with a frown, and the man sighs. Looking to Otakon, Naruto spots a man in a white lab coat with a helmet over his head at the moment. Kind of busy navigating here, Snake, Otakon says while maneuvering the chopper around the city. Right. What's the situation? Snake says to Otakon, then asks of Naruto and Batgirl as they look at the two. Poison Ivy's in town, 2 of the Titans are indisposed, and the prison has a gaping hole in it, though I think these vines might have crushed, eaten, poisoned, or otherwise maimed a bunch of them. Naruto says, then muses mostly to himself, and Snake frowned for a moment. We need to head to the prison where you held Plasmus, Cinderblock, and Overload. Beast Boy is there and a friend is taking him on while he's under Poison Ivy's mind control. Naruto then states, and Snake nodded his head before heading over to his pilot. Otakon, head due east, looks like we're about to get some action. The man orders in his usual low growl, and Otakon sighed for a moment before nodding his head with a determined frown. On it, Snake, Otakon replies while maneuvering the chopper around and then into the distance.